Part 2, Rak Urga, Chapter 9. It was almost dawn when they crept quietly out of Drobluk's house. A thick grey fog shrouded the narrow, twisting streets of Stithistor as they followed Issus through the shabby quarter near the docks. The smell of the river and the reek of the surrounding swamps lay heavy in the foggy darkness, filling Gerion's nostrils with the odors of decay and the stagnant water. They emerged from a narrow alleyway, and Issus motioned them to a halt as he peered into the mist. Then he nodded.
"Let's go,"
he whispered.
"Try not to make any noise."
They hurried across a glistening cobblestone street lit by torches, each surrounded by a nimbus of hazy red light, and entered the deeper shadows of another garbage-strewn alley. At the far end of the alley, Gerion could see the slow-moving surface of the river sliding ponderously by, pale in the fog. The one-eyed assassin led them along another cobblestone street to the foot of a rickety wharf, jutting out into the fog. He stopped in the shadows beside a dilapidated shack that stood partially out over the water, and fumbled briefly at the door. He opened it slowly, muffling the protesting creaking of a rusty hinge with a tattered piece of rag.
"In here,"
he muttered, and they followed him into the dank-smelling shack.
"There's a boat tied at the end of this wharf,"
he told them in a half-whisper.
"Wait here while I go get it."
He went to the front of the shack. Gerion heard the creak of hinges as a trap-door opened. They waited, listening nervously to the skittering and squeaking of the rats that infested this part of the town. The moments seemed to creep by as Gerion stood watch beside the door, peering out through a crack between two rotting boards at the foggy street running along the edge of the river.
"All right,"
he heard Issus say from below after what seemed like hours.
"Be careful on the ladder. The rungs are slippery."
One by one they climbed down the ladder into the boat that the one-eyed man had pulled into place under the wharf.
"We have to be quiet,"
he cautioned them after they had seated themselves.
"There's another boat out there on the river somewhere."
"A boat?" Sadi asked in alarm. "What are they doing?" Issus shrugged.
"Probably something illegal."
Then he pushed his craft out into the shadows at the side of the wharf, settled himself on the center seat, and began to row, dipping his oars carefully into the oily surface of the river so that they made almost no sound. The fog rose from the dark water in little tendrils, and the few lighted windows high in the towers of Stithistor had a hazy unreality, like tiny golden candles seen in a dream. Issus rowed steadily, his oars making only the faintest of sounds. Then, from somewhere not far upstream, there was a sudden muffled outcry, followed by a splash and the gurgling sounds of bubbles rising to the surface. "What was that?" Sadi hissed nervously as Issus stopped rowing to listen.
"Be still,"
the one-eyed man whispered. From somewhere in the fog there came the thumping sound of someone moving around in a boat, followed by the splash of an awkwardly pulled oar. A man swore, his voice harsh and loud.
"Keep quiet," another voice said.
"What for?"
"Let's not tell everybody in Stithistor that we are out here."
"You're worried too much.
That rock I tied to his ankles will keep him down for a long time."
The creaking oarlocks faded off into the fog.
"Amateurs,"
Issus muttered derisively. "An assassination, perhaps?" Silk asked, with a certain professional curiosity. "Or a private killing?"
"What difference does it make?"
Issus started to row again, his oars dipping slowly into the water. Behind them, Stithistor had disappeared into the fog. Without the reference point of its dim lights, it seemed to Gerion that they were not moving at all, but sat motionless on the surface of the dark river. Then, at last, a shadowy shore appeared ahead in the clinging fog. After a few more minutes, he was able to make out the hazy shape of individual treetops outlined by the pale mist. A low whistle came to them from the bank, and Isis angled their boat slightly, making for the signal.
"Geryon, is that you?"
Dernick whispered out of the shadows.
Yes.
Isis pulled their boat under the overhanging branches, and Dernick caught the bow.
"The others are waiting on the far side of the road,"
he said quietly, as he helped Polgara from the boat. "You've been most helpful, Isis," Sadi said to his hireling. The one-eyed man shrugged.
"Isn't that what you paid me for?"
Silk looked at him.
"If you decide to consider my offer, talk to Droblik." "I'll think about it,"
Isis replied. He paused, then looked at Polgara.
"Good luck on your journey, lady," he said quietly. "I get the feeling that you're going to need it."
"Thank you, Isis." Then he pushed his boat back out into the fog and disappeared. "What was that all about?" Sadi asked Silk.
"Oh, nothing much.
Drasnian intelligence is always looking for a few good men, that is all." Dernick was looking curiously at the shaven-headed eunuch. "We'll explain when we get back to the others, dear," Polgara assured him.
"Yes, Paul,"
he agreed.
"We go this way."
He led them up the brushy bank to the broken stones of the road, then pushed his way into the tangled undergrowth on the far side with the rest of them close behind. Tenedra, Ariond, Toth, and Velvet sat in a little hollow behind the moss-covered trunk of a fallen tree. A single well-shielded lantern gave forth a dim glow, illuminating the hollow with a faint light.
"Geryon!"
Tenedra exclaimed with relief, coming quickly to her feet.
"What took you so long?"
"We had to make a side trip," he replied, taking her into his arms. As he nestled his face into her hair, he found that it still had that warm, sweet fragrance that had always touched his heart.
"All right,"
Belgarath said, looking out into the tag end of the foggy night.
"I want to get moving, so I'll keep this short."
He sat down on the spongy moss beside the lantern.
"This is Sadi."
He pointed at the shaven-headed eunuch.
"Most of you know him already. He will be going with us." "Is that altogether wise, Belgarath?"
Dernick asked dubiously.
"Probably not. But it wasn't my idea. He seems to feel that Xandramas has gone down into southern Tul Murgos and plans to cross the continent to the Isle of Verkat off of the southeast coast."
"That is a very dangerous part of the world just now, Ancient One,"
Velvet murmured.
"We'll have no trouble, dear lady,"
Sadi assured her in his contralto voice.
"If we pose as slavers, no one will interfere with us."
"So you say,"
Belgarath said somewhat skeptically.
"That might have been true before the war started down there. But we still don't know for sure how the Malloreons view the slave trade."
"There's one other thing you should all know," Polgara added quietly. "Geryon and I went to the palace to find out if Salmisra was involved in this in any way. She told us that Xandramas is a woman."
"A woman?"
Sinedra exclaimed. "That's what she said, and she had no reason to lie to us." Dernick scratched at his head.
"Well, that's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? Are you sure Salmisra knew what she was talking about?"
Polgara nodded. "She was very certain, and quite smug about the fact that she knew something that I did not."
"It does sort of fit,"
Velvet said thoughtfully.
"Most of the things Xandramas has done were done the way a woman would do them."
"I can't quite follow that," Dernick admitted.
"A man does things one way, Goodman. A woman does them differently. The fact that Xandramas is a woman explains a great deal."
"She's also going to great lengths to conceal the fact," Silk added. "She's made sure that just about everybody who has seen her is not alive to tell anybody about it."
"We can talk about all of this some more later," Belgarath said, standing up and looking around at the gradually lightening fog. I want to get away from this place before the people on the other side of the river start moving around. Let's saddle the horses."
It took a bit of readjustment of their equipment to free one of the pack horses for Sadi's use, but a short time later they rode out from their sheltered place of concealment and on along the weedy track that followed the winding course of the River of the Serpent. They moved at first at a cautious walk, but once they had passed the outskirts of Stithistor, lying hidden in the fog across the river, they picked up their pace to canter, clattering along the abandoned road that stretched through the rank jungle and reeking swamps of the land of the Snake People. As the sun rose, it gave the fog surrounding them a kind of mystical glow, and the droplets hanging along the edges of individual leaves drooping from the undergrowth at the side of the road took on a jewel-like sparkle. Geryon, sandy-eyed and tired from a night without sleep, looked bemused at the jeweled green leaves, marveling that such beauty could exist in this stinking swamp.
"The whole world is beautiful, Belgarian,"
Geryon assured him in response to that unspoken thought.
"You just have to know how to look at it."
Once the fog had burned off, they were able to move at a much more rapid pace. They encountered no other travelers that day. By the time the sun began to sink into the heavy banks of purple cloud that seemed to hover perpetually over the western horizon, they were well upriver.
"How far is it to the Murgo border?"
Geryon asked Sadi, as the two of them gathered firewood while Dernick and Toth set up the tents for the night's encampment.
"Several more days," the eunuch replied. "The highway fords the river up near the headwaters, and then angles down toward Urga. There is a village on the other side of the ford. I'll need to stop there for a few things, suitable garments and the like."
Velvet and Sinedra were unpacking Polgaro's cooking utensils not far away, and the blonde Drasnian girl looked over at Sadi.
"Excuse me," she said, "but I think I have discovered a flaw in your plan."
"Oh?"
"How can we pose as slavers when some of us are obviously women?"
"But there are always women in any party of slave traders, my dear lady,"
he answered, dropping an armload of firewood beside the stone-lined cooking pit.
"I'm sure that if you think about it, you'll understand why."
"I certainly don't,"
Sinedra declared. Sadi coughed rather delicately.
"We trade in female slaves as well as males, your majesty, and a female who has been guarded by women brings a higher price."
A slow flush crept up her face.
"That is revolting,"
Sadi shrugged.
"I did not make the world, your majesty. I only try to live in it."
After they had eaten, Sadi took an earthenware bowl, filled it with hot water, and began to lather his stubbled scalp.
"There's something I've been meaning to ask you, Sadi,"
Silk said from the other side of the fire.
"Exactly what was it that you did to make Salmisra so discontented with you?"
Sadi gave him a wry look.
"Those of us in the Queen's service are an extraordinarily corrupt lot, Keldar. We are all knaves and scoundrels and worse. A number of years ago, Salmisra laid down certain guidelines to keep our plotting and deceit within reasonable limits, just to keep the government from falling apart. I overstepped a few of those limits, most of them, actually. Saris found out about it and ran to the Queen to tattle. I do so wish that I had been able to see his reaction when she kissed him."
He picked up his razor.
"Why do all Naisin men shave their heads?"
Sinedra asked him curiously.
"There are all manner of nasty little insects in Naissa, your majesty, and hair provides them with a perfect nesting place."
She gave him a startled look, her hand going unconsciously to her coppery curls.
"I shouldn't worry too much,"
he smiled.
Most of the time, they are dormant in winter.
About noon several days later, the road they were following began to climb up out of the jungles into the foothills. The damp chill that had lain over the normally steaming swamps of Nissa moderated as they climbed, and it was pleasantly warm as they moved up into the hardwood forest lying along the eastern frontier. The river began to tumble over the stones beside the road, and its murky waters grew clear as they rode deeper into the hills.
"The ford is just up ahead,"
Zaddy told them, as he led them around a broad curve in the road. A stone bridge had once crossed the river there, but time and the turbulent water had eaten away at its foundations and tumbled it into the riverbed. The green water rushed over the fallen stones, swift and foaming. Upstream from the fallen bridge there was a wide stretch of gravel-bottom shallows that rippled sparkling in the sun. A well-traveled trail led down to the ford.
"What about the leeches?" Silk asked, eyeing the water with suspicion.
"The water's a little too fast for them, Prince Keldar. Their bodies are too soft to take much bouncing around on rocks."
He rode confidently down into the rippling stream and led them on across.
"That village I mentioned is just up ahead," he told them as they emerged from the stream. "It should only take me an hour or so to pick up what we'll need."
"The rest of us can wait here, then," Belgarath said, swinging down from his saddle. "You go with him, Silk."
"I can manage,"
Zaddy protested.
"I'm sure you can. Let's just call it a precaution."
"How am I going to explain to the shopkeeper what a Drasnian is doing with me?"
"Lie to him. I'm sure you'll be very convincing."
Geryon dismounted and walked up the slope of the riverbank. These were the people he loved most in the world, but sometimes their idle bantering set his teeth on edge. Even though he knew that they really meant nothing by it, it seemed somehow to reflect an indifferent frivolity, a callous lack of concern for his personal tragedy, and, more importantly, for Tinedra's. He stood atop the riverbank, looking with unseeing eyes down the descending gorge of the River of the Serpent, and then out over the dense green canopy of the jungles of the Snake People. He would be glad to get out of Neissa. It was not so much the clinging mud, the stink of the swamps, nor even the clouds of insects that hovered perpetually in the air. The real problem with Neissa was the fact that one could seldom see for more than a few feet in any direction. For some reason, Geryon felt an overpowering need to see for long distances, and the obscuring trees and undergrowth that had blocked his vision since they had been in Neissa had increasingly irritated him. A number of times he had caught himself just on the verge of clinching his will and blasting out long, clear avenues through the jungle. When Silk and Thadi returned, the little Drasnian's face was angry.
"They're only for show, Prince Keldar,"
Thadi protested mildly.
"We're not actually going to have any slaves with us anyway, so there won't really be anyone to wear them, will there?"
"It's the idea of them that offends me."
"What is this?"
Belgarath asked.
Thadi shrugged.
"I purchased a few shackles and slave bells. Keldar does not approve."
"I don't like the whips either," Silk added.
"I explained that to you, Keldar."
"I know, and it's still disgusting."
"Of course it is. Naissans are a disgusting people. I thought you knew that."
"We can sort out comparative moralities later on. Let's move along."
The road they followed rose steeply up from the river, taking them deeper and deeper into the foothills. The hardwoods gave way to gnarled evergreen and low-lying heather. Great rounded white boulders lay in scattered profusion among the dark green trees, and the sky overhead was an intense blue. They camped that night in a grove of low, twisted junipers, building their fire against a boulder so that its white surface could reflect back both the light and heat. Above them rose a steep ridge that stood jaggedly outlined against the starry eastern sky. "Once we cross that ridge, we will be in Murgos," Sadi told them, as they sat around the fire after supper. "The Murgos watch their borders very carefully, so it's probably time to start wearing our disguises." He opened the large bundle he had brought from the village near the ford, and took out a number of dark green silk robes. He looked speculatively at Tinedra, and then at the gigantic Toth. "There may be a slight problem here. The shopkeeper did not have a wide variety of sizes."
"I'll fix it, Sade,"
Bulgara said, taking the rolled-up robes from him and opening one of the packs in search of her sewing kit. Bulgara had been staring thoughtfully at a large map.
"There's something here that's been bothering me."
He turned to Tzadi.
"Is there any way that Xandromos might have taken a ship from one of those ports on the west coast and sailed around the southern end of the continent to Verkat?"
Sadi shook his head, and his shaven scalp gleamed in the orange firelight. "Impossible, Ancient One. The Malloreon fleet slipped up behind the Murgos a few years back, and King Urga still has nightmares about it. He's closed all the west coast ports, and his ships patrol the sea lanes all the way around the tip of the Urga Peninsula. No one sails along that coast without his specific permission."
"How far is it to Verkat?" Dernick asked.
Tzadi squinted up at the stars. 3, 4 months, perhaps, at this time of the year, Goodman." Polgara had been humming quietly to herself as her needle flashed in the firelight. "Come here, Tinedra." The little queen rose and went over to where she sat. Polgara held up the green silk robe, measuring it against her tiny frame, then nodded in satisfaction. Tinedra wrinkled her nose.
"Do they have to smell so bad?"
she asked Tzadi. "I don't suppose they have to, but they always do. For some reason, slaves have a certain odor about them, and it seems to rub off." And Paul was looking at Toth as she held another of the slaver's robes in her hands. "This could be a bit more challenging," she murmured. The giant gave her a brief, almost shy smile, and rose to put more wood on the fire. As he poked the coals with a stick, a column of winking red sparks rose to greet the stars hanging low in the night sky. From somewhere down the ridge, as if in response to the sparks, there came a deep, coughing roar.
"What is that?"
Tinedra cried. "A lion," Tzadi shrugged. "Sometimes they hunt along the slave route. The old and crippled ones, at any rate."
"Why would they do that?"
"Sometimes slaves get too sick to walk any farther, and they have to be left behind. An old lion can't chase anything that's very nimble, and—" He left it hanging in the air. She stared at him in horror. "You did ask, after all, Your Majesty," he reminded her. "As a matter of fact, I don't like the idea very much myself. That's one of the reasons I left the slave trade, to go into politics." He stood up and brushed off the back of his robe. "Now, if you dear people will excuse me, I have to go feed Zith. Please be careful when you go to your beds tonight. Sometimes she sneaks away after she's been fed. I think it amuses her to hide from me, and one never knows where she might turn up." He walked out of the circle of golden firelight toward the place where he had spread his blankets. Silk stared after him, then turned back to the fire. "I don't know about the rest of you, but I am sleeping right here tonight." The next morning, after breakfast, they donned their evil-smelling robes of Nayusan slavers. At Belgoroth's instruction, Geryon once again covered the hilt of Iron Grip's sword.
I think we had better keep the orb well wrapped as long as we are in Tul Murgos, the old man said. It tends to get excited when there are Angaraks about.
They mounted their horses and followed the ancient highway up a ravine toward the jagged ridgetop. As they rounded a bend, Polgara suddenly reined in her horse with a sharp hiss.
"What's the matter, Paul?"
Dernick asked her. She did not reply immediately, but her face grew pale. Her eyes flashed, and the white lock at her brow suddenly flamed.
"Monstrous," she said. "What is it, Aunt Paul?" Geryon asked. "Look over there," she answered, pointing with a trembling hand. There were white bones scattered about on the rocky ground several yards from the road. Lying among them was a vacant-eyed human skull. "One of the slaves Sati mentioned last night," Silk suggested. Polgara shook her head. "A part of the arrangement between Saras and Naradas involved several men to escort Xandramas to the Murgo border," she reminded him. "When she got this far, she didn't need them any more." Silk's face grew grim. "That seems to be in character. Every time she finishes with somebody, she kills him." "She did not just kill them," Polgara said with a look of revulsion. "She broke their legs and left them for the lions. They waited all day for nightfall, and then the lions came." Tinedra's face blanched. "How horrible!"
"Are you sure, Paul?" Dernick asked, his face slightly sick.
"Some things are so dreadful that they leave their traces in the very rocks."
Belgarath had been staring bleakly at the gnawed bones. "This isn't the first time she's done this. She's not satisfied with just killing people to cover her tracks. She has to commit atrocities."
"She's a monster,"
Tinedra declared.
"She feeds on horror."
"It is a bit more than that," Belgarath replied. "I think she is trying to leave messages for us." He jerked his head toward the scattered bones. "That was not really necessary. I think she is trying to scare us off."
"It won't work," Geryon said quietly. "All she's doing is adding to the final reckoning. When the time finally comes for her to pay for it, I think she's going to find that all of this is more than she can afford." At the top of the ridge, the ancient road they had been following ended abruptly, sharply marking the invisible line where Nyissa ended, and Tul Murgos began. From the ridge-top they looked out over an endless, unbroken expanse of shattered black rock, miles-wide beds of dark brown gravel, all of it shimmering under a broiling sun.
"Which way did Xandramas go from here?"
Dernick asked Geryon. "She turned south," Geryon replied, feeling the orb pulling in a new direction.
"We could gain time if we cut straight out across that there, then, couldn't we?"
"Absolutely out of the question, Goodman Dernick," Sadi declared. "That's the great desert of Urga. It is as big as Algaria. The only water there is in the wells of the Dagashi, and you wouldn't want to get caught dipping into a Dagashi well."
"The Dagashi live out there?"
Dernick asked, shading his eyes with one hand to look out at the fiery wasteland.
"They're the only ones who can," Sadi replied. "Perhaps that explains why they are so fearsome. We are going to have to follow this ridgeline south for 100 leagues or so to get around that waste. Then we'll strike out due southeast across Morth, and on down into the great southern forest in Korut."
Belgarath nodded. "Let's get started, then."
They rode south, skirting the western edge of the desert of Urga, and staying well up in the hills, which sloped steeply down toward the desert floor. As they rode, Geryon noticed that the trees on this side of the ridge were stunted and sparsely distributed. There was no grass growing in the rock-strewn ground, and the heather had given way to scrubby thorn bushes. The sharp ridge line appeared to be an abrupt demarcation between two entirely different climates. What had been only pleasantly warm on the west side became oppressively hot here on the east. There were almost no streams,
and the few springs they found were tiny and seeped their water grudgingly into tepid little puddles hidden among the rust-colored boulders. On the morning of the third day, after they had entered Murgos, Toth belted his blanket across one shoulder, took up his staff, and walked down to the mouth of the ravine where they had spent the night, to look out over the rocky desert lying below. The sun had not yet risen, and the light from the dawn sky was steely and shadowless, etching each rock and crag of the sun-blasted wasteland in sharp detail. After a moment, the giant returned and touched Dernick's shoulder.
"What is it, Toth?"
the smith asked. The mute pointed at the mouth of the ravine.
"All right,"
Dernick said, rising from the spot where he had been kindling their morning fire. The two of them went on down the ravine in the pale light and stood looking out. After a few moments, Dernick called back over his shoulder.
"Belgarath, I think you'd better come here and have a look at this."
The old sorcerer finished pulling on his scuffed and mismatched boots and went on down to join them, his green silk robe flapping about his ankles. He stared out for a while, then muttered a curse.
"We've got a problem,"
he announced without turning. The problem became apparent as soon as the rest of them reached the entrance to the ravine. Some distance out on the desert, a large cloud of dust was rising to hang motionless in the still morning air. "How many men do you think it would take to raise that much dust?" Geryon asked quietly.
"At least several hundred,"
Silk told him.
"Murgos?" "Not unless the Murgos have changed their habits," Velvet murmured. "And those men are dressed in red."
Silk peered intently out at the dust cloud.
"You've got good eyes," he said finally to the blonde girl.
"One of the advantages of youth,"
she replied sweetly. He gave her a quick, irritable look.
"I thought this was Murgo territory,"
Dernick objected.
"It is," Sadi said. "But the Malloreons send patrols out every so often. The Cath has been trying to find a way to come at Urga from behind for a number of years now."
"How did they find water out there, then?"
"I am sure they brought it with them."
Toth turned toward the south side of the ravine and scrambled up the steep rocky bank, sending long streams of dusty brown gravel slithering down behind him.
"Do you think we can outrun them?"
Silk asked Belgarath.
"That probably wouldn't be a very good idea. I think we'd better stay here until they are out of the area."
Toth gave a low whistle from the top of the bank he had just climbed.
"Go see what he wants, Dernick,"
Belgarath said. The smith nodded and started up the steep slope.
"Do you think they will find us up here?"
Tinedra asked tensely.
"It's not too likely, Your Majesty. I doubt they are going to take the time to search every ravine and gully in these mountains."
Belgarath squinted out at the dust cloud.
"They're moving toward the southwest. If we sit tight for a day or so, they will move on out of the vicinity."
"I hate to lose the time,"
Geryon fretted.
"So do I. But I don't think we have got very much choice."
Dernick came sliding back down the bank of the ravine.
"There's another group of men up ahead," he reported. "Murgos, I think."
Belgarath uttered a fairly rancid curse.
"I really don't want to get caught in the middle of a skirmish. Go up there and keep an eye on things," he told Silk. "Let's not have any more surprises."
Silk started up the steep bank of the ravine. On an impulse, Geryon followed him. When they reached the top, they took cover behind a scrubby thorn bush. The fiery ball of the sun slid up out of the desert lying to the east, and the obscuring cloud of dust raised by the advancing Malloreon column turned it to an ominous red. The figures of the men below, both the mounted Malloreons and the concealed Murgos, were tiny in the distance, like toy figures on a miniature landscape. "As closely as I can tell, they're about evenly matched," Silk noted, looking down at the two parties of troops. Geryon considered it. "The Murgos are going to have the advantage, though. They're on higher ground, and they'll have the element of surprise."
Silk grinned.
"Oh, you're turning into quite a tactician." Geryon let that pass. Sadi was right, Silk said. The Malloreons brought water with them. He pointed at 24 or so cumbersome-looking wagons, loaded with large casks, trailing along at the rear of the column, advancing across the desert. The Malloreons reached the first of the shallow ravines, stretching up into the foothills, then halted, while their scouts fanned out to search the rocky terrain. It was only a short time before an alarmed shout announced that at least some of the Murgos had been seen. "But that doesn't make any sense," Geryon said. "They didn't even try to keep from being found." "Oh, Murgos aren't notorious for intelligence," Silk replied. As the red-clad Malloreons massed up for a charge, the concealed Murgos rose from their hiding places and began to shower their foes with arrows. But after only a few volleys, they began to pull back. "Why are they retreating?" Geryon demanded in disgust. "What is the point of setting up an ambush and then turning around and running away from it?" "Nobody's that stupid," Silk muttered his agreement. "They're up to something else." The retreating Murgos kept up a steady rain of arrows, littering the ravines stretching up into the hills with windrows of red-garbed dead, as the Malloreons doggedly charged up into the foothills. Once again, the toy-like quality of all of those men so far below became apparent. At closer range, the carnage at the edge of that vast desert would have sickened Geryon, but from up here he could watch with a little more than curiosity. And then, when the great majority of the charging Malloreons were far up into the ravines and gullies, a force of axe-wielding Murgo cavalry came pounding around the tip of a long rocky ridge that protruded out into the wasteland. "That's what they were up to," Geryon said. "They lured the Malloreons into a charge so they could attack from the rear." "I don't think so," Silk disagreed. "I think they are after the supply wagons." The galloping Murgo cavalry swept across the intervening space, and then thundered along the sides of the poorly guarded Malloreon supply column, their axes rising and falling as they chopped open the water casks. With each stroke, sparkling water gushed out to soak into the arid floor of the desert. The sun, obscured by the dust of the charge, glowed red through the choking clouds to dye the gushing streams of water. From their vantage point, high above the battle, it looked almost to Geryon that the fluid spurting from the ruptured barrels was not water, but blood. With a great outcry of chagrin, the Malloreon charge faltered. Then the red-clad figures far below turned and desperately ran back toward the desert to protect their precious water supply. It was too late. With brutal efficiency, the Murgo cavalry had already axed open every barrel and cask, and was riding back the way they had come with triumphant jeers. The Murgos, whose feigned retreat had drawn the Malloreon troops into their fatal charge, ran back down the ridges to resume their former positions. From their vantage points above the now demoralized Malloreons, they sent great sheets of arrows arcing up into the morning sky to rain down upon their enemies. In the midst of that deadly rain, the Malloreons desperately tried to salvage what little water was left in the bottoms of their shattered barrels. But their losses from the arrow storm grew soon unacceptable. The men in red tunics broke and ran out into the waiting desert, leaving their wagons behind. "That's a brutal way to make war," Silk said. "Well, the battle's pretty much over then, isn't it?" Geryon said, as the black-robed Murgos moved down into the ravines to butcher the wounded. "Oh, yes," Silk replied, sounding almost sick. "The fighting's all done. The dying isn't, though. Maybe the ones who are left can make it back across the desert." "Not a chance." "All right, then," a lean man in a black robe said, stepping out from behind a nearby rocky outcrop with a half-drawn bow in his hands. "Now that you have seen it all, why don't we go back down to your camp and join the others?" Chapter 10. Silk rose to his feet slowly, keeping both hands in plain sight. "You're very quiet on your feet, friend," he observed.
"I am trained to be so,"
the man with the bow replied.
"Move. Your friends are waiting."
Silk gave Geryon a quick warning look. "Let's go along until we can size up the situation," his fingers cautioned. I am sure this one is not alone." They turned and slid down the bank to the floor of the ravine, with the stranger following watchfully behind them, his bow held at the ready. At the upper end of the gully, where they had pitched their tents the previous night, a score of black-robed men armed with bows guarded the others. They all had the scarred cheeks and angular eyes of Murgos, but there were certain subtle differences. The Murgos he had seen before had always been heavy-shouldered, and their stance had been marked by a stiff arrogance. These men were leaner. Their bearing was at once wary and peculiarly relaxed.
"You see, noble Tajak," Sadi said obsequiously to the lean-faced man who seemed to be in charge, "it is exactly as I have told you. I have only these two other servants."
"We know your numbers, slaver,"
the lean-faced man replied in a harshly accented voice.
"We've been watching you since you entered Tol Murgos."
"We have made no effort to hide,"
Sadi protested mildly.
"The only reason we remained concealed here was to avoid becoming involved in that unpleasantness down at the edge of the desert."
He paused.
"One is curious, however, to know why the noble Dagashi would choose to concern themselves with the activities of a party of Nissen slavers. Surely we are not the first to come this way?"
Tajak ignored that, looking carefully at Geryon and his friends with his slate-hard black eyes.
"What is your name, slaver?"
he asked Sadi, finally.
"I am Ussa of Stithistor, good master. Duly registered slave trader. I have all the proper documents, if you'd care to examine them."
"How is it that none of your servants are Nissen?"
Sadi spread his hands innocently.
"The war here in the south makes most of my countrymen a bit reluctant to venture into Tol Murgos just now. So I was forced to hire foreign adventurers instead."
"Perhaps,"
the Dagashi said in a flat, unemotional voice. He gave Sadi a penetrating look.
"Are you interested in money, Ussa of Stithistor?"
he asked suddenly. Sadi's dead eyes brightened, and he rubbed his hands together eagerly.
"Well, now, why don't we talk about that? Just exactly how may I serve you, and how much would you be willing to pay me?"
"You will need to discuss that with my master. My orders were to find a party of slavers and tell them that I could put them in touch with someone who could see that they were well paid for a fairly minor service. Are you interested in such a proposition?"
Sadi hesitated, glancing surreptitiously at Belgarath for some kind of instruction.
"Well,"
Tajak said impatiently,
"are you interested?"
"Of course,"
Sadi answered carefully.
"Who is your master, Tajak? Just who is this benefactor who wants to make me rich?"
"He will tell you his name, and what you must do for him when you meet him. At Kasha."
"Kasha?" Sadi exclaimed. "You didn't say that I'd have to go there."
"There are many things I did not say. Well, do you agree to go with us to Kasha?"
"Do I have any choice?"
"No."
Sadi spread his arms helplessly. "What is Kasha?" Geryon's fingers asked Silk. "The headquarters of the Dagashi. It's got an unsavory reputation."
"All right,"
Tajak said decisively.
"Let's break down these tents and get ready to leave. It is many hours to Kasha, and mid-afternoon is not a good time to be out in the desert."
The sun was well up when they rode out of the mouth of the ravine, with Tajak's Dagashi formed up watchfully around them. Out in the wasteland, the defeated Malloreons had begun their hopeless trek.
"Will they not attempt to use your wells, noble Tajak?"
"Probably, but they won't be able to find them.
We cover our wells with piles of rock, and all piles of rock in the desert look the same.
There were Murgo troops at the base of the foothills, watching the dispirited retreat of the Malloreons. As Tajak approached them, he made a quick, imperious gesture to them, and they grudgingly stood aside. As they rode through a narrow defile that opened out into the desert, Geryon took the opportunity to pull his horse in beside Belgarath's.
"Grandfather,"
he whispered urgently, "what should we do?"
"We wait, and we see what this is all about," the old man replied. "Let's not do anything to give away our disguise. Not yet, anyway."
As they rode out into the furnace heat of the desert, Thaddy looked back at the Murgo soldiers lining the tops of the last low line of hills.
"Your countrymen are most accommodating," he said to Tajak. "I am surprised, though, that they did not stop us to ask one or two questions."
"They know who we are," Tajak said shortly. "And they know better than to interfere with us."
He looked at the already sweating eunuch.
"It would be wise of you to keep your mouth closed now, Usa. The sun draws the moisture out of a man's body very quickly in this desert, and an open mouth is the first thing that it attacks. It is quite possible to talk yourself to death out here."
Sadi gave him a startled look and then clamped his lips tightly together. The heat was unbelievable. The desert floor was for the most part a vast flat bed of reddish-brown gravel, broken only by occasional heaps of dark boulders and widely scattered stretches of gleaming white sand. The world seemed to shimmer and undulate as heat waves rose from the blistering gravel. The sun was like a club beating down on Geryon's head and neck. Though he was sweating profusely, the moisture evaporated from his body so quickly that his clothing remained totally dry. They rode into that furnace for an hour, and then Tajak signaled for a halt. With a quick gesture, he sent 5 of his men off across a low rock ridge lying to the northeast. A short while later they returned, carrying lukewarm water and bags made of whole goat skins.
"Water the horses first,"
Tajak said tersely. Then he strode to the base of the ridge, bent and scooped up a handful of what appeared to be white sand. He came back.
"Hold out your right hands,"
he said, then spilled perhaps a spoonful into each outstretched palm.
"Eat it,"
he ordered. Sadi cautiously licked at the white stuff in his palm, and then immediately spat.
"Issa,"
he swore.
"Salt." "Eat it all," Tajak told him. "If you don't, you will die."
Sadi stared at him.
"The sun is baking the salt out of your body. Without salt in your blood, you will die."
They all reluctantly ate the salt. When they had finished, the Dagashi allowed each of them to drink sparingly. Then they remounted and rode on into that inferno. Sinedra began to droop in her saddle like a wilted flower. The heat seemed to crush her. Geryon pulled his horse in beside hers.
"Are you all right?"
he asked through parched lips.
"No talking,"
a Dagashi snapped. The little queen lifted her face and gave Geryon a wan smile, and then rode on. Time lost all of its meaning in that dreadful place, and even thought became impossible. Geryon rode dumbly, his head bent beneath the hammer-like blows of the sun. Hours, or years, later, he raised his head, squinting against the brilliant light around him. He stared stupidly ahead, and only slowly did the realization come to him that he was seeing something utterly impossible. There, looming in the air before them, floated a vast black island. It hovered above the shimmering, sun-blasted gravel, defying all reason. What manner of sorcery could perform such a feat? How could anyone have that much power? But it was not sorcery. As they rode nearer, the undulating heat waves began to thin, dispelling the mirage and revealing the fact that what they were approaching was not an island in the air, but instead a single rock peak rising precipitously from the desert floor. Encircling it was a narrow trail hacked out of the solid rock and spiraling upward around the mountain.
"Kasha,"
Tajak said shortly.
"Dismount and lead your horses."
The trail was very steep. After the second spiral around the mountain, the shimmering gravel floor of the desert lay far below. Up and up they went, round and round the blisteringly hot peak. And then the trail went directly into the mountain through a large square opening. "More caves?" Silk whispered bitterly. "Why is it always caves?" Geryon, however, moved eagerly. He would gladly have entered a tomb to get away from the intolerable sun.
"Take the horses,"
Tajak instructed some of his men.
"See to them at once. The rest of you come with me."
He led them into a long corridor chopped out of the rock itself. Geryon groped along blindly until his eyes became adjusted to the dimness. Though by no means cold, the air in the corridor was infinitely cooler than it had been outside. He breathed deeply, straightened, and looked around. The brutal amount of physical labor it had taken to hack this long corridor out of solid rock was clearly evident. Tzadi, noticing that as well, looked at the grim-faced man striding beside him.
"I did not know that the Dagashi were such expert stone-cutters."
"We aren't. The corridor was cut by slaves."
"I did not know that the Dagashi kept slaves."
"We don't. Once our fortress was finished, we turned them loose."
"Out there?"
Tzadi's voice was aghast.
"Most of them prefer to jump off the mountain instead."
The corridor ended abruptly in a cavern quite nearly as vast as some Geryon had seen in the land of the Ulgos. Here, however, narrow windows high in the wall admitted light. As he looked up, he saw that this was not a natural cave, but rather was a large hollow that had been roofed over with stone slabs, supported by vaults and buttresses. On the floor of the cave stood a city of low stone houses, and rising in the center of that city stood a bleak, square fortress.
"The house of Jaharb,"
their guide said shortly.
"He waits. We must hurry."
Silk drew in his breath with a sharp hiss.
"What's the matter?"
Geryon whispered.
"We're going to have to be very careful here,"
Silk murmured.
"Jaharb is the chief elder of the Dagashi, and he has a very nasty reputation."
The houses in the city of the Dagashi all had flat roofs and narrow windows. Geryon noticed that there was none of the bustle in the streets which one might see in a western city. The black-robed, unsmiling Dagashi went about their business in silence, and each man he saw moving through that vast, strange, half-lit town seemed to carry a kind of vacant space about him, a circle into which none of his fellow townsmen would intrude. The fortress of Jaharb was solidly built of huge basalt blocks, and the guards at the heavy front door were formidably armed. Tajak spoke briefly to them, and the door swung open. The room to which Tajak took them was large and was illuminated by costly oil lamps, swinging on chains from the ceiling. The only furnishings were heaps of yellow cushions scattered on the floor, and a row of stout, iron-bound chests standing along the rear wall. Seated in the midst of one of the heaps of cushions was an ancient man with white hair, and a dark face that was incredibly wrinkled. He wore a yellow robe, and he was eating grapes as they entered, carefully selecting them one by one, then languidly raising them to his lips.
"The Naisan slavers, revered elder,"
Tajak announced in tones of profoundest respect. Jaharb set aside his bowl of grapes and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees and looking at them intently, with his smoky, penetrating eyes. There was something infinitely chilling about that steady gaze.
"What are you called?"
he asked Tzadi finally. His voice was as cold as his eyes, very quiet, and with a kind of dusty dryness to it.
"I am Usa, revered one,"
Tzadi replied with a sinuous bow.
"So, what is your business in the lands of the Murgos?"
The ancient man spoke slowly, drawing out his words almost as if he were singing them.
"The slave trade, great elder,"
Tzadi answered quickly.
"Buying or selling. A bit of each. The present turmoil offers certain opportunities. I am sure it does. You are here for gain, then? A reasonable profit is all, revered Jahab. The elder's expression did not change, but his eyes bored into the face of the suddenly sweating eunuch. You seem uncomfortable, Usa, the dusty voice crooned softly. Why is that? The heat, revered Jahab, Sadi said nervously. Your desert is very hot. Perhaps. The smoky eyes continued their unrelenting gaze. Is it your purpose to enter the lands controlled by the Malloreons? Why, yes, Sadi replied. As a matter of fact, it is. I am told that many slaves took advantage of the chaos that accompanied the Malloreon invasions to hide themselves in the forest of Korut. They are free for the taking, and the fields and vineyards of Haga and Khatan lie untended for lack of slaves to work them. There is profit in such a situation. You will have little time for pursuing runaway slaves, Usa. You must be in Rak Urga before 2 months have passed. But, Jahar held up a hand, you will proceed from this place to Rak Urga, where you are expected. A new servant will join you there. His name is Kabach, and you will find him in the temple of Tarak, under the protection of Agachek, the Grolam hierarch of that place. Agachek and Urgit will place you and your servants on board a ship, which will take you around the southern end of the Urga Peninsula to Rak Urga. From there you will go directly overland to Rak Urga. Do you understand all that I have said? Most certainly, revered Shahab. And what is it that you want me to do in Rak Urga? Would you reach Rak Urga, Kabach will leave you, and your task will be complete. Your entire service to me consists of concealing him within your party as you journey to Rak Urga. A small thing, but your reward will be great. The ship will certainly save me months of difficult travel on horseback, revealed Elder, but will I not have difficulty explaining my presence to the Malloreons if I have no slaves to sell in the mart at Rak Urga? You will buy slaves in Taha or Korut. The Malloreons will have no reason to question you. Forgive me, revered elder, Sadi said with a slightly embarrassed cough, but my purse is slender. That's why my plan was to capture runaway slaves. They cost no more than the effort of running them down. Jaharb did not reply, and his probing eyes remained flat and emotionless. He turned his gaze to Tajach. Open that chest at the end. Tajak moved quickly to obey. When he lifted the lid of the chest, Geryon heard Zenedra gasp involuntarily. The chest was filled to its very brim with bright red gold coins. Take what you need, Ussa, Jaharb said indifferently. Then a faintly amused look flickered in his smoldering eyes. but no more than you can hold in both your hands."
Tzadi gaped at the gold-filled chest. His eyes filled with greed, and his face and shaven scalp sweating profusely. He looked at the red gold again, then down at his own two rather delicately shaped hands. A sudden look of undisguised cunning came over his face.
"Gold is heavy, most revered Jahab, and my hands are quite weak as a result of a recent illness. Might I have one of my servants gather up your most generous payment?"
"That's not an unreasonable request, Ussa," Jahab replied, his eyes openly amused now. "But mind, no more than he can hold in his two hands."
"Naturally. I certainly wouldn't want you to overpay me."
Tzadi turned.
"You there," he said to Toth. "Go to that chest and remove a double handful of coins, and be certain that you take no more."
Impassively, Toth went to the chest and scooped out perhaps half a pailful of the gleaming red coins in his huge hands. Jahab regarded the nervously sweating eunuch for a long moment, his wrinkled face expressionless. Then quite suddenly he threw back his head and laughed a dusty laugh.
"Excellent, Ussa," he crooned softly. "Your mind is agile. I like that quality in those who serve me. It may be that you'll even live long enough to spend some of the gold you have just so cleverly obtained."
"It was merely a demonstration of my intelligence, revered Jahab," Tzadi answered quickly. "To prove to you that you made no mistake in selecting me, I'll have him put the coins back if you wish. Some of them, anyway."
"No, Ussa. Keep them all. You will earn every one of them by the time you reach Rak Urga, I think."
"I am much honored to be of service to the Dagashi, even if it were not for your open-handed generosity. I would be no poorer for having befriended you."
He hesitated, glancing quickly at Belgarath.
"I have been told, revered elder, that the Dagashi know many things."
"Few secrets are hidden from us in this part of the world."
"Might I be so bold as to ask a question? A small thing, but one of some interest to me."
"You may ask, Ussa. I will decide whether or not to answer after I hear the question."
"I have an extremely wealthy customer in Tolhanath, revered Jahab. He has an absolute passion for rare books, and he would pay me a fortune for a copy of the Grolum prophecies of Rachthol. Do you possibly know where I might find such a book?"
Jahab frowned slightly, rubbing at his wrinkled cheek.
"The Dagashi have little interest in books. The volume you seek would certainly have been in the library of Tuchik at Rachthol, but I am sure it was lost when Belgarath the sorcerer destroyed the city."
He thought a moment longer.
"You might ask Agachak when you get to Rak Urga, however. The temple library there is most extensive. Since the prophecies deal with religion, Agachak is certain to have a copy, if one still exists." "I am profoundly grateful for the information, revered elder," Tzadi said, bowing again.
Jahab straightened.
"And now you and your servants will need to rest. You depart for Rak Urga at first light tomorrow morning. A room has been prepared for you.
He turned back to his bowl of grapes. The room to which they were taken was quite large. The stone walls had been whitewashed to enhance the dim light which lay over the city of the assassins, but the furnishings were rudimentary at best, consisting only of a low stone table and heaps of cushions. As soon as the black-robed Tajak left them alone, Geryon pulled off his green slaver's robe. "Grandfather, what are we going to do? We can't go to Rak Urga. If we are ever going to catch Sandramas, we're going to have to get to Verkat as soon as we can." The old man sprawled in a pile of cushions. "Actually, Geryon, things could not have worked out better for us. Once we have the ship that Agachak and Urgat have waiting for us, we can sail directly on to Verkat. That is going to save us months of difficult travel." "But won't the Dagashi, this Kabach who's waiting at Rak Urga, object if we don't land where Jaharb said we are going to?" Sadi unlatched his leather case.
"Set your mind at ease, Belgarian."
He took out a small vial containing a thick blue liquid and held it up.
2 drops of this in his food, and he'll be so happy he won't care where we are going.
"You are a very versatile fellow, Tzadi," Belgarath said. "How did you know that I was looking for the prophecies of the Western Grolams?"
Sadi shrugged.
"It wasn't hard to deduce, Ancient One. A part of the arrangement between Saris and Narodus involved the burning of the only copy of that book in the palace library at Stithis Tor. If Sandramas wanted it destroyed, it was fairly obvious that she did not want you to get your hands on it."
"I'm starting to revise my opinion of you, Tzadi. I still don't entirely trust you, but you certainly can be useful when you set your mind to it."
"Why, thank you, Ancient Belgarath."
The eunuch took out the small earthenware bottle.
"Are you going to feed that snake?"
Silk asked.
"Well, she does get hungry, Keldar."
"I'll wait outside, then." "Tell me, Prince Keldar," Velvet said curiously, "what is the source of this peculiar aversion of yours toward reptiles?" "Most normal people don't like snakes." "Oh, they aren't that bad. Are you trying to be funny?"
She opened her brown eyes very wide in an expression of exaggerated innocence.
"Would I do that?"
He went out into the hallway, muttering to himself. Velvet laughed and then went over to join Zenedra on the pile of cushions near the window. Geryon had noticed that the two of them had grown quite close during the weeks since they had left Tolhunath. Because Polgara had always seemed so totally self-sufficient, he had not fully realized the deep-seated need that most women had for the companionship of other women. As Tzadi fed his little green snake, the two of them sat side by side on the cushions and brushed the dust of their journey out of their hair.
"Why do you tease him so much, Litzel?"
Zenedra asked, pulling her brush through her flaming locks.
"I'm getting even with him,"
Velvet replied, with an impish smile.
"When I was a little girl, he used to tease me outrageously. Now, it is my turn." "You always seem to know just exactly what to say to offend him the most." "Oh, I know him very well, Zenedra. I've been watching him for years now. I know every single one of his weaknesses, and I know exactly where he is the most sensitive."
The blonde girl's eyes grew soft.
"He is a legend in Drasnia, you know. At the academy, whole seminars are devoted to his exploits. We all try to emulate him, but none of us has his outrageous flair."
Zenedra stopped brushing and gave her friend a long, speculative look.
"Yes?"
Velvet said, returning the look.
"Oh, nothing,"
Zenedra said, and went back to brushing her hair. The desert night was surprisingly chill. The air was so totally devoid of moisture that each day's heat evaporated almost as soon as the sun went down. As they set out from Kasha in the steely dawn light, Geryon found that he was actually shivering. By mid-morning, however, the burning sun had again turned the barren wastes of Araga into an inferno. It was nearly noon by the time they reached the foothills along the western rim of the desert and began the climb that took them up out of this hideous furnace. "How long until we get to Rak Urga, good master?" Sadi asked Tajak, who once again escorted them.
"A week or so."
"Distances are very great in this part of Tol Murgos, aren't they?"
"It is a very large country."
"And very empty."
"Only if you don't look around you."
Sadi looked at him inquiringly.
"Along that ridge, for example."
He pointed toward the ragged stretch of rock outlined against the western sky where a single black-robed Murgo sat astride his horse, watching them.
"How long has he been there?"
"For the past hour. Don't you ever look up?"
"In Nyissa we always watch the ground. Snakes, you know."
"That explains it, I suppose."
"What is he doing up there?"
"Watching us. King Urgat likes to keep track of strangers."
"Is he likely to cause trouble?"
"We are Tagashi, Naisen. Other Murgos do not cause us trouble."
"It is a great comfort to have so formidable an escort, good Tajak."
The country through which they rode for the next week was rocky, and only sparsely vegetated. Geryon had some difficulty adjusting to the notion that it was late summer here in the southern latitudes. The turn of the seasons had always been so immutable that emotionally, and perhaps in his very blood, he found that he could not actually accept the idea that they were reversed here at the bottom of the world. At a certain point in their journey southward, he felt the well-covered orb on the pommel of the sword that rode across his back tug strongly off toward the left. He nudged his horse up beside Belgarath's.
"Zandramas turned east here,"
he reported quietly. The old man nodded.
"Oh, I hate to lose the trail,"
Geryon said.
"If Sandy's wrong about where she's going, it could take months to find it again."
"We wasted a lot of time on the bear cult, Geryon,"
the old man replied.
"We have to make that up, and that means taking a few gambles."
"I suppose you're right, grandfather, but I still don't like it."
"I don't much either, but I don't think we have any choice, do we?"
A series of squalls blew in off of the great western sea as they proceeded down the rocky spine of the Urga Peninsula, an indication that autumn was rapidly approaching. Although the squalls were blustery, they carried only fitful spates of rain, and the journey continued without interruption. They more frequently saw mounted Murgo patrols now, ranging along the ridge-tops and outlined against the dirty gray sky. The Murgos, however, prudently gave the Dagashi a wide berth. And then, about noon on a windy day when heavy clouds rolled in off of the vast ocean, they topped a hill and looked down at a large body of water embraced by steep rock cliffs.
"The Gulf of Urga,"
Tajak said tersely, pointing at that leaden sea. A peninsula jutted out from the far shore, sheltering the entrance to the gulf with a rocky headland. Embraced by the curve of that headland was a harbor dotted with black-hulled ships, and rising from that harbor was a fair-sized town.
"Is that it?"
Sadi asked. Tajak nodded.
"Rak Urga."
A ferry awaited them on the narrow beach, bobbing in the sullen waves rolling in from the open sea. It was large, a wide-beamed barge, manned by 20 wretched-looking slaves under the watchful eye of a Murgo boatman, armed with a long whip. Tajak and his men led the way down to the gravel strand, then turned without a word, and rode back up the trail. The channel running from the great western sea into the Gulf of Urga was not wide, and Geryon could clearly make out the low stone buildings of Rak Urga, squatting under a murky sky on the far side. Sadi spoke briefly with the Murgo. A few coins changed hands, and then they led their horses aboard. The Murgo barked a short command to his slaves, cracking his whip over their heads by way of emphasis. Desperately, the slaves pushed the barge off of the gravel beach with their oars, casting fearful glances at their cruel-faced master and his whip. Once they were clear of the beach, they quickly took their places and began to row, pulling hard for the city across the narrow channel. The Murgo paced up and down the length of the barge, his face alert, and his eyes intent on his slaves, watching for any hint of flagging effort. Once, when they were about halfway across, he partially raised his whip, apparently for no other reason than out of a desire to use it. "Excuse me, noble ferryman," Silk said, stepping in front of him. "But did you know that your boat is leaking?"
"Leaking?"
the Murgo replied sharply, lowering his whip.
"Where?"
"Oh, I can't really be sure, but there is quite a bit of water down there in the bottom." The Murgo called to his steersman in the stern, and then quickly raised a wooden grating so that the two of them could peer down into the shallow bottom of the boat.
"That is bilge water,"
he said in disgust, motioning his steersman back to his post.
"Don't you know anything about boats?"
"Not much," Silk admitted. "I saw the water and thought you ought to know about it. I'm sorry to have bothered you." He walked forward to rejoin the others.
"What was that all about?"
Belgarath asked.
Dernick's face was getting a bit bleak, Silk shrugged. I did not want his passion for justice to get the better of him.
Belgarath looked at the smith.
"I'm not going to stand around idly if he starts flogging these poor men,"
Dernick declared, his face stiff.
"The minute he raises that whip, he's going to find himself swimming."
"Don't you see what I mean?"
Silk said. Belgarath looked as if he were about to say something, but Polgara stepped in front of him.
"Leave him alone, father. It is the way he is, and I would not change him for the world."
The harbor of Rak Urga was even more congested with ships than it appeared to be from the other side. The steersman of the barge picked his way carefully through all of those anchored vessels toward the stone quays jutting out into the lead-gray chop of the channel. A dozen or more of the wide-beamed Murgo ships were moored to the quays, bumping against woven rope fenders as gangs of slaves unloaded them. The barge drew in close to the sheltered side of one of the quays, and the horses were carefully led up a slanting stone ramp made slippery by clinging seaweed. Thenedra looked down at the garbage-strewn water sloshing below, and sniffed disdainfully.
"Why do seaports always look and smell the same?" she murmured. "Probably because of the people who live in them and find all that water irresistible," Velvet replied.
Thenedra looked puzzled.
"It is just too convenient,"
the Drasnian girl explained.
"They always seem to forget that the garbage they throw into the harbor this morning will come back to haunt them with the afternoon tide."
When they reached the top of the ramp, a self-important Murgo stood waiting for them, his heavy black robe flapping in the stiff breeze.
"You there,"
he said arrogantly.
"State your business."
Sadi stepped forward and gave the Murgo an oily bow.
"I am Ussa, registered slave trader from Stifistor. I have all of the necessary documents."
"There's no slave market in Rak Urga,"
the Murgo declared suspiciously.
"Hand over your documents."
"Of course."
Sadi dipped his hand inside his green robe and brought out a packet of folded parchment.
"If you're not dealing in slaves, what are you doing here?"
the Murgo demanded, taking the packet from him.
"I am merely doing a favor for my good friend Shaharb, chief elder of the Dagashi,"
Sadi told him. The Murgo paused in the very act of opening the packet.
"Shaharb?"
he said a bit apprehensively. Sadi nodded.
"Since I was passing this way anyhow, he asked me to stop by and deliver a message to Agachak, the hierarch of Rak Urga."
The Murgo swallowed hard and thrust the documents back into Sadi's hands, as if they had suddenly grown very hot.
"On your way, then,"
he said shortly.
"My thanks, noble sir,"
Sadi said with another bow.
"Excuse me, but could you direct me to the Temple of Torak? This is my first visit to Rak Urga."
"It lies at the head of the street, running up from this quay," the Murgo answered.
"Again, my thanks. If you give me your name, I will tell Agachak how helpful you were.
The Murgos' face took on a pasty hue.
That won't be necessary,
he said quickly, then turned and walked away. The names Jahab and Agachak appear to have a certain impact here, Silk suggested. Tzadi smiled.
I imagine that, if you were to mention them in the same breath, every door in town would open for you, he agreed.
Rak Urga was not an attractive city. The streets were narrow, the buildings were built of roughly squared-off stones, topped by gray slate roofs that overhung the streets, putting the thoroughfares into a perpetually gloomy twilight. It was not merely that gray bleakness, however, that made the city so dreary. There was about it an air of cold unconcern for normal human feelings, coupled with a sense of lingering fear. Grim-faced Murgos in their black robes moved through the streets, neither speaking nor even acknowledging the presence of their fellow townsmen.
"Why are all these people all so unfriendly toward each other?"
Ariand asked Bulgara.
"It is a cultural trait," she told him. "Murgos were the aristocracy at Tol Mishrak before Torak ordered them to migrate to this continent. They are absolutely convinced that the Murgos are the supreme creation of the universe, and every one of them is convinced that he is superior to all the rest. It doesn't leave them very much to talk about."
There was a pall of greasy black smoke hanging over the city, bringing with it a sickening stench.
"What is that dreadful smell?"
Velvet asked, wrinkling her nose. "I don't think you really want to know," Silk told her with a bleak look on his face.
"Oh, surely they aren't still—"
Garion left it hanging. "It seems so," the little man replied.
"But Torak's dead. What's the sense of it?"
Grolums have never really been all that much concerned about the fact that what they do does not make sense, Garion. The source of their power has always been terror, Belgarath said. If they want to keep the power, they have to continue the terror.
They rounded a corner and saw a huge black building ahead of them. A column of dense smoke rose from a large chimney, jutting up from the slate roof, blowing first this way and then that, in the gusty winds coming up from the harbor.
"Is that the temple?"
Dernick asked.
"Yes,"
Polgara replied. She pointed at the two massive nail-studded doors forming the only break in the blank, featureless wall. Directly above those doors were hung the polished steel replicas of the face of Torak. Garion felt the familiar chill in his blood as he looked at the brooding face of his enemy. Even now, after all that had happened in the City of Endless Night, the face of Torak filled him with dread, and he was not particularly surprised to find that he was actually trembling as he approached the entrance to the temple of the maimed god of Angarak. Chapter 11. Tzadi slid down from his saddle, went up to the nail-studded doors, and clanged the rusty iron knocker, sending hollow echoes reverberating back into the temple.
"Who comes to the house of Torak?"
a muffled voice demanded from inside.
"I bear a message from Jaharb, chief elder at Mount Kasha, for the ears of Agachak, hierarch of Rak Urga."
There was a momentary pause inside, and then one of the doors creaked open, and a pock-marked Gorolum looked cautiously out at them.
"You are not of the Dagashi?"
he said accusingly to Tzadi.
"No. As a matter of fact, I'm not. There's an arrangement between Jaharb and Agachak, and I am part of it."
"I have not heard of such an arrangement."
Tzadi looked pointedly at the unadorned hood of the Grolum's robe, an obvious indication that the priest was of low rank.
"Forgive me, servant of Torak," he said coolly, "but is your hierarch in the habit of confiding in his storeman?"
The Grolum's face darkened as he glared at the eunuch.
"Cover your head, Nayasin,"
he said after a long moment.
"This is a holy place."
"Of course.
Tzadi pulled the hood of his green robe up over his shaven scalp.
"Will you have someone see to our horses?"
"They will be taken care of. Are these your servants?"
The Grolem looked past Tzadi's shoulder at the others, who still sat their horses in the cobbled street.
"They are, noble priest."
"Tell them to come with us. I will take you all to Kavat."
"Excuse me, priest of the dragon god. My message is for Agachak."
"No one sees Agachak without first seeing Kavat. Bring your servants and follow me."
The rest of them dismounted and passed through the grim doors into the torchlit corridor beyond. The sickening odor of burning flesh, which had pervaded the city, was even stronger here in the temple. A sense of dread came over Geryon as he followed the Grolem and Tzadi along the smoky hallway into the temple. The place reeked of an ancient evil, and the hollow-faced priests they passed in the corridor all looked at them with heavy suspicion and undisguised malice. Then there came from somewhere in the building an agonized shriek, followed by a great iron clang. Geryon shuddered, fully aware of the meaning of those sounds.
"Is the ancient rite of sacrifice still performed?"
Tzadi asked the Grolem in some surprise.
"I would have thought that the practice might have fallen into disuse, all things considered."
"Nothing has happened to make us discontinue the performance of our holiest duty, Niesen," the Grolem replied coldly. "Each hour we offer up a human heart to the god Torak."
"But Torak is no more."
The Grolem stopped, his face angry.
"Never speak those words again," he snapped. "It is not the place of a foreigner to utter such blasphemies within the walls of the temple. The spirit of Torak lives on. One day he will be reborn, and will rule the world. He himself will wield the knife when his enemy, Belgarion of Riva, lies screaming on the altar."
"Oh, now there's a cheery thought," Silk murmured to Belgarath. "We get to do it all over again."
"Just shut up, Silk,"
Belgarath muttered. The chamber to which the Grolem underpriest led them was large and dimly lighted by several oil lamps. The walls were lined with black drapes, and the air was thick with incense. A slim, hooded figure sat behind a large table with a guttering black candle at its elbow, and a heavy black-bound book before it. A kind of warning tingle prickled Geryon's scalp as he sensed the power emanating from that figure. He glanced quickly at Polgara, and she nodded gravely.
"Forgive me, Holy Chabat,"
the pock-marked Grolem said in a slightly trembling voice as he genuflected before the table.
"But I bring a messenger from Jaharb, the assassin."
The figure at the table looked up, and Geryon suppressed a start of surprise. It was a woman. There was about her face a kind of luminous beauty, but it was not that which struck his eye. Cruelly inscribed into each of her pale cheeks were deep red scars that ran down from her temples to her chin in an ornate design, a design which appeared to represent flames. Her eyes were dark and smoldering, and her full-lipped mouth was drawn into a contemptuous sneer. A deep purple piping marked the edge of her black hood.
"So?"
she said in a harshly rasping voice.
"And how is it that the Dagashi now entrust their messages to foreigners?" "I thought not to ask, Holy Chabat,"
the Grolem faltered.
"This one claims to be a friend of Jaharb." "And you chose not to question him further?"
Her harsh voice sank into a menacing whisper, and her eyes bored into the suddenly trembling underpriest. Then her gaze slowly shifted to Tzadi.
"Say your name," she commanded.
"I am Ussa of Stifistor, Holy Priestess," he replied. "Jaharb instructed me to present myself to your hierarch, and to give him a message."
"And what is that message?"
Forgive me, Holy Priestess, but I was told that it was for Agachak's ears alone."
"I am Agachak's ears,"
she told him, her voice getting dreadfully quiet.
Nothing reaches his ears that I have not heard first.
It was the tone of her voice that made Girion suddenly understand. Although this cruelly scarred woman had somehow risen to a position of power here in the temple, she was still uncertain about that power. She bore her uncertainty like an open wound, and the slightest questioning of her authority roused in her an abiding hatred for whomever doubted her. Fervently he hoped that Sadi realized how extremely dangerous she was.
"Ah," Sadi said with polished aplomb, "I was not fully aware of the situation here. I was told that Shahab, Agachak, and King Urgat have reason to want one Kabach transported safely to Rak Urga. I am the one who is to provide that transportation."
Her eyes narrowed suspiciously.
"That is certainly not the entire message,"
she accused.
"I am afraid it is, noble priestess. I presume that Agachak will understand its meaning?"
"Jahab said nothing else to you?"
"Only that this Kabach is here in the temple under Agachak's protection."
"Impossible," she snapped. "I would have known about it if he were. Agachak conceals nothing from me."
Sadi spread his hands in a mollifying gesture.
"I can only repeat what Rahab told me, holy priestess."
She gnawed at one knuckle. Her eyes suddenly filled with doubt.
"If you are lying to me, Usa, or trying to conceal something, I will have your heart ripped out," she threatened.
"That is the entire message, holy priestess. May I now deliver it to your hierarch?"
"The hierarch is at the Drosium Palace, consulting with the High King. He is not likely to return until midnight."
"Is there then some place where my servants and I could await his return?"
"I have not finished with you, Usa of Stygi's Tor. What is it that this Kabach is to do in Rak Urga?"
"Shahab did not think I needed to know that."
"I think you are lying to me, Usa," she said,
her fingernails rapping a nervous staccato on the tabletop.
"I have no reason to lie to you, holy Kabat," he protested.
"Agachak ought have told me of this matter. He conceals nothing from me. Nothing."
"Perhaps he overlooked it. It may not be anything of much importance."
She looked at each of the others in turn. Then, her eyes hooded beneath her dark brows, she turned a cold gaze on the still trembling Grolem.
"Tell me,"
she said in a voice scarcely more than a whisper,
"how is it that the one over there was permitted to come into my presence bearing a sword?"
She pointed at Girion. The priest's face grew stricken.
"Forgive me, Kabat. I failed to notice the sword."
"Failed? How can one fail to see so large a weapon? Can you possibly explain that to me?"
The Grolem began to tremble even more violently.
"Is that sword perhaps invisible? Or is it perhaps that my safety is of no concern to you?"
Her scarred face grew even more cruel.
"Or might it be that you bear me some malice, and hope that this foreigner might decide to slay me?"
The Grolem's face grew ashen.
"I think perhaps that I should bring this matter to the attention of Agachak upon his return. He will doubtless wish to speak with you about this invisible sword at some length."
The door to the chamber opened, and an emaciated Grolem, black-robed, but with his green-lined hood pushed back, entered the chamber. His black hair was greasy and hung in lank tangles about his shoulders. He had the bulging eyes of a fanatic, and there was the acrid odor of a long, unwashed body about him.
"It is nearly time, Kabat,"
he announced in a strident voice. Kabat's smoldering eyes softened as she looked at him.
"Thank you, Sachak," she replied,
lowering her eyelashes in an oddly coquettish fashion. She rose, opened a drawer in the table, and took out a black leather case. She opened the case and lovingly lifted out a long, gleaming knife. Then she looked coldly at the Grolem priest she had just chastised.
"I go now to the sanctum to perform the rite of sacrifice,"
she told him, absently testing the edge of her heavy-bladed knife.
"If one single word of anything that has happened here escapes your lips, you yourself will die at the next sounding of the bell. Now, take these slavers to suitable quarters, where they can await the return of the hierarch."
She turned back to the greasy-haired Sorchak, her eyes alight with a sudden, dreadful eagerness.
"Will you escort me to the sanctum, so that you can witness my performance of the rite?"
"I would be honored, Kabat," he replied with a jerky bow. But as the priestess turned from him, his lip curled into a sneer of contempt.
"I will leave you in the care of this bungler,"
she told Sadi as she passed him.
"You and I have not finished our discussion, but I must go prepare myself for the sacrifice."
With Sorchak at her side, she left the room. When the door closed, the pock-marked underpriest spat on the floor where she had just stood. "I had not known that a priestess could rise to the purple in one of the temples of Torak," Sadi said to him.
"She is the favorite of Agachak,"
the Grolem muttered darkly.
"Her ability at sorcery is very limited. So her elevation came at his insistence. The hierarch has a peculiar preference for ugly things. It is only his power that keeps her from getting her throat cut."
"Ah, politics," Sadi sighed. "It's the same the world over. She seems most zealous about the performance of her religious duties, however."
"Her eagerness to perform the rite of sacrifice has little to do with religion. She delights in blood. I myself have seen her drink it, as it gushes from the chest of the sacrifice, and she bathes her face and arms in it."
The priest glanced around quickly as if afraid of being overheard.
"One day, however, Agachak will discover that she practices witchcraft in the house of Torak, and that she and Sorchak celebrate their Black Sabbath with obscene rites when all of the others in the temple have gone to their beds. When our hierarch discovers their corruption, she herself will go screaming under that knife, and every Grolem in the temple will volunteer to slit her open as she lies on the altar."
He straightened.
"Come with me,"
he ordered them. The rooms to which he led them were little more than a series of narrow, dim cells. In each cell stood a low cot, and hanging on a peg protruding from the wall in each was a black Grolem robe. The priest nodded briefly, then silently left. Silk looked around the somewhat larger central room with its single lamp and the rough table and benches in its center. "Hardly what I would call luxurious," he sniffed.
"We can lodge a complaint if you like,"
Velvet suggested.
"What happened to her face?"
Sinedra asked in a horrified voice.
"She was hideous."
"It was a custom in certain Grolem temples in parts of Haka," Polgara replied. "Priestesses with some ability at sorcery carved their faces in that fashion to seal themselves to Torak forever. The practice has largely been abandoned."
"But she could have been so beautiful. Why did she disfigure herself that way?"
"People sometimes do very strange things in the grip of religious hysteria." "How did that Grolem miss Singerion's sword?" Silk asked Belgarath.
"The orb is taking steps to make itself inconspicuous."
"Did you tell it to do that?"
"No. Sometimes it gets certain ideas on its own."
"Well, things seem to be going rather well, don't you think?"
Sadi said, rubbing his hands together in a self-congratulatory manner.
"I told you I could be very useful down here."
"Oh, very useful, Sadi," Silk replied sardonically. "So far, you've led us into the middle of a battle, directly into the headquarters of the Dagashi, and now to the very center of the Grolem power in Tol Murgos. What did you have planned for us next, assuming that the lady with the interesting face doesn't gut you before morning?"
"We are going to get the ship, Geldar," Zadi assured him. "Not even Kawat would dare to counter the wishes of Agachak, no matter how injured her pride may be. And the ship will save us months."
"There's something else, Geryon, and I need to attend to," Belgarath said. "Darnik, take a look out in that hallway. See if they've posted any guards to watch us."
"Where are you going?" Silk asked.
"I need to find the library. I want to see if Jahar was right about that book being here."
"Wouldn't it be better to wait until tonight, after everyone else has gone to bed?"
The old man shook his head. "It might take us a while to find what we need. Agachak's going to be at the palace until midnight, so this is probably the best time to paw through his library."
He gave the little Trasnian a brief smile.
"And besides, although it might upset your notion of order, sometimes you can move around in the daytime more easily than you can by sneaking around corners after midnight."
"That's a terribly unnatural thing to suggest, Belgarath."
"Well, the hallway looks clear," Dernik reported from the doorway.
"Good." Belgarath stepped back into the cells and emerged with a couple of the Grolem robes.
"Here,"
he said, extending one of them to Geryon.
"Put this on."
As the two of them pulled off their green robes and replaced them with the black ones, Dernik kept watch at the door.
"Oh, it's still clear, Belgarath, but you'd better hurry. I can hear the people moving around down at the far end."
The old man nodded, pulling up the hood of his robe.
"Let's go," he said to Geryon.
The corridors were dim, lighted only by smoky torches set in iron rings protruding from the stone walls. They encountered but few of the black-robed Grolem priests in the hallways. The Grolems walked with an odd, swaying gait, their arms folded in their sleeves, their heads down, and the cowls of their robes covering their faces. Geryon guessed that there was some obscure significance to that stiff-legged walk, and tried to emulate it as he followed his grandfather along the half-lit halls. Belgarath moved with feigned confidence, as if he knew precisely where they were going. They reached a broader corridor, and the old man glanced once toward its far end, where a pair of heavy doors stood open. Beyond those doors lay a room filled with the flickering light of seething flames.
"Not that way,"
he whispered to Geryon. "What is it?"
"The sanctum. That's where the altar is."
He quickly led the way across the corridor and entered an intersecting hallway.
"This could take hours, grandfather,"
Geryon said in a low voice. Belgarath shook his head.
"Grolem architecture is fairly predictable. We are in the right part of the temple. You check the doors on that side, and I will take these over here."
They moved along the hall, cautiously opening each door as they came to it.
"Geryon," the old man whispered. "It's over here."
The room they entered was quite large and smelled of old parchment and moldy leather bindings. It was filled with row upon row of tall, cluttered bookshelves. Solitary tables, each with a pair of wooden benches with a single dimly glowing oil lamp hanging over it on a long chain, stood in little alcoves along the walls.
"Take a book. Any book," Belgarath said. "Sit at that table over there and try to look as if you are studying. Keep your hood up and your eye on that door. I'm going to have to look around. Cough if anybody comes near."
Geryon nodded, took a heavy volume from one of the shelves, and seated himself at the table. The minutes dragged by as he looked unseeing at the pages of his book, with his ears straining for the slightest sound. Then, shockingly, there came the now familiar shriek, a long, drawn-out cry of despairing agony, followed by that sullen iron clang of the huge gong in the sanctum, where the Grolems conducted their unspeakable rites. Unbidden, an image arose in his mind, the image of the scar-faced Chavat gleefully butchering a victim. He clenched his teeth together, forcing himself not to leap to his feet to stop that abomination. Then Belgarath whistled softly to him from a narrow aisle leading back between the two high-standing bookshelves.
"I've got it. Keep watch on that door. I'll be back here."
Geryon sat nervously at the table.
his eyes and ears alert. He was not good at this sort of thing. His nerves seemed to wind tighter and tighter as he waited, listening and watching for someone to open the door. What would he do if some black-robed priest entered? Should he speak or just remain silent with his head down over his book? What was customary here? He formulated a half-dozen different strategies, but when the latch of the door clicked loudly, he followed one that he had not even considered. He bolted. He swung his legs over the bench upon which he sat and noiselessly dodged back among the high, dark shelves, looking for Belgarath.
"Is it safe to talk in here?"
he heard someone say. Another man grunted.
"Nobody comes in here anymore. What was it you wanted to talk about? Have you endured enough of her yet? Are you ready to do something about her?"
"Keep your voice down, you fool."
"If someone hears you and carries your words back to her, your heart will fry in the coals at the next sounding of the bell." "I loathe that scar-faced wench,"
the first Grolem spat.
"Yes, we all do. But our lives depend on not letting her know that. As long as she is Agachak's favorite, her power is absolute. She won't be his favorite if he finds out that she's been practicing magic here in this temple." "How will he find out? Will you denounce her?" "She would deny it. And then Agachak would let her have you to do with as she chooses."
There was a long, fearful silence.
"Besides,"
the second Grolem continued,
"I don't think Agachak would even care about her petty amusements. The only thing that concerns him at the moment is his search for Thrag-Zardius. He and the other hierarchs are bending all of their thought to locating it. If she wants to dally with Sorchak and try to raise demons in the middle of the night, that is her affair and no business of ours." "It is an abomination."
The first priest's voice was choked with outrage.
"She defiles our temple." "I won't listen to such talk. I want to keep my heart inside my chest." "Very well."
The first Grolem's tone grew sly.
"It may be as you say. You and I are both of the green, however, and our elevation to the purple will be more genuine than hers was. If we came upon her when no one else was around, you could use your power to lock her muscles, and I could sink my knife into her heart. Then she could stand before Torak and listen to his judgment upon her for violating his commandment forbidding magic. I refuse to listen to this anymore."
There was the sound of rapid footsteps and the door slammed.
"Coward!"
the first priest muttered. Then he too went out and closed the door behind him.
"Grandfather,"
Geryon whispered hoarsely, "where are you?"
"Back here." "Did they leave?"
"They're gone."
"Interesting conversation, wasn't it?"
Geryon joined the old man at the back of the library.
"Do you think that Kabak could really be trying to raise demons the way the Merindum do?"
"A fair number of Grolems here seem to think so. If she is walking on very dangerous ground. Torak absolutely forbade the practice of magic. Favorite or no, Agachak would have to condemn her if he found out about it."
"Did you find anything?"
Geryon looked at the book the old man had on the table in front of him.
"I think this might help. Listen. The path that has been lost will be found again on the southern isle."
"Verkat?"
"It almost has to be. Verkat is the only island of any size in southern Murgos. It confirms what Sadi told us, and I always like to get confirmation whenever I can."
"But it still means that we are only trailing after Zandramas. Did you find anything that tells us how to get ahead of her?"
"Not yet," Belgarath admitted.
He turned a page.
"What's this?"
he said in a startled voice.
"What is it?"
"Listen."
The old man lifted the book so that the lamplight fell upon the page.
"Behold,"
he read,
"in the days which follow the ascension of the dark god into the heavens, shall the king of the east and the king of the south do war upon each other. And this shall be a sign unto ye, that the day of the meeting is at hand. Hasten therefore unto the place which is no more, when battles do rage upon the plains of the south. Take with thee the chosen sacrifice, and a king of Angarak to bear witness to what shall come to pass. For lo, whichever of ye cometh into the presence of Thrag-Sarius with the sacrifice and an Angarak king shall be exalted above all of the rest, and shall have dominion over them. And know further, that in the moment of the sacrifice shall the dark god be reborn, and he shall triumph over the child of light in the instant of his rebirth.
Geryon stared at him, feeling the blood draining from his face. "Sacrifice?" he exclaimed. "Is that what Xandramos plans to do with my son?"
"So it would seem," Belgarath grunted.
He thought about it for a moment.
"Well, this explains a few things, but I still don't quite follow this business about needing an Angarak king present at the meeting. Zaratus did not say anything about that. Neither did the prophecy."
"That's a Grolem book you have got there, grandfather. Maybe it's wrong."
Well, that's possible, too. But it does help to explain why Xandramos is moving around so stealthily. If Irvan knows about this, the way Agachak obviously does, they'll both be doing everything in their power to get your son away from her. Whichever one of them gets to the Sardian with Geryon, and one of the kings of Angarak, is going to gain absolute control of the Grolem Church.
"Why my son?" Geryon demanded. "Why would he be the one chosen for the sacrifice?"
"I'm not sure, Geryon. We have not found an explanation for that yet."
"I don't think we had better tell Tenedra about this," Geryon said. "She has problems enough as it is."
The door opened again, and Geryon spun, his hand going over his shoulder to the hilt of the sword.
"Belgarath,
are you in here?" It was Silk's voice.
"Back here," Belgarath answered. "Keep your voice down."
"We've got trouble," the little man said, coming to the back of the library to join them. "Ariond is missing."
"What?"
Geryon exclaimed. "He slipped out when none of us was watching." Belgarath slammed his fist down on the table and swore.
"What is the matter with that boy?"
Silk pushed back the hood of the Grolem robe he wore. "Bolgara was going to go looking for him, but Derek and I talked her out of it. I said I would come and find you instead."
"We had better find him,"
the old man said, rising to his feet.
"Paul will only wait for so long before she starts acting on her own. We had better split up. We can cover more ground that way."
He led them to the door of the library, glanced out quickly, and then went out into the hall.
"Don't do anything unusual," he cautioned Geryon in a whisper. "There are Grolems in this place with enough talent to hear you if you start making any noise."
Geryon nodded.
"And check back with the others from time to time. We won't accomplish much if one of us finds Ariond, and then has to go looking for the other two. Now let's go."
He moved quickly off down the dimly lighted hallway.
"How did he manage to slip past Aunt Paul?"
Geryon whispered to Silk as the two of them went side by side back the way they had come.
"Zenedra had a bout of hysterics," Silk replied. "The sacrifices upset her. Polgara had her in one of the cells trying to calm her down. That's when Ariond slipped out." "Is she all right?" Geryon demanded. The sinking fear that had been with him since Prolvu returned with sudden force. "I think so. Polgara gave her something, and she's sleeping."
Silk carefully looked around a corner.
"I'll go this way," he whispered. "Be careful."
He moved off on silent feet. Geryon stood waiting for his friend to get well out of sight, then cautiously stepped out into the next corridor, folding his hands on his chest and lowering his cowled head in an imitation of Grolem piety. What could Ariond possibly be thinking of? The sheer irresponsibility of the boy's act made Geryon want to pound his fists against the wall. He moved down the corridor, trying his best not to do anything that might look suspicious, and carefully cracking open each door as he came to it.
"What is it?"
a harshly accented voice demanded from inside a dark room when he opened the door.
"Sorry, brother,"
Geryon muttered,
trying to imitate the thickly accented Angarak's speech. "Wrong door." He quickly closed it again, and went on down the corridor, moving as fast as he dared. The door behind him was suddenly yanked open, and a half-dressed Grolem stepped out, his face angry.
"You there!"
he shouted after Geryon.
"Stop!"
Geryon threw a quick look over his shoulder and was around the corner into the broad central corridor of the temple in 2 steps.
"Come back here!"
the Grolem shouted, and Geryon heard his bare feet slapping on the flagstone floor as he ran in pursuit. Geryon swore, then took a gamble. He yanked open the first door that presented itself and darted inside. A quick glance told him that the room was empty, and he closed the door and set his ear against it to listen.
"What's the trouble?"
he heard someone demand from the corridor outside.
"Someone just tried to come into my cell."
Geryon recognized the outraged voice of the Grolem upon whom he had just intruded. There was a sly chuckle.
"Perhaps you should have waited to see what she wanted."
"It was a man."
There was a pause. "Well?" the first voice said.
Well. What is that supposed to mean?"
Nothing at all. You'd better go put on some clothes. If Kavat catches you in the hall in your undergarments, she might get some peculiar ideas."
"I'm going to look for this intruder. There's something strange going on here. Will you help me?"
"Why not? I haven't got anything else to do."
From far up the corridor, Geryon heard a slow, groaning chant, and the sound of many shuffling feet.
"Quick,"
one of the voices outside the door warned.
"Back down this side passage. If they see us, they will insist that we join them."
Geryon heard their scurrying feet as they dodged back out of sight. Carefully, he opened the door a crack and peered out. The slow, shuffling march and the deep-toned chanting came nearer. A line of Grolems, the cowls of their hoods raised, with their hands clasped in front of them, came into view, moving at a ceremonial pace along the torchlit corridor toward the very heart of the temple. He waited in the dark room for them to pass, and then, on a sudden impulse so strong that he moved without even thinking, he boldly opened the door, stepped out into the corridor, and fell in at the end of the column. The slow, rhythmic march continued on down the broad hallway, and the reek of burning flesh grew stronger in Geryon's nostrils as the file which he had joined approached the sanctum. Then, chanting even louder, they passed through the arched doorway into the vaulted sanctum itself. The ceiling was very high, lost in smoky shadow. On the wall facing the door hung that polished steel mask, the calm, unblemished face of the god Torak. Under that uncaring mask stood the black altar with bright rivulets of fresh blood streaking its sides. There stood the glowing brazier, awaiting the next quivering heart to be offered up to the long-dead god, and there the fire pit yawned for the body of the next butchered victim. Shaking himself, Geryon dodged quickly out of sight behind a column standing to one side of the doorway. He stood sweating and trembling for several moments, struggling to control his emotions. Better perhaps than any man alive, he knew the full meaning of this awful place. Torak was dead. He himself had felt the faltering beat of the stricken god's heart thrilling down the blazing length of iron-gripped sword, sunk deep in his enemy's chest. The slaughter that had been drenching this foul place with blood in the years since that awful night was a senseless thing, empty, an homage paid to a maimed and demented god who had died weeping fire and crying piteously to the indifferent stars. A slow, burning rage began to build up in his chest, filling his mouth with a fiery taste as bitter as gall. Unbidden, his will began to clench itself as he envisioned the shattering of the mask, and the altar, and the sudden destruction of this filthy place. "That's not why you're here, Belgarian," the voice in his mind cracked. Slowly, as if, were he to release it all at once, it might destroy the entire city, Geryon relaxed his will. Time enough to crush this horror later. Right now he had to find Ariond. Cautiously he poked his head around the column which concealed him. A priest with the purple-lined hood of his robe pushed back had just entered from the far side of the sanctum. In his hands he carried a dark red cushion, and gleaming on that cushion lay a long, cruel knife. He faced the image of his dead god, and reverently lifted the cushion and the knife in supplication.
"Behold the instrument of thy will, dragon god of Engarak," he intoned. "And behold him whose heart is to be offered unto thee."
4 Grolums dragged a naked, screaming slave into the sanctum, ignoring his helpless struggles and panic-stricken pleas for mercy. Without thinking, Geryon reached over his shoulder for his sword. "Stop that," the voice commanded. "No, I'm not going to let it happen." "It won't happen. Now get your hand off your sword." "No chance," Geryon said aloud, drawing his blade and lunging around the pillar. And then, as if he had suddenly been turned to stone, he found that he could not move so much as an eyelash. "Let go of me," he grated. "No. You are here to watch this time, not to act. Now stand there and keep your eyes open." Geryon stared in sudden disbelief as Ariond, his pale blonde curls gleaming in the cruel light of the temple, entered by way of the same door through which the slave had just been dragged. The young man's face bore an expression of almost regretful determination as he entered and walked directly toward the astonished priest. "I'm sorry," he said quite firmly, "but you can't do this any more."
"Seize this desecrator," the priest at the altar shouted. "It shall be his heart which shall sizzle in the coals."
A dozen Grolums leaped to their feet, but suddenly froze, caught in that same stasis which locked Geryon's muscles.
"This can't continue,"
Ariond said, in that same determined voice.
"I know how much it means to all of you, but it just can't go on. Someday, very soon I think, you will all understand."
There was no sound, no rushing surge, such as Geryon had come to expect. But the yawning fire pit before the altar suddenly roared to a furnace note, sending leaping flames and glowing sparks shooting upward to lick at the very vaults of the ceiling. The suffocatingly hot sanctum suddenly cooled, as if a cleansing breeze had just swept through it. Then the seething fire guttered briefly like a dying candle, and went out. The glowing brazier at the side of the altar also flared into blinding incandescence, and its steel body grew suddenly soft, drooping and sagging as it began to collapse under its own weight. With a flicker, it also went out. The priest dropped his knife in horror and leaped to the still glowing brazier. Irrationally, he put forth his hands as if he would force the softened metal back into its original shape. But he howled in pain as the red-hot steel seared deeply into his flesh. Ariond regarded the dread fires with a look of satisfaction, then turned to the stunned Grolum still holding the naked slave.
"Let that man go," he told them. They stared at him. "You might as well," Ariond said, almost conversationally. "You can't sacrifice him without the fires, and the fires won't burn any more. No matter what you do, you won't ever be able to start them again."
"Done," the voice in Geryon's mind said in a tone of such exultation that it buckled him to his knees. The burned priest, still moaning and cradling his charred hands at his chest, raised his ashen face.
"Seize him,"
he shrieked, pointing at Ariond with a blackened hand.
"Seize him! Take him to Kabat!"
Chapter 12. There was no longer any need for stealth. Alarm bells rang in every quarter of the temple, and frightened Grolums scurried this way and that, shouting contradictory orders to each other. Geryon ran among them, desperately looking for Belgarath and Silk. As he rounded a corner, a wild-faced Grolum caught him by the arm.
"Were you in the sanctum when it happened?"
he demanded. "No," Geryon lied, trying to free his arm.
"They say that he was 10 feet tall, and that he blasted a dozen priests into nothingness before he extinguished the fires."
"Oh?" Geryon said, still trying to free himself from the Grolum's grasp.
"Some people say it was Belgarath the sorcerer himself."
"I find that hard to believe."
"Who else would have that much power?"
The Grolum stopped suddenly, his eyes going very wide.
"You know what this means, don't you?"
he asked, his voice beginning to tremble.
"What?"
The sanctum will have to be rededicated, and that requires Grolem blood. Dozens of us will have to die before the sanctum is purified.
I really have to go, Geryon told him, tugging at the arm the man held fast in both hands.
Kavat will wade to the hips in our blood,
the priest moaned hysterically, ignoring Geryon's words. There was really no choice. Things were much too urgent for diplomacy. Geryon feigned a frightened expression as he looked past the babbling Grolem's shoulder. "Is that her coming?" he whispered hoarsely. The Grolem turned his head to look in fright back over his shoulder. Geryon carefully measured him, then smashed his fist into the unprotected side of the terrified man's face. The Grolem slammed back against the wall, his eyes glazed and vacant. Then he collapsed in a heap on the floor. "Neat," Silk said from a dark doorway a few yards up the hall. "But the reason for it escapes me." "I couldn't get loose from him," Geryon explained, bending to take hold of the unconscious man. He dragged him into a shadowy alcove and propped him up in a sitting position. "Have you got any idea where Grandfather is?" "He's in here," Silk replied, jerking his thumb over his shoulder at the door behind him. "What happened?" "I'll tell you in a minute. Let's get in out of sight." They went through the doorway to find Belgarath seated on the edge of a table.
"What's going on out there?"
he demanded. "I found Ariand."
"Good."
"No, not really. He went into the sanctum just as the Grolems were about to sacrifice a slave and put out the fires."
"He did what?"
"I think it was him. I was there, and I know that it wasn't me. He just walked in and told them that they couldn't sacrifice people anymore, and then the fires went out." "Grandfather, he didn't make a sound when he did it. No surge, no noise, nothing."
"Are you sure it was him? I mean, it wasn't something natural?"
Geryon shook his head. "No. The fires flared up and then went out like blown-out candles. Well, there were other things going on, too. The voice talked to me, and I couldn't even move a muscle. The Grolems who were dragging the slave to the altar just let him go when Ariand told them to, and then he told them all that they won't ever be able to relight the fires."
"Where's that boy now?"
"They're taking him to Kabat."
"Couldn't you stop them?"
"I was told not to." Geryon tapped his forehead.
"Oh, I should have expected that," Belgarath said irritably. "We had better go and warn Paul and the others. We may have to free Ariand, and then fight our way out of here."
He opened the door, looked out into the hallway, and motioned Geryon and Silk to follow him. Polgara's face was deathly pale when the three of them re-entered the room, where she and the others were waiting. "You didn't find him," she said. It was not exactly a question.
"Geryon did,"
Belgarath replied. She turned to Geryon. "Why isn't he with you, then?" "I'm afraid the Grolems have him, Aunt Paul."
"You've got a problem here, Paul," Belgarath said gravely. "From what Geryon says, Ariand went into the sanctum and put out the fires."
"What?"
Geryon spread his hands helplessly.
"He just walked in and made the fires go out. The Grolems seized him, and they're taking him to Kavat." "This is very serious, Belgarath," Zedi said. "Those fires are supposed to burn perpetually. If the Grolems believe that the boy was responsible, then he is in very great danger."
"I know," the old man agreed. "All right, then," Dernick said quietly. "We'll just have to go and take him away from them."
He stood up, and Toth silently joined him. "But our ship is almost ready," Zedi protested. "We could be out of here with no one to wise, sir."
"There's nothing we can do about that now."
Belgarath's face was grimly determined. "Let me see if I can salvage something out of this mess before any of you do anything irreversible," Zadi pleaded.
There will always be time for more direct action if I can't talk our way out of this.
Geryon looked around.
Where is Tinedra?
She's asleep, Bulgara replied.
The cell is with her. Is she all right? Silk said that she was upset. She isn't sick again, is she? No, Geryon. It was the sounds coming from the sanctum. She couldn't tolerate them.
A heavy fist suddenly pounded on the bolted door. Geryon jumped, and instinctively reached for his sword.
Open up in there,
a harsh voice commanded from outside.
Quickly, Tzadi hissed. All of you get back into your cells, and try to look as if you have been sleeping when you come out.
They hurried back into the cells and waited breathlessly while the thin eunuch went to the door and unbolted it.
What's the matter, revered sirs?
He asked mildly as the Grolums burst into the room with drawn weapons.
You have been summoned to an audience with the hierarch, slaver. You and all of your servants.
Oh, we are honored,
Tzadi murmured.
You are not being honored. You are to be interrogated. I would advise you to speak the truth, because Agachak has power to pull you very slowly out of your skin if you lie to him.
What an unpleasant notion. Was the hierarch returned from the Drojum Palace, then?
Word has been sent to him of the monstrous crime one of your servants has committed.
Crime? What crime?
The Grolum ignored him.
On Kabat's orders, you are all to be confined until Agachak returns to this temple.
Geryon and the others were roughly shaken out of their feigned sleep, and marched through the smoky corridors and down a narrow flight of stone steps toward the basement. Unlike the rooms above, these cells were barred with iron doors, and the narrow halls had about them that peculiar sour odor that permeates prisons and dungeons the world over. One of the Grolums opened a barred door and gestured for them to enter.
Is this really necessary, good priest?
Tzadi protested. The Grolum put his hand threateningly on his sword hilt.
Calm yourself, sir,
Tzadi said.
I was merely asking.
Inside, now.
They all filed into the cell, and the black-robed priest slammed it behind them. The sound of the key grating in the lock seemed a very loud sound for some reason.
Geryon?
Tinedra said, in a frightened little voice.
What is happening? Why are they doing this?
He put his arm comfortingly about her shoulders.
Ariond got into trouble, he explained. Tzadi is going to try to talk us all out of it. And what if he can't?
Well, then we'll do it the other way. Silk looked around at the dimly lit cell with a disdainful sniff.
Dungeons always show such a lack of imagination,
he remarked, scuffing at the moldy straw littering the floor with his foot.
Have you had such a wide experience with dungeons, Geldar?
Velvet asked him. I've been in a few from time to time, he shrugged.
I've never found it convenient to stay for more than a few hours.
He raised up on his tiptoes to peer out through the small barred window in the door.
Good. No guards.
He looked at Belgarath.
Do you want me to open this?
He asked, tapping on the door with one knuckle.
I don't think we can accomplish very much from in here.
Please be patient, Prince Geldar, Tzadi said. If we break out of this cell, I'll never be able to smooth this over.
I have got to find out what they have done with Ariond,
Bulgara told the eunuch firmly.
Go ahead and open it, Silk. Bulgara?
A light, familiar voice came from the next cell.
Is that you?
Ariond, she said with relief.
Are you all right? Oh, I'm fine, Bulgara. They put chains on me, but they aren't too uncomfortable. Why did you do that? What did you do in the sanctum? I don't like those fires. I don't either, but I really didn't like them, Bulgara. That sort of thing has got to be stopped, and we have to start somewhere.
How did you put them out? Belgarath asked through the barred window in the door. Geryon was there when you did it.
He says that he did not hear or feel anything.
I'm not sure, Belgarath. I don't think I actually did anything special to make them go out. I just decided that I didn't want them to burn anymore, so I sort of let them know how I felt, and they just went out.
That's all?
As closely as I can remember, yes.
Belgarath turned from the door, his face baffled. When we get out of here, that boy and I are going to have a very long talk about this. I have meant to do that about 6 times, and every time I make up my mind, I get smoothly diverted. He looked at Geryon. The next time you talk to your friend, tell him to stop that. It irritates me.
He already knows that, Grandfather. I think that's why he does it.
Somewhere down the corridor outside, a heavy iron door clanged open, and there came the sound of marching feet.
Grolums,
Silk said quietly from the barred window. Who else? Belgarath asked sourly.
The approaching group stopped outside, and a key grated in the lock of Arion's cell. The door creaked open.
"You, boy,"
a harsh voice barked.
"Come with us."
"Father,"
Polgara whispered urgently. The old man held up one hand.
"Wait,"
he muttered. Then someone rattled a key in the lock of their cell door, and it also clanged open.
"Agachak has returned,"
the Grolum in the open doorway announced curtly.
"You will come out of there, now."
"Oh, splendid," Tzadi said with relief. "Whatever this is all about, I am sure it can be cleared up in just a few minutes."
"No talking."
The Grolum turned abruptly and started down the corridor, while a dozen of his fellows fell in behind the prisoners with drawn weapons. Agachak, the hierarch of Rak Urga, was a cadaverous-looking man with a long beard. He sat upon a throne-like chair in a large room lighted by glaring torches and hung with dark maroon drapes. The hierarch's hooded robe was blood-red, and his sunken eyes burned beneath their shaggy gray brows. Arion, still in chains, sat calmly on a rough wooden stool before him, and the slim priestess, Chabat, her purple-lined hood pushed back and the red scars on her cheeks seeming to reflect the torchlight, stood at her master's elbow with a look of cruel triumph on her face.
"Which one of you is Usa of Sticky Star?"
the hierarch demanded in a hollow-sounding voice.
"I am Usa, Holy One,"
Tzadi said, stepping forward with an oily bow.
"You're in a great deal of trouble, Usa,"
Chabat told him, her throaty voice almost purring, her lips twisted into an ugly smirk.
"But I have done nothing."
"Here in Xtol Murgos, the master is responsible for the misdeeds of the servant."
Agachak's eyes bored into Tzadi, though his bony white face remained expressionless.
"Let us proceed," he commanded. "Who is to present the evidence in this matter?"
Chabat turned and gestured to a hooded Grolum standing near the wall.
"Sochak will serve as the priest inquisitor, master,"
she replied, in the tone of one who feels fully in charge of a situation.
"I am sure you are aware of his zeal."
Yes," Agachak said, in a non-committal tone.
"I might have guessed that it would be Sochak."
The faintest hint of a sardonic amusement touched his lips.
"Very well, priest inquisitor. You may present the charges."
The black-robed Grolum stepped forward, pushing his green-lined hood back from his tangled hair.
"The matter itself is simple, my lord,"
he declared in his strident voice.
"There were dozens of witnesses present, so there can be no question of this young villain's guilt. The implications of that guilt, however, must be pursued."
"Pronounce your sentence, great hierarch,"
Chabat urged the dead-looking man on the throne.
I will wring the whole truth from this greasy Nason and from his servants.
I have heard talk of guilt, Kabat, but I have still not heard the charges or the evidence.
Kabat looked slightly taken aback by his words.
I but thought to spare you the tedium of a formal inquiry, Master. I am convinced of the truth of Sorchak's words. You have always accepted my judgment in such matters before.
Perhaps, Agachak said, but I think that this time I might like to judge for myself. He looked at the greasy-haired priest standing before him. The charges, Sorchak. Exactly what is it that the young man is accused of doing? There was a faint note of dislike in the hierarch's voice. Sorchak's bulging eyes grew slightly less certain as he sensed Agachak's unspoken animosity. Then he drew himself up.
Early this evening, just as the holiest rite of our faith was about to be performed on the altar in the sanctum, this young man entered and extinguished the altar fires. That is what he did, and it is that of which I accuse him. I swear that he is guilty.
Absurd, Tzadi protested. Are the fires at the altar not perpetually attended? How could this boy have gotten close enough to put them out?
How dare you question the sworn word of a priest of Torak?
Kabat said angrily, her scarred cheeks writhing.
Sorchak has sworn to his guilt, therefore he is guilty. To question the word of a priest is death.
Agachak's sunken eyes were veiled as he looked at her. I think that I might like to hear the evidence that has so persuaded you and the priest-inquisitor for myself, Kabat. Accusation and guilt are not always the same thing, and the question raised by Ussa is quite relevant. A faint hope surged through Garion at the hierarch's words. Agachak knew. He was completely aware of Kabat's involvement with Sorchak, and the very eagerness with which she defended this rancid-smelling Grolum's every word affronted her master. Well, priest-inquisitor, Agachak continued, how did this boy manage to put out the altar fires? Has there been some laxity in guarding them? Sorchak's eyes grew wary as he realized that he was on dangerous ground. I have many witnesses, my lord. There is universal agreement by all who were present that the sanctum was desecrated by means of sorcery. Ah, sorcery, is it? That would explain everything, of course. Agachak paused, his dreadful eyes fixed on the now sweating Sorchak. I have noticed, however, that the cry, witch, or sorcerer, is frequently raised when there is a lack of solid evidence. Is there no other explanation for what happened in the sanctum? Is the priest-inquisitor's case so flimsy and weak that he must fall back on so tired and worn-out an accusation? Kabat's expression was incredulous, and Sorchak began to tremble. Fortunately, the matter is easily resolved, Agachak added. The gift of sorcery has a slight drawback. Others with the same gift can clearly sense the use of the power. He paused. You did not know that, did you, Sorchak? A priest of the green, hoping for elevation to the purple, would have been more diligent in his studies, and would have known that.
But you have been otherwise occupied, haven't you?
He turned to the priestess at his side.
I am surprised, however, that you did not instruct your protégé here more completely before you let him make this kind of a charge, Kabat. You might have prevented his making a fool of himself, and of you.
Her eyes blazed, and the flame-like scars on her face went livid. Then suddenly they began to glow, as if an inner fire were running beneath her skin.
"Well, Kabat,"
he said in a calm and deadly voice,
"has the moment come, then? Will you finally try your will against mine?"
The awful question hung in the air, and Geryon found that he was holding his breath. Kabat, however, averted her eyes and turned her face away from the hierarch, the fires in her cheeks fading.
"A wise decision, Kabat."
Agachek turned to Tzadi.
"Well, Usa of Stithistor, how say you to the charge that your servant here is a sorcerer?"
"The priest of Torak is in error, my lord," Tzadi replied diplomatically. "Believe me, this young dunce is no sorcerer. He spends 10 minutes every morning trying to decide which of his shoes goes on which foot. Look at him. There's not the faintest glimmer of intelligence in those eyes. He doesn't even have sense enough to be afraid."
Kabat's eyes grew angry again, though there was in them now a faint hint that she was no longer so sure of herself.
"What would a nice enslaver know of sorcery, master? You know the habits of the snake people. Doubtless this Usa's mind is so fuddled with drugs that one of his servants could be Belgarath himself, and he would not know it."
"A very interesting point,"
Agachek murmured.
"Now, let us examine this matter. We know that the altar fires went out. That much is certain. Sorchak declares that this young man extinguished them by means of sorcery, though he has no proof to substantiate that charge. Usa of Stithistor, who may be drugged to the point of insensibility, maintains that the young man is a simpleton, and thus totally incapable of so extraordinary an act. Now, how may we resolve this dilemma?"
"Put them to the torment, Holy One,"
Kabat suggested eagerly.
"I myself will wring the truth from them, one by one."
Geryon tensed himself and looked carefully at Belgarath. The old man stood quite calmly with his short silvery beard gleaming in the ruddy torchlight. He gave no sign that he might be preparing for any kind of direct action.
"Your fondness for the torture chamber is well known, Kabat,"
Agachek was saying coldly.
"Your skill is such that your victims usually say exactly what you want them to say, which is not always the absolute truth."
"I do but serve my God,
Master," she declared proudly. "We all serve here, my holy priestess," he rebuked her. "And you would be wise not to assert your own excessive piety in order to elevate yourself, or your underling, for that matter."
He looked at Sorchak with undisguised contempt.
"I am still hierarch here, and I will make the final decision in this matter."
The scar-faced priestess shrank back, her eyes suddenly fearful.
"Forgive me, Agachak,"
she stammered.
This monstrous crime has filled me with righteous outrage. But as you say, the final decision is wholly yours.
I find your acceptance of my authority gratifying, Kabat. I thought you might have forgotten.
Just then there was a stir at the back of the torch-lit room. 2 burly Murgos with long, polished halberds in their hands rudely pushed aside the Grolums clustered near the door. With their dark faces impassive, they banged the butts of their weapons on the floor in unison.
"Make way!"
one of them boomed.
"Make way for Urga, High King of Tall Murgos."
The man who sauntered into the room, surrounded by guards, looked like no Murgo Geryon had ever seen before. He was short, and had a slender but wiry build. His black hair was lank, and his features narrow. His robe was carelessly open at the front, revealing the fact that, instead of the customary male shirt, he wore a Western-style doublet and hose of rich purple. His iron crown was perched somewhat rakishly on one side of his head. His expression was sardonic, but his eyes were wary.
"Agachak,"
he greeted the hierarch perfunctorily.
"I gave some thought to the news which was brought to you at the Drogem, and I finally concluded that I might be of some use to you in sorting out the cause of this regrettable incident.
The temple is honored by the presence of the High King,"
Agachak intoned formally.
"And the High King is honored to be so kindly received by the hierarch of Rak Urga,"
Urga replied. He looked around.
"Do you have a chair handy? I have had a very long and tiring day."
"See to it,"
Agachak said flatly to the priestess standing beside his throne. Kabat blinked, then a slow flush mounted her cheeks.
"A chair for His Majesty,"
she commanded harshly.
"And be quick about it."
One of the Grolums near the door scurried out and returned a moment later with a heavy chair.
"Thanks awfully,"
the king said, sinking into the chair, then looking at Agachak.
"I have a small confession to make, Holy One," he said with an apologetic cough. "As I was about to enter your presence in this room, I lingered for a time in the hallway outside, hoping to acquaint myself with the details of this affair."
He laughed shortly.
"Listening at the doors is an old habit of mine. I am afraid it comes from my anxious childhood. Anyway, I managed to hear the charges presented by the priest inquisitor. To be perfectly candid, Agachak, he's got a very shaky case."
He gave the hierarch a quick, ingratiating look.
"But of course, you have already pointed that out, haven't you?"
Agachak nodded briefly, his face unreadable.
"Now,"
Urga went on quickly,
"I most certainly would not want to interfere in what is clearly a church matter. But wouldn't you say that there are dozens of possible natural explanations for this incident?"
He looked hopefully at Agachak. Then, reassured by the look of agreement on the hierarch's face, he continued.
"I mean, we have all seen fires go out before, haven't we? Do we really need to go so far afield to come up with a reason for this really unremarkable occurrence? Isn't it more likely that the keepers of the temple fires grew careless, and that the fires just went out on their own, as fires starved for fuel are likely to do?"
"Absolute nonsense,"
the greasy-haired swordjack snapped. Urga flinched visibly, his eyes going in appeal to Agachak.
"You forget yourself, priest inquisitor," the hierarch said. "Our guest is the High King of Tall Murgos. If you offend him, I may decide to give him your head by way of apology."
Sorchak swallowed hard.
"Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I spoke before I thought."
"Quite all right, old boy."
Urga forgave him with a magnanimous wave of his hand.
Sometimes we all speak too quickly when we are excited.
He turned back to the hierarch.
I regret this catastrophe as much as anyone. But, Agachak, this Nais enslaver was sent here by Jahab, and both you and I know how desperately urgent his mission is to the church and to the state. Don't you think that as a matter of policy, we could let this incident pass?
Surely you're not just going to let these charges drop.
Kabat's voice was shrill now, as she faced the hierarch.
Who is to be punished for the desecration of the sanctum?
Urgat's face grew unhappy, and he once again appealed to Agachak for support with pleading eyes. Geryon clearly saw that this was not a strong king. Even the slightest resistance to his diffidently offered proposals made him instinctively retreat or seek support from someone he perceived to be stronger. Agachak turned slowly to look at the scarred priestess full in the face.
All this shouting is beginning to weary me, Kabat. If you cannot modulate your voice, you can leave.
She stared at him in stunned disbelief.
There is far more at stake here than the fact that some fires went out. As was foretold ages ago, the time for the final meeting between the Child of Light and the Child of Dark is at hand. If I am not the one who is present at that meeting, you will find yourself bowing to either Irvan or Zandramas. I doubt that either one of them would find your antics amusing enough to make them decide to let you go on living. As for the charge of sorcery, there is an easy way to settle that, once and for all.
He rose from his throne, walked across to Ariond, and placed one hand on each side of his head. Aunt Pol drew in her breath sharply, and Geryon carefully began to gather in his will. Ariond looked up into the face of the dead-looking hierarch with a gentle smile on his face.
Pah!
Agachak said in disgust, pulling his hands quickly back.
This beardless boy is an innocent. There's no evidence in his mind that he has ever tasted power.
He turned to look at Sorchak.
I find your charges groundless, Priest Inquisitor, and I dismiss them.
Sorchak's face went white, his eyes bulging.
Have a care, Sorchak,
the hierarch said ominously.
If you protest my decision too strenuously, I might just decide that this whole incident was your fault. Kabat is sick with disappointment that she has no one to torture to death.
His look grew sly as he glanced at the priestess.
Would you like to have Sorchak, my dear? I have always delighted in giving you these little gifts. I will even watch with some pleasure while you slowly pull out his entrails with red-hot hooks.
Kabat's flame-marked face was filled with chagrin. Geryon saw that she had been convinced that the hierarch, as he apparently had so many times in the past, would meekly accede to her peremptory demands, and she had staked all of her prestige on the punishment of Tzadi, for whom she had developed an instantaneous dislike. Agachak's unexpected and almost contemptuous rejection of the accusations she and Sorchak had leveled struck at the very foundations of her puffed-up self-esteem, but more importantly, at her position of power here in the temple. Unless she could somehow salvage something, anything out of this, her many enemies would inevitably pull her down. Geryon fervently hoped that Tzadi realized that she was even more dangerous now than she had been when she had thought she held the upper hand. Her narrowed eyes grew cautious as she assessed the hierarch's mood. Then she drew herself up and addressed King Urgat.
There is also civil crime here, your majesty,
she told him. I had believed that the desecration of the sanctum was more serious. But since our revered hierarch has discovered in his wisdom that those charges were unfounded, it is now my duty to advise you of a crime against the state.
Urga exchanged a quick look with Agachak, then slouched lower in his chair, his eyes unhappy.
The crown is always ready to listen to the words of the priesthood,
he replied without much enthusiasm. Kabat gave Tzadi another look of smug triumph and open hatred.
Since the founding of our nation, the vile drugs and poisons of the snake people have been forbidden in Murgos by royal decree. After this Ussa and his servants were confined in the dungeon, I had their belongings searched. "Bring in that case," she ordered.
A side door opened, and an obsequious under-priest entered carrying Tzadi's red leather case. The phonetic Sorchak took it from him, his face also gleefully triumph.
"Behold the evidence that Ussa of Stithistor has violated our law, and that his life is forfeit."
He undid the latch, opened the case, and displayed Tzadi's many phials, and the earthenware bottle where Zith resided. Urgat's face grew even more unhappy. He looked uncertainly at Tzadi.
"Is there some explanation for this, Ussa?"
he asked hopefully. Tzadi's face took on an exaggerated expression of innocence.
"Surely your Majesty could not believe that I ever intended to try to distribute those items here in Murgos," he protested.
"Well,"
Urgat said lamely,
"you have got them with you."
"Of course, but they are for trade with the Malloreons. There's quite a market for this sort of thing among those people."
"I wouldn't be surprised in the least,"
Urgat said, straightening in his chair.
"Then you had no intention of peddling your drugs to my subjects?"
"Most certainly not, your Majesty,"
Tzadi replied indignantly. Urgat's expression grew relieved.
"Well,"
he said to the glowering Kabat,
"there you have it, then. Certainly none of us could object to the fact that our nascent friend here is bent on corrupting the Malloreons. The more the better, I would say."
"What about this?"
Sorchak said, putting Tzadi's case on the floor and lifting out the earthenware bottle.
"What secret is hidden in here, Ussa of Stithistor?"
He shook the bottle.
"Be careful, man,"
Tzadi exclaimed, leaping forward with his hands outstretched.
"Aha!"
Kabat exclaimed triumphantly.
"It appears that there is something in that bottle that the slaver considers important. Let us examine the contents. It may yet be that some undiscovered crime lurks here. Open the bottle, Sorchak."
"I beg of you," Tzadi pleaded. "If you value your life, do not tamper with that bottle."
"Open it, Sorchak,"
Kabat ordered relentlessly. The smirking Grolem took the bottle and shook it again, then began to work out the stopper.
"Please, noble priest."
Tzadi's voice was anguished now.
"We'll just have a look,"
Sorchak grinned.
"I'm sure that one look won't hurt anything."
He drew out the cork and raised the bottle to his eye to peer in. Zith, of course, took immediate action. With a strangled shriek, Sorchak arched backward, flinging both arms into the air. The earthenware bottle sailed upward, and Tzadi caught it just before it struck the floor. The stricken priest clapped both hands over his eye. There was a look of horror on his face, and blood spurted out from between his fingers. He began to squeal like a pig, all of his limbs convulsing. He suddenly pitched forward, threshing wildly and clawing tatters of skin from his face. He began to bang his head on the floor. His convulsions grew more violent, and he began to froth at the mouth. With a shrill shriek, he suddenly leaped high into the air. When he came down, he was dead. There was a moment of stunned silence. Then Kabat suddenly shrieked,
Sorchak!
Her voice was filled with anguish and insupportable loss. She flew to the side of the dead man and fell across his body, sobbing uncontrollably. Urga stared in open-mouthed revulsion at Sorchak's corpse. "Thorax teeth," he swore, in a strangled whisper. "What have you got in that bottle, Usa?"
It is a pet, your majesty," Tzadi replied nervously. "I did try to warn him."
"Indeed you did, Usa," Agachak crooned. "We all heard you. Do you suppose I might see this pet of yours?"
A cruel smile crossed his face as he looked gloatingly at the hysterically sobbing Kabat.
"Certainly, Holy One,"
Tzadi answered quickly. He carefully laid the bottle on the floor.
"Just a precaution," he apologized. "She's a little excited, and I would not want her to make any mistakes."
He leaned over the bottle.
"It's all right now, dear,"
he said soothingly to the vengeful little reptile lurking inside.
"The bad man has gone away, and everything is fine now."
Zith sulked in her bottle, still greatly offended.
"Really, dear," Tzadi assured her. "It's all right. Don't you trust me?"
There was a snippy little hiss from inside the bottle.
"Oh, that's a very naughty thing to say, Zith,"
Tzadi gently reproved her.
"I did everything I could to keep him from disturbing you."
He looked apologetically at Agachak.
"I really don't know where she picks up such language, Holy One," he declared.
He turned his attention back to the bottle.
"Please, dear, don't be nasty."
Another spiteful little hiss came from the bottle.
"Now that's going entirely too far, Zith. You come out of there at once."
Cautiously, the little green snake poked her head out of the bottle, raised herself, and looked at the corpse on the floor. Sorchak's face was a ghastly blue color, and the foam was drying on his lips. Kabat, still weeping hysterically, clung to his stiffening body. Zith slithered the rest of the way out of her little house, dismissed the dead man with a contemptuous flick of her tail, and crawled to Tzadi, purring with a smug little sound of self-satisfaction. Tzadi reached down his hand to her, and she nuzzled affectionately at his fingers.
"Isn't she adorable?" he said fondly. "She's always so kittenish after she bites someone."
A slight movement caught Gerion's eye. Velvet was leaning forward, looking at the contentedly purring little reptile with an expression of wholly absorbed fascination.
"You've got her under control, haven't you, Usa?"
Urga asked in a faintly apprehensive voice.
"Oh, yes, your majesty,"
Tzadi assured him.
"She's perfectly content now. In a little bit, I'll give her a light snack and a nice little bath, and she'll sleep like a baby."
Urgat turned back to the hierarch.
"Well, Agachak," he said, "what is your decision?" "Personally, I see no reason to continue this investigation. The slaver and his servants appear to be quite blameless."
The hierarch considered it, his eyes hooded.
"I believe you are right, your majesty."
He turned to one of his grolems.
"Free this idiot boy,"
he said, pointing at Eriond. Kavat, her scarred face ravaged by grief, slowly raised herself from Sorchak's body. She looked first at Urgat and then at Agachak.
"And what of this?"
she demanded in a voice vibrant with her emotion.
"What of this?"
She indicated the stiffening Sorchak at her feet.
"Who is to be punished for this? Upon whom shall I wreak my vengeance?"
The man died through his own act, Kabat.
Agachak dismissed her demands.
There was no crime involved.
No crime?
Her voice was choked.
No crime?
It was rising in crescendo.
Are Grolim lives so cheap that you will now throw them away?
She spun and fixed Tzadi with her burning eyes.
You will pay for this, Usa of Stithis Tor. I swear it upon the body of Sochak, and upon that of Torak. You will never escape me. I will have my revenge upon you and all of your servants for the death of Sochak.
Why are you so upset, Kabat?
Agachak asked with malicious amusement in his hollow voice.
There are scores of Grolims in the temple. Sochak was one like all of the rest. Greedy, ambitious, deceitful. His death was the result of his own folly, and of yours.
A cruel smile touched his thin lips.
Could it be that your interest in this dead Grolim was personal? You have long been my favorite, Kabat. I trusted you entirely. Is it possible that you have been unfaithful to me, seeking entertainment in the arms of another?
Her face blanched, and she lifted one trembling hand to her lips as she realized that she had gone too far and revealed too much. Agachak laughed, a chilling sound.
Did you actually believe that I was so engrossed in my search for the Tardian that I was not aware of your private amusements?
He paused.
Tell me, Kabat, did you and Sochak ever succeed in raising a demon?
She drew back, her eyes wide with sudden terror as she faced her master.
I thought not. What a shame. All that effort wasted. Perhaps you need a new partner in your midnight rites, Kabat. Sochak's heart was never really in your attempts anyway. He was nothing more than a cheap opportunist, so your loss is not as great as you might think. Do you know what he called you in private?
He asked her, his eyes now alight. She shook her head numbly.
I have it on the very best authority that he customarily referred to you as that scar-faced hag. Does that in any way mollify your grief?
Kabat recoiled from him, her face suffused with mortification, as she realized that she had just been cruelly humiliated in public. She whirled in a rage and kicked the dead man in his unfeeling side.
Scar-faced hag?
She shrieked, kicking the body again.
Scar-faced hag? Rot, Sochak! Rot, and may the worms enjoy your stinking carcass!
Then she spun and fled, sobbing, out of the room.
She seems a trifle distraught,
Urga observed mildly. Agachak shrugged.
The shattering of illusions is always painful.
Urga pulled absently at his pointed nose.
Distraction, however, raises certain risks here, Agachak, he said thoughtfully. The mission of this slaver is vital to both of us, and an hysterical woman, particularly one with the kind of power that Kabat possesses, can be very dangerous. She obviously bears Usa here a certain enmity, and since he was involved in both her humiliation and the death of Sochak, I would say that right now the temple might not be the safest place in the world for him.
Agachak nodded gravely.
Your Majesty's point is well taken.
Urgat's face brightened, as if an idea had just occurred to him. "Agachak, what would you say to the notion of my keeping Usa and his servants at the Drojum until we can see him safely on his way? That would put him beyond Kavat's reach in the event that her distraction impels her into any kind of rashness." He paused nervously. "It is entirely up to you, Holy Agachak." "There is much to what you say, Urget," Agachak replied. "A small slip here could put you at the mercy of Kalzakath and me on my knees before either Urvan or Zandramas. Let us, by all means, avoid those disasters." He turned to Tzadi. "You and your servants will accompany His Majesty to the Drojum Palace, Usa. I'll have your belongings sent along later. You will be safe there, and your ship will be ready in a few days." He smiled ironically. "I hope you appreciate our tender concern for your well-being." Tzadi bowed. "I am overwhelmed with gratitude, Holy One." "I will keep the Dagashi Kabach here in the temple, however. That way, each of us will have in his hands a vital element in the mission to Rak Urga. It should encourage us to cooperate." "Of course," Urget agreed hastily. "I quite understand." He rose to his feet. "The hour grows late. I will return to the Drojum now, and leave you to your many religious duties, dread Hyrak. Give my regards to the Lady Tamazan, your noble mother," Agachak responded. "I will, Agachak. I know that she will be smothered with joy to know that you remembered her. Come along then, Usa." He turned and started toward the door. "May the spirit of Torak go with you, Your Majesty," Agachak called after him. "I certainly hope not," Urget muttered to Tzadi as they passed through the doorway.
"Your Majesty's arrival came at a critical moment," Tzadi said quietly, as the two of them led the way down the hall. "Things were getting a bit tense."
"Don't flatter yourself. If it weren't for the absolute necessity of getting Kabak to Rak Urga, I'd never have risked a confrontation with the Grolums. I am sure you're a nice enough fellow, but I have my own skin to consider."
When they were outside the nail-studded doors of the temple, the Murgo king straightened and drew in a deep breath of the cool night air.
"I'm always glad to get out of that stinking place," he declared.
He motioned to one of his guards.
"Go get the horses," he commanded.
Then he turned back to the shaven-headed Nyasin.
"All right, you sly fox," he said in an amused tone. "Now perhaps you'd like to tell me what you were doing down here in Troll Murgos, and why you've assumed this pose. I almost fainted dead away when I discovered that the mysterious Usa of Stithistor was none other than my old friend Tzadi, chief eunuch, in the palace of Queen Salmisra."
Chapter 13. They clattered through the deserted midnight streets of Rak Urga, with the king's torch-bearing guards drawn up closely around them.
"It is all a sham, of course,"
Urget was saying to Tzadi.
"I bow and scrape to Agachak, mouth pious platitudes to make him happy, and keep my real opinions to myself. I need his support, so I have to stay on the good side of him. He knows that. So he takes every possible advantage of the situation."
"The bond between church and state here in Tol Murgos is well known," Tzadi noted, as they entered a broad square where flaring torches painted the sides of nearby buildings a smoky orange. Urget made a rather indelicate sound.
"Bond," he snorted. "More like a chain, Tzadi, and it's around my neck."
He looked up at the murky sky, his sharp features appearing ruddy in the torchlight.
"Agachak and I agree on one thing, though. It's absolutely essential to get the Dagashi Kabach to Rak Urga
before winter sets in. Shaharb's had his people combing all of western Tol Murgos for months, looking for a slaver to slip Kabach through Malloreon lines.
He suddenly grinned at Sadi.
As luck had it, the one he found just happened to be an old friend of mine. I don't know that we need to let Agachak know that we are acquainted, though. I like to keep a few secrets from him.
Sadi made a sour face. It's not too hard to guess why you are sending an assassin to the city where Kalzakath's headquarters are located.
I would not advise lingering for any sightseeing after you get him there,
Urga agreed.
But then, Rak Urga is not a very attractive town anyway.
Sadi nodded glumly. That's more or less what I thought. He considered it, running one long-fingered hand over his shaven scalp. The death of Zakath won't really solve your problems, though, will it? I can't really see the Malloreon generals packing up and going home just because their emperor has been killed.
Urget sighed. One thing at a time, Sadi. I can probably bribe the generals, or pay them tribute or something. The first step is to get rid of Zakath. You can't reason with that man.
He looked around at the bleak stone buildings harshly illuminated by flickering torchlight.
I hate this place, he said suddenly. I absolutely hate it.
Rak Urga?
Tol Murgos, Sadi. I hate the whole stinking country. Why couldn't I have been born in Tolnedra, or maybe Sandaria? Why did I have to get stuck in Tol Murgos?
But you are the king.
That wasn't by choice. One of our charming customs is that when a new king is crowned, all other possible contenders for the throne are put to death. For me, it was either the throne or the grave. I had a number of brothers when I became king, but now I am an only child.
He shuddered.
Oh, this is a gloomy subject, don't you think? Why don't we talk about something else? Just what are you doing at Tol Murgos, Sadi? I thought you were Sal Mishra's right hand.
Sadi coughed. Her Majesty and I had a, slight misunderstanding, so I thought it might be better for me to leave Nyessa for a while.
Why Tol Murgos? Why didn't you go to Tol Hanath instead? It is much more civilized, much more comfortable.
Urget sighed again.
I would give anything to be able to live in Tol Hanath.
I have made some powerful enemies in Tolnedra, Your Majesty, Sadi replied. I know my way around Tol Murgos, so I hired these Ceylon mercenaries to protect me, and came here posing as a slaver.
And then Jahar picked you up, Urget guessed. Poor old Sadi. No matter where you go, you always seem to get mixed up in politics, even when you don't want to.
It is a curse, Sadi told him mournfully. It has been following me for all of my life. They rounded a corner and approached a vast, sprawling building surrounded by a high wall. Its domes and towers rose in barbaric, torchlit profusion, and, unlike the rest of Rak Urga, it was garishly painted in half a dozen conflicting colors.
Behold the Drojum Palace,
King Urget said extravagantly to Sadi.
The hereditary home of the House of Urga.
A most unusual structure, Your Majesty, Sadi murmured.
Oh, that's the diplomatic way to put it.
Urget looked critically at his palace.
It's gaudy, ugly, and in terrible bad taste. It does, however, suit my personality almost perfectly.
He turned to one of his guards.
Be a good fellow and ride on ahead, he instructed. Tell the gatekeepers that the High King approaches, and that if I have to wait while they open the gate for me, I will have their ears cut off. At once, Your Majesty.
Urget grinned at Sadi.
One of my few amusements, he explained. The only people I'm allowed to bully are the servants and common soldiers, and all Murgos have a deep-seated need to bully somebody."
They rode on through the hastily opened gate, and dismounted in a ruddily torchlit courtyard. Urga looked around at the garishly painted walls of his house.
"Ghastly, isn't it?" he shuddered. "Let's go inside."
There was a large door at the top of a flight of stone stairs, and Urga led them inside and down a long vaulted corridor. He stopped before a pair of polished double doors guarded by 2 scar-faced soldiers.
"Well,"
he said to them.
"Yes, your majesty,"
one replied.
"Do you suppose that I could prevail upon you to open the door?"
Urga asked him.
"Or would you prefer an immediate transfer to the war zone?"
"At once, your majesty,"
the soldier replied quickly, yanking the door open.
"Excellently done, my dear fellow. Just try not to jerk it off its hinges next time."
The king strolled through the door and into the room beyond.
"My throne room," he said grandiosely. "The product of whole generations of diseased imaginations."
The room was larger than the hall of the Riven King in Gerion's citadel. The ceiling was a maze of intersecting vaults, all covered with sheets of the beaten red gold from the mines of Tol Murgos. The walls and columns were ablaze with inset jewels, and the chairs lined up at the sides of the room were inlaid with more Angarak gold. At the far end of the room stood a bejeweled throne, backed by blood-red drapes. Seated in a simple chair beside that throne was a silver-haired lady, calmly embroidering.
"Hideous, isn't it?"
Urga said.
"The Urgas have been pillaging the treasury at Rak Urga for centuries to decorate the Drojum Palace. But would you believe that the roof still leaks?"
He sauntered to the far end of the room and stopped before the black-gowned lady, who was still busy at her needlework.
"Mother,"
he greeted her with a slightly mocking bow.
"You're up late, aren't you?"
"I don't need as much sleep as I did when I was younger, Urga,"
she said, setting her sewing aside.
"Besides," she added, "we usually talk over the day's events before you retire for the night."
"It's the high point of my day, Mother,"
he replied, with a faint smile tugging at his lips. She returned his smile with good-humored affection. She was, Geryon saw, as that smile lighted her face, a remarkably attractive woman. Despite the silvery hair and the few lines at the corners of her eyes, her face still bore the signs of what had once been an extraordinary beauty. A faint movement caught his eye, and he saw Silk shrinking behind Toth's broad back and drawing up the hood of his green robe to conceal his face.
"Who are your friends, Urga?"
the silver-haired lady asked her son.
"Ah, forgive me, Mother. My manners must be slipping. Allow me to present Tzadi, chief eunuch to Queen Salmisra of the land of the Snake People."
"Formerly chief eunuch, I'm afraid," Tzadi corrected. He bowed deeply. "I am honored to meet the Queen Mother of the Kingdom of the Murgos."
"Oh,"
Urga said, mounting the dais and sprawling on the throne with one leg cocked up over one of the jeweled arms.
"I keep forgetting the amenities. Tzadi, this is my royal mother, the Lady Tamazin, jewel of the House of Haga, and grieving widow of my royal father, Tar Urgas the Deranged. May blessings rain down on the hand that sent him to the bosom of Torak."
"Can't you ever be serious about anything, Urga?"
his mother chided him.
"But you do grieve, don't you, Mother? I know that in your heart you must miss all those wonderful moments you spent with Father, watching him gnawing on the furniture, listening to his insane gibbering, and enjoying all those playful blows to the stomach and kicks to the head, with which he had demonstrated his affection for his wives."
"That will do, Urga,"
she said firmly.
"Oh, yes, Mother."
"Welcome to the Drojum, Tzadi."
Lady Tamazin greeted the eunuch formally. She looked inquiringly at the others. "My servants, Lady Tamazin," Tzadi said quickly. "Aelorns, for the most part."
"A most unusual turn of circumstances,"
she murmured.
"The age-old war between Murgo and Aelorn has denied me the opportunity to meet very many of that race.
She looked directly then at Aunt Paul.
Surely this lady is no servant,
she said skeptically.
A temporary arrangement, my Lady Tamazon,
Polgara replied with a profoundly graceful curtsy.
I needed some time in another place to avoid some unpleasantness at home.
The Queen-Mother smiled.
I do understand, she said. Men play at politics, and women must pay the price for their folly.
She turned back toward her son.
And how did your interview with the hierarch go?
Not bad, he shrugged. I grovelled enough to keep him happy.
That is enough, Urgot.
Her voice was growing sharp.
Agachak is in a position to do you a great service, so you must show him the proper respect.
Urgot flinched slightly at her tone.
Yes, Mother, he replied meekly. Oh, I almost forgot. The priestess Kabat had a bit of a setback.
The Queen-Mother's expression became one of disgust.
Her behavior is a public scandal. I cannot understand why Agachak tolerates her.
I think he finds her amusing, Mother. Grolums have a peculiar sense of humor. Anyway, she had this friend, a very close friend, who had a bit of an accident. She'll need to find another playmate before she can scandalize the good people of Rak Urga anymore.
Why do you persist in being so frivolous, Urgot?
Why don't we just call it a symptom of my incipient madness?
You are not going to go mad,
she said firmly.
Of course I'm going to go mad, Mother. I'm rather looking forward to it.
You're impossible to talk with when you are like this. Are you going to stay up much longer?
I don't think so. Toddy and I have a few things to discuss, but they can wait until tomorrow.
The Queen-Mother turned back toward Polgara.
My quarters are most spacious, lady. Would you and your attendants care to share them with me during your stay here in the Drojum?
We would be very honored, my lady, Polgara said.
Very well, then,
Urgot's mother said.
Prala,
she called. The girl who stepped from the shadows behind the throne was slender, perhaps 16 years old. She wore a black gown and had long, lustrous black hair. The dark, angular eyes that made most Murgo men look so alien were in her case very large and delicately almond-shaped, giving her features an exotic beauty. Her expression, however, was filled with a resolve uncommon in one so young. She stepped to Lady Tamazon's chair and helped her to her feet. Urgot's face darkened, and his eyes grew flinty as he watched his mother limp down the dais, leaning heavily on the girl's shoulder.
A little gift from the inestimable Tower Ugas, he said to Toddy. One evening when he was feeling playful, he knocked my mother down a flight of stairs and broke her hip. She's had that limp ever since.
I don't even notice it anymore, Urgot.
It is amazing how all of our minor aches and pains got better right after King Kohag's saber slid through my father's guts.
Urgot paused.
I wonder if it is too late to send Kohag some small token of my appreciation.
Oh,
the Queen-Mother said to Polgara.
This is Lady Prala, a princess of the House of Catan.
Princess? Polgara greeted the slender girl supporting Lady Tamazon.
Milady,
Prala responded with a clear voice. Lady Tamazon, leaning on Prala's shoulder, slowly limped from the room with Polgara, Tenedra, and Velvet close behind her.
That girl makes me very nervous for some reason,
Urgot muttered to Tzadi.
My mother dotes on her, but she has something else on her mind. She never takes her eyes off me.
He shook his head as if to dismiss an unwelcome thought.
You and your people have had a very busy day, Tzadi. We can talk further tomorrow, after we've both had a good night's sleep.
He reached out and tugged at a silken bell pull, and there was the heavy note of a large gong somewhere outside the throne room. Urgot rolled his eyes toward the ceiling.
Why does it always have to be those great big bongs and clangs? Some day I'd like to tug on a bell pull and hear a tiny little tinkling bell.
The door at the far end of the throne room opened, and a heavy-shouldered Murgo of late middle age entered. His hair was gray, and his scarred face was heavily lined. There was no hint that a smile had ever touched that grim face.
"Your Majesty rang,"
he said in his rasping voice.
"Yes, Oscatat,"
Urga replied in an oddly respectful tone.
"Do you suppose that you could escort my good friend Tzadi and his servants to suitable quarters?"
He turned back to Tzadi.
"Oscatat is Lord High Seneschal here. He served my father in the same capacity at Rak Urga."
There was no hint of the usual mockery as he spoke.
"My mother and I were not popular in my father's house, and Oscatat was the closest thing to a friend either of us had there."
"My lord," Tzadi said to the big gray-haired man with a deep bow. The Seneschal returned a bleak gaze to the king.
"Has my Lady Tamazon retired for the night?" "Yes, Oscatat." "Then you should also seek your bed. The hour is late." "I was just on my way,"
Urga answered, getting quickly to his feet. Then he stopped.
"Oscatat," he said plaintively, "I'm not a sickly little boy anymore. I don't really need to spend 12 hours in bed every night, the way I used to." "The burdens of the crown are many. You need your rest."
He turned back to Tzadi.
"Follow me,"
he said, starting toward the door.
"Until tomorrow then, Tzadi,"
Urga said.
"Sleep well."
"My thanks, your Majesty." The rooms to which the bleak-faced Oscatat took them were as garish as the rest of the Drojum palace. The walls were painted an unwholesome mustard yellow and hung with splotchy tapestries. The furnishings were carved from rare priceless woods, and the blue Malloreon carpet was as deep as the wool on the back of a sheep. Once he had opened the door for them, Oscatat jerked his head in the briefest of nods, then turned and left them alone.
"Charming fellow there," Tzadi murmured.
Geryon had been looking curiously at Silk, who still had his face covered by his hood.
"Why are you trying so hard to hide?"
The little man pulled back his hood with a rueful expression.
"One of the disadvantages of being a world traveler is that one keeps running into old friends." "I'm not sure I follow you." "Do you remember that time when we were on our way to Raktal, and Tar Urgas caught me and stuck me in that pit?" "Yes." "And do you remember why he did that? Why he planned to peel off my skin inch by inch the next day?" "You said that you had been in Rak Urga once, and accidentally killed his eldest son." "Right. You have an excellent memory, Geryon. Well, as it happened, I had been engaged in some negotiations with Tar Urgas himself before that unfortunate incident. I visited the palace in Rak Urga frequently, and met the Lady Tamazon several times. She's almost certain to remember me, particularly in view of the fact that she said that she knew my father."
"Yes, that could cause some problems," Belgarath said.
"Not if I avoid her," Silk shrugged. "Murgo women seldom socialize with men, particularly with strangers, so I don't imagine we'll be bumping into each other very often in the next few days. Oscatat could be a different matter, though. I also met him while I was there."
"I think that if it's at all possible, you ought to stay here in our rooms," the old man suggested. "It might even keep you out of trouble for a change."
"Why, Belgarath," Silk said mildly. "What a thing to say."
"Has King Urga always been like this?" Dernek asked Tzadi. "He seems awfully, humorous. I guess that's the word for it. I didn't think that Murgos even knew how to smile."
"Oh, he's a very complex fellow," Tzadi replied.
Have you known him long?
He frequently visited the store when he was younger, usually on missions for his father. I think he jumped at any excuse to get out of Ragoska. He and Salmisra got on rather well together. Of course, that was before Lady Polgra changed her into a snake.
Eunuch rubbed his hand absently over his scalp.
He's not a very strong king, he noted. His childhood in the palace of Tower Urgos made him timid, and he backs away from any sort of confrontation. He is a survivor, though. He's spent his entire life just trying to stay alive, and that tends to make a man very alert.
You'll be talking with him again tomorrow, then? Belgarath said. See if you can get him to give you some definite information about this ship they plan to give us. I want to get to the Isle of Rakat before the onset of winter, and various people in our party have been doing things that might attract attention if we have to stay here too long. He gave Ariond a reproving look.
It wasn't really my fault, Belgarath, the young man protested mildly. I didn't like the fires in the sanctum, that's all.
Try to keep a grip on your prejudices, Ariond, the old man said in a faintly sarcastic voice. Let's not get sidetracked on these moral crusades just now.
I'll try, Belgarath.
I'd appreciate that.
The next morning, the seneschal, Oscotat, summoned them all to another audience with the Murgo king in a brightly candlelit chamber that was smaller and less garish than the vast throne-room had been. Geryon noticed that Silk remained carefully hooded until the gray-haired functionary had left the room. Urgat and Tzadi spoke quietly together, while the rest of them sat unobtrusively in the chairs lining the wall.
It was probably the first hint that anyone really had that my father's brains were starting to come off of their hinges, the Murgo king was saying.
He was dressed again in his purple doublet and hose, and was sprawled in a chair with his feet thrust out in front of him.
He was suddenly seized with that wild ambition to make himself over-king of the Angarak. Personally, I think that Kluchik planted the notion in his head as a means of irritating Urvan. Anyway, he continued, twisting the heavy gold ring on one of his fingers, it took the combined efforts of all of his generals to convince my manic father that Zakath's army was about 5 times the size of ours, and that Zakath could squash him like a bug any time he chose. Once that notion had finally seeped into his head, he went absolutely wild.
Oh? Tzadi said.
Urgat grinned, threw himself on the floor, and started chewing on the carpet. After he calmed down, he decided to try subversion instead. He inundated Malloreon with Murgo agents, and Murgos are probably the clumsiest spies in the world. Now, to keep it short, Zakath was about 19 at the time, and desperately in love with a Melsine girl. Her family was deeply in debt, so my father's agents bought up all of their obligations and started putting pressure on them. The brilliant plan that emerged from my father's diseased wits was that the girl should encourage the love-struck young Zakath, marry him, and then slip a knife between the imperial ribs at her earliest opportunity. One of the Melsines these highly intelligent Murgo spies had bought to help them in their schemes ran to Zakath with the whole sordid story, and the girl and her entire family were immediately put to death.
What a tragic story,
Tzadi murmured. You haven't heard the best part yet. Several of the Murgo spies were persuaded to reveal the whole story. Malloreons tend to be very good persuaders. And Zakath discovered to his horror that the girl had known absolutely nothing about my father's plan. He locked himself in his room in the palace at Malzeth for an entire month. When he went in, he was a pleasant, open young man who showed much promise of becoming one of Malloreon's greatest emperors. When he came out, he was the cold-blooded monster we all know and love. He rounded up every Murgo in Malloreon, including a fair number of my father's relatives, And he used to amuse himself by sending bits and pieces of them in ornate containers to Rak Urga, accompanied by highly insulting notes.
But didn't the two of them join forces at the Battle of Tulmardu?
Urga laughed. Ha! That may be the popular perception, Sadi. But in point of fact, the Imperial Princess Zenedra's army was just unlucky enough to get between two opposing Engrak monarchs. They didn't care a thing about her or about that dung heap that people call Mishrak Aktul. All they were trying to do was kill each other. Then my addled father made the mistake of challenging King Kohag of Bulgaria to single combat, and Kohag gave him a very pointed lesson in swordsmanship.
He looked thoughtfully into the fire.
I still think I ought to send Kohag some token of appreciation, he mused.
Excuse me, Your Majesty,
Toddy frowned.
but I don't altogether understand. Kalzakath's quarrel was with your father, and Taurogos is dead.
Oh, yes, quite dead. I cut his throat before I buried him, just to make sure. I think that Zakath's problem stems from the fact that he didn't get the chance to kill my father personally. Failing that, I guess he's willing to settle for me.
He rose and began to pace moodily up and down.
I have sent him 12 peace overtures, but all he does is send me back the heads of my emissaries. I think he is as crazy as my father was.
He stopped his restless pacing.
You know, maybe I was a bit hasty on my way to the throne. I had 12 brothers, all of the blood of Taurogos. If I'd kept a few of them alive, I might have been able to give them to Zakath. Perhaps if he had drunk enough Urga blood, it might have made him lose his taste for it.
The door opened, and a bulky Murgo with an ornate gold chain about his neck entered the room.
I need your signature on this,
he said rudely to Urgat, thrusting a sheet of parchment at him.
What is it, General Craddock?
Urgat asked meekly. The officer's face darkened.
All right,
Urgat said in a mollifying tone.
Don't get yourself excited.
He took the parchment to a nearby table, where a quill pen lay beside a silver ink pot. He dipped the pen, scribbled his name on the bottom of the sheet, and handed it back.
Thank you, Your Majesty,
General Craddock said, then turned on his heel and left the room.
One of my father's generals,
Urgat told Sadi sourly.
They all treat me like that.
He began to pace up and down again, scuffing his feet at the carpet.
How much do you know about King Bulgarian, Sadi?
He asked suddenly. The eunuch shrugged.
Well, I have met him once or twice.
Didn't you say that most of your servants are Elorns?
Elorn mercenaries, yes. They're dependable and very good to have around if a fight breaks out.
The Murgo king turned to Belgarath, who sat dozing in a chair.
You, old man,
he said abruptly.
Have you ever met Bulgarian of Riva?
Several times, Belgarath admitted calmly.
What kind of man is he?
Sincere, Belgarath replied. He tries very hard to be a good king.
Just how powerful is he?
Well, he has the whole Elon alliance to back him up. Technically, he is the overlord of the West, although the Tol Nedrons are likely to go their own way, and the Errans would rather fight each other.
That's not what I meant. How good of a sorcerer is he?
Why ask me, Your Majesty? Do I look like the kind of man who would know very much about that sort of thing? He managed to kill Torak, though, and I would imagine that took a bit of doing.
How about Belgarath? Is there really such a person, or is he just a myth?
No, Belgarath is a real person.
And he's 7,000 years old?
7,000 or so, Belgarath shrugged, give or take a few centuries.
And his daughter Polgara?
She is also a real person.
And she is thousands of years old?
Something like that.
I could probably figure it out if I needed to, but a gentleman does not ask questions about a lady's age.
Urga laughed, a short, ugly, barking sound.
The words, gentleman, and Murgo are mutually exclusive, my friend. Do you think Bulgarian would receive my emissaries if I sent them to Riva? He is out of the country just now, Belgarath told him blandly. I had not heard that. He does it from time to time. Every so often he gets bored with all of the ceremony and goes away. How does he manage that? How can he just pick up and leave? Who's going to argue with him?
Urgat began to gnaw worriedly on one fingernail.
Even if the Dagashi Kabak succeeds in killing Zakath, I am still going to have a Malloreon army on my doorstep. I'm going to need an ally if I'm ever going to get rid of them.
He began to pace up and down again.
Besides, if I can reach an agreement with Bulgarian, maybe I'll be able to get Agachak's fist off my throat. Do you think he would listen to a proposal from me?
You could ask him and find out, I suppose. The door opened again, and the Queen Mother, assisted by the girl Prala, entered.
"Ah, good morning, Mother,"
Urgat greeted her.
"Why are you out roaming the halls of this madhouse?"
"Urgat," she said firmly, "you'd be much more admirable if you stopped trying to make a joke out of everything."
"It keeps me from brooding about my circumstances," he told her. "I'm losing a war. Half of my subjects want to depose me and send my head to Zakath on a plate. I'll be going mad soon. And I think I'm developing a boil on my neck. There are only a few things left for me to laugh about, Mother, so please, let me enjoy a joke or two while I still can."
"Why do you keep insisting that you are going to go mad?"
"Every male in the Urga family for the past 500 years has gone mad before he reached 50, he reminded her. "It is one of the reasons we make such good kings. Nobody in his right mind would want the throne of Cthul Murgos. Was there anything special you wanted, Mother? Or did you just want to enjoy my fascinating companionship?"
She looked around the room.
"Which of you, gentlemen, is married to that little red-haired girl?"
Geryon looked up quickly.
"Is she all right, my lady?" "Paul, the lady with the white lock at her brow said that you should come at once. The young woman seems to be in some distress."
Geryon stood up to follow as the Queen Mother started slowly back toward the door. Just before she reached it, she stopped and glanced at Silk, who had pulled up his hood as soon as she had entered.
"Why don't you accompany your friend?" she suggested. "Just for the sake of appearances."
They went out of the room, and on down one of the garish halls of the drogem to a dark paneled door guarded by a pair of mail-shirted men-at-arms. One of them opened the door with a respectful bow to Lady Tamazin, and she led them inside. Her quarters were decorated much more tastefully than the rest of the drogem. The walls were white, and the decor much more subdued. Aunt Paul sat on a low divan holding the weeping Tsenedra in her arms with Velvet standing nearby.
"Is she all right?"
Geryon's fingers asked quickly.
"I don't think it's too serious,"
Polgaro's hands replied.
"A bout of nerves, most likely. But I don't want any of these fits of depression to go on for too long. She still hasn't fully recovered from her melancholia. See if you can comfort her."
Geryon went to the divan and enclosed Tsenedra gently in his arms. She clung to him, still weeping.
"Is this young lady subject to these crying spells, Paul?"
Queen Mother asked, as the two of them took chairs on opposite sides of the cheery fire that danced on the grate.
"Not all that frequently, Tamazin," Polgara answered. "There's been a recent tragedy in her family, though, and sometimes her nerves get the best of her." "Ah," Urgat's mother said. "Could I offer you a cup of tea, Paul? I always find tea in the morning so comforting." "Why, thank you, Tamazin. I think that would be very nice."
Gradually, Tsenedra's weeping subsided, though she still clung tightly to Geryon. At last she raised her head and wiped at her eyes with her fingertips.
"I'm so very sorry," she apologized. "I don't know what came over me."
"It's all right, dear,"
Geryon murmured, his arms still about her shoulders. She dabbed at her eyes again, using a wispy little handkerchief.
I must look absolutely terrible,
she said with a teary little laugh. Moderately terrible, yes, he agreed, smiling. I told you once, dear, that you should never cry in public. You just don't have the right coloring for it, Polgara said. Tsenedra smiled tremulously and stood up.
Perhaps I should go wash my face. And then I think I'd like to lie down for a bit.
She turned to Geryon.
Thank you for coming,
she said simply.
Any time you need me.
Why don't you go with Lady Prala?
Lady Tamazin suggested.
Of course,
the slender Murgo princess agreed, coming quickly to her feet. Silk had been standing nervously near the door with the hood of his green robe pulled up and his head down to keep his face concealed.
Oh, do stop that, Prince Keldar,
the Queen Mother told him, after Tsenedra and Prala had left the room.
I recognized you last night, so it is no good you're trying to hide your face.
He sighed then and pushed his hood back. I was afraid you might have.
That hood does not hide your most salient feature anyway.
And which feature was that, my lady?
Your nose, Keldar. That long, sharp-pointed nose that precedes you wherever you go.
But it's such a noble nose, my lady,
Velvet said with a dimpled smile.
He wouldn't be nearly the man he is without it.
Do you mind? Silk asked her.
You do get around, don't you, Prince Keldar?
Lady Tamazin said to him.
How long has it been since you left Rak Urga, with half of the Murgo army hot on your heels?
15, maybe 20 years, my lady, he replied, coming closer to the fire.
I was sorry to hear that you had left. You're not a very prepossessing-looking fellow, but your conversation was most entertaining, and there was very little in the way of entertainment in the house of Taurogas.
You don't plan to make a general announcement about my identity then, I take it?
It is not my concern, Keldar. Murgo women do not involve themselves in the affairs of men. Over the centuries, we have found that it is safer that way.
You're not upset then, my lady? Geryon asked her. What I mean is, I had heard that Prince Keldar here accidentally killed the eldest son of Taurogas. Didn't that offend you just a little?
It had nothing to do with me. The one Keldar killed was the child of Taurogas's first wife, an insufferable, toothless hag of the house of Gorut, who used to gloat over the fact that she had given birth to the heir apparent, and that as soon as he ascended the throne, she was going to have the rest of us strangled.
I am relieved to hear that you had no particular fondness for the young man, Silk told her.
Fondness? He was a monster, just like his father. When he was a little boy, he used to amuse himself by dropping live puppies into boiling water. The world is a better place without him.
Silk assumed a lofty expression. I always like to perform these little public services. I feel that it's a gentleman's civic duty. I thought you said that his death was accidental. Well, sort of. Actually, I was trying to stab him in the belly. Painful, perhaps, but seldom fatal. But he bumped my arm as I made the thrust, and somehow my knife went straight into his heart.
What a shame,
Tamazin murmured.
I'd be sort of careful here in the Trojum, though, Keldar. I have no intention of revealing your identity, but the Seneschal, Oskatat, also knows you by sight, and he would probably feel obliged to denounce you.
I'd already guessed as much, my lady. I'll try to avoid him.
Now tell me, Prince Keldar, how is your father?
Silk sighed. He died, I'm afraid, he replied sadly. Quite a few years ago. It was rather sudden. As chance had it, Geryon was looking directly at the Queen Mother's face as Silk spoke, and he saw the momentary flicker of anguish touching her beautiful features. She recovered quickly, though, and her eyes still brimmed with sorrow.
Oh,
she said very quietly.
I'm sorry, Keldar. More sorry than you could possibly know.
I liked your father very much. The memories of the months he was in Rak Urga are among the happiest of my life."
To avoid being caught staring, Geryon turned his head and his eyes fell on Velvet, whose expression was faintly speculative. She returned his look, and her eyes conveyed a world of meaning and several unanswered questions. Chapter 14. The following morning dawned clear and cold. Geryon stood at the window of his room looking out over the slate rooftops of Rak Urga. The low, squat houses seemed to huddle together fearfully under the twin presence of the garish Drojum Palace at one end of town, and the black temple of Torak at the other. The smoke from hundreds of chimneys rose in straight blue columns toward the windless sky. "Depressing sort of a place, isn't it?" Silk said, as he came into the room with his green robe carelessly slung over one shoulder. Geryon nodded. "It looks almost as if they deliberately went out of their way to make it ugly." "It is a reflection of the Murgo mind. Oh, Urga wants to see us again." The little man caught Geryon's inquiring look. "I don't think it's anything particularly important. He's probably just starved for conversation. I imagine that talking with Murgos can get tedious after a while." They all trooped through the garish halls on the heels of the mail-shirted guard who had brought the king's summons, returning to the room where they had met with Urga the previous day. They found him lounging in a chair by the fire with one leg cocked up over the arm and a half-eaten chicken leg in his hand.
"Good morning, gentlemen," he greeted them. "Please, sit down." He waved his breakfast at the chairs lined up against one wall. "I'm not much of a one for formality." He looked at Sadi. "Did you sleep well?"
"I got a bit cold toward morning, your majesty."
"It's the slipshod construction of this place. There are cracks in the walls big enough to push a horse through. In the winter-time we have snowstorms in the corridors." He sighed then. "Do you realize that it is spring in Tol Hanath right now?" He sighed again, then glanced at Belgarath, who stood smiling peculiarly at him. "Was there something amusing, old boy?"
"Not really. Just remembering something I heard once."
The old man went to the fire and held out his hands to the crackling flames.
"How are your people coming on that ship?"
"I expect that it's going to be tomorrow at the earliest before it is ready. Winter is coming on, and the seas around the south tip of the Urga Peninsula are never what you would call placid, even in the best of seasons. So I ordered the shipwrights to take special pains."
He leaned forward and negligently tossed his chicken leg into the fireplace.
"It was burned," he said absently. "Every meal I get in this place is either burned or raw."
He looked peculiarly at Belgarath.
"You intrigue me, old man. You don't seem like the type to wind up his career hiring himself out to a nice enslaver."
"Appearances can be deceiving," Belgarath shrugged.
"You don't look much like a king, either, but you do have the crown, after all."
Urga reached up and pulled off his iron circlet. He looked at it distastefully, then held it out to Belgarath.
"You want this thing? I am sure you'd look more regal than I do, and I would be very happy to get rid of it, particularly in view of the fact that Kalzakath so keenly wants to take my head out from under it."
He dropped it on the floor beside his chair with a dull clunk.
"Let's go back to something we were discussing yesterday. You told me that you know Belgarian."
Belgarath nodded.
"How well?"
"How well can any man know another?"
"You are evading my question."
"It seems that way, doesn't it?"
Urga let that pass. He looked intently at the old man.
"How do you think Belgarian would really react if I proposed that he ally himself with me to drive the Malloreons off of this continent? I'm sure their presence here worries him almost as much as it does me."
"The chances aren't very good," Belgarath told him. "You might be able to persuade Belgarian that it's a good idea, but the rest of the Elorn monarchs would probably object."
"They reached an accommodation with Drosta, didn't they?"
"That was between Rodar and Drosta. There has always been a certain wary friendship between the Drasnians and the Nadraks. The one you would need to get to accept your idea would be Quohag, and Quohag's never been exactly cordial to Murgos.
I need allies, old man, not platitudes. What if I got word to Belgarath?
What would you say to him?
I would try to persuade him that Zakath's a much greater danger to the kingdoms of the West than I am. Maybe he could make the Elorns listen to reason.
I don't think you would have much luck there, either.
The old man looked into the dancing flames with the firelight gleaming on his short silvery beard.
You have to understand that Belgarath does not live in the same world with ordinary men. He lives in the world of first causes, primal forces. I would imagine that he looks upon Kal-Zakath as little more than a minor irritation.
Thorax, teeth,
Urgot swore.
Where am I going to get the troops that I need?
Hire mercenaries, Silk suggested, without turning from the window where he stood.
What?
Dip into the royal vaults and bring out some of the fabled red gold of Angarak. Send word into the kingdoms of the West that you need good men, and that you're willing to pay them very good gold. You would be swamped with volunteers.
I prefer men who fight for patriotism or religion,
Urgot declared stiffly. Silk turned with an amused expression. I've noticed that preference in many kings, he observed. It doesn't put such a strain on royal treasuries. But believe me, Your Majesty, loyalty to an ideal can vary in its intensity. But loyalty to money never changes. That's why mercenaries are better fighters.
You are a cynic,
Urgot accused. Silk shook his head. No, Your Majesty, I'm a realist. He stepped over to Tzadi and murmured something. The eunuch nodded, and the rat-faced little Drasnian quietly left the room. Urgot raised one eyebrow inquiringly. He's going to go start packing, Your Majesty, Tzadi explained. If we are going to sail tomorrow, we need to start getting ready. Urgot and Tzadi talked quietly for about a quarter of an hour. Then the door at the far end of the room opened again. Polgara and the other ladies entered with the Lady Tamazin.
Oh, good morning, Mother,
Urgot greeted her.
You slept well, I trust? Quite well, thank you.
She looked critically at him.
Urgot, where is your crown? I took it off. It gives me a headache. Put it back on at once. What for? Urgot, you don't look very much like a king. You are short and thin, and you've got a face like a weasel. Murgos are not bright. If you don't wear your crown all of the time, it is altogether possible that they will forget who you are. Now, put it back on. Yes, Mother.
He picked up his crown and clapped it on his head.
How's that? It is lopsided, dear,
she said in a calm tone, so familiar that Geryon gave Polgara a quick, startled look.
Now you look like a drunken sailor.
Urgot laughed and straightened his crown. Geryon looked closely at Tenedra to see if there were any traces left of the storm of weeping that had swept over her the previous day, but he saw no evidence that it might immediately return. She was engaged in a murmured conversation with the Ctan princess, Prala, and the Murgo girl's face clearly showed that she had already fallen under the queen's spell.
And you, Urgot,
Lady Tamazin said,
did you sleep well? I never really sleep, Mother, you know that. I decided years ago that sleeping nervously is infinitely preferable to sleeping permanently.
Geryon found himself making a difficult readjustment in his thinking. He had never liked Murgos. He had always distrusted and even feared them. King Urgot's personality, however, was as un-Murgoish as his appearance. He was quick and volatile, and his moods swung from sardonic amusement to gloom so rapidly that Geryon was quite uncertain what to expect next. He was obviously not a strong king, and Geryon had been a king long enough himself to see where Urgot was making his mistakes. In spite of himself, though, Geryon found that he actually liked him, and felt a peculiar sympathy for him as he struggled with a job for which he was hopelessly unsuited. That, of course, created a problem. Geryon did not want to like this man, and this unwanted sympathy seemed wildly out of place. He rose from his chair and withdrew to the far end of the room, making some pretense of looking out the window, so that he might put himself beyond the range of the Murgo king's urbane wit. With a kind of unbearable urgency, he wanted to be on board ship and away from this ugly Murgo city, huddled on this barren coast, and from the weak, fearful man, who was not really such a bad fellow, but whom Geryon knew he should regard as an enemy. "What is the trouble, Geryon?" Polgara asked quietly, coming up behind him. "Impatience, I guess, Aunt Paul. I want to get moving." "We all do, dear. But we have to endure this for one more day." "Why can't he just leave us alone?" "Who's that, dear?" "Urgot. I'm not interested in his problems, so why does he have to sit around telling us about them all of the time?" "Because he is lonely, Geryon. All kings are lonely. It comes with the crown. Most of us just learn how to endure it. We don't sit around and snivel about it. That is unkind, Geryon, and it is unworthy of you. Why are we all so concerned about a weak king with a clever mouth? Perhaps it is because he is the first Murgo we have met in aeons who shows some human qualities. Because he is the way he is, he raises the possibility that Aelorns and Murgos might someday find ways to settle their differences without resorting to bloodshed." He continued to stare out of the window, although a slow flush began to creep up his neck. "I am being childish, aren't I?" "Yes, dear. I am afraid you are. Your prejudices are running away with you. Ordinary people can afford that. Kings cannot. Go back to where he is sitting, Geryon. Watch him closely. Do not pass up this opportunity to get to know him. The time may come when that knowledge will help you." "All right, Aunt Paul," Geryon sighed, squaring his shoulders resolutely. It was almost noon when Oscotat entered the room.
"Your Majesty,"
he announced in his rasping voice,
Agachek, hierarch of Rak Urga, craves audience with you. "Show him in, Oscotat,"
Urgot replied wearily. He turned toward his mother.
"I think I'm going to have to find another place to hide," he muttered. "Too many people know where to find me."
"I have a splendid closet, Urgot. Warm and dry and dark. You could hide in there and cover yourself with a blanket. We will slip food into you from time to time."
"Are you making fun of me, Mother?"
"No, dear. But like it or not, you are the king. You can either be the king or you can be a spoiled child. The choice is entirely up to you."
Geryon glanced guiltily at Polgara. "Yes," she murmured. But he decided not to answer. The cadaverous-looking Agachak entered and bowed perfunctorily.
"Your Majesty,"
he said in his hollow voice.
"Dread hierarch,"
Urgot responded, his voice betraying no hint of his true feeling.
"Time is passing, Your Majesty. It has a way of doing that, I have noticed. My point is that the weather is about to turn stormy. Is the ship nearly ready?" "I expect it to sail tomorrow," Urgot replied. "Excellent. I shall instruct Kabak to make ready." "Has the priestess Kabat regained her composure?" Urgot asked. "Not really, Your Majesty. She still keenly feels the loss of her paramour. Even after she found out what his true feelings were about her? Who can ever hope to understand the workings of the female mind? Kabat is not that difficult to fathom, Your Majesty." Agachak shrugged. "A disfigured woman has little chance to attract lovers, and the loss of even an insincere one is most painful. Her loss in this particular case goes a bit deeper, however. Sorchak assisted her in the performance of certain rites of magic. Without him, she will not be able to continue her efforts to summon up demons."
Urgot shuddered. I thought that she was a sorceress. Is that not enough for her? Why would she want to dabble in magic too? Kabat is not really that powerful of a sorceress, Agachak replied. She thinks that she will have a greater advantage when she finally confronts me, if she has demons to aid her. Confront you? Is that what she is planning? Of course. Her occasional dallying is merely an amusement. Her central goal has always been power. In time, she will have to try to wrest mine from me. If that is the case, why did you allow her to gain so much authority in the temple? It amused me, Agachak said with a chill smile. I am not as repelled by ugliness as others are, and Kabat, despite her ambition, or perhaps because of it, is very efficient. You knew about her affair with Sorchak? Did that not offend you? Not really, the dead-looking hierarch answered. That is just part of the entertainment that I am preparing for myself. Eventually, Kabat will succeed in raising a demon. Then she will challenge me. At the very instant that her triumph seems complete, I shall also raise a demon, and mine will destroy hers. Then I shall have her stripped and dragged to the sanctum. There, she will be bent backward across the altar, and I myself will slowly cut out her heart. I look forward to that moment with a great deal of anticipation, and it will be all the sweeter because it will come just when she thinks she has beaten me. His dead face had come alive with a dreadful pleasure. His eyes burned, and there were flecks of spittle in the corners of his mouth. Urgot, however, looked faintly sick. Golems appear to have more exotic amusements than ordinary men. Not really, Urgot. The only reason for power is to be able to use it to destroy your enemies. And it is particularly enjoyable to be able to drag them down from a height before you destroy them. Wouldn't you like to be present when the mighty Kalzakath dies with a Dagashi knife in his heart? Not really. I just want him out of the way. I don't particularly want to watch the procedure. You have not yet learned the true meaning of power. The understanding may come when you and I stand in the presence of Tragsardius and witness the rebirth of the Dark God and the final triumph of the Child of Dark. Urgot's expression grew pained. Do not flinch from your destiny, Urgot, Agachak continued in his hollow voice. It is foretold that the king of Angarak will be present at the final meeting. You will be that king, just as I will be the one to make the sacrifice and thus become the first disciple of the reborn God. We are bound together by a chain of forged fate. Your destiny is to become Overking of Angarak, and mine to rule the church. Urgot sighed in resignation. Whatever you say, Agachak. We still have a few problems to overcome, however. They are of little concern to me. Well, they do concern me, Urgot said with surprising heat. First, we have to deal with Zakath. Then we will need to get rid of Gethel and Drosta, just to be on the safe side. I have been involved in a race for a throne before, and I think I'd be more confident
if I were the only one running. Your problems, however, are a bit more weighty. Urvan and Zandramas are very serious opponents. Urvan is a doddering old fool, and Zandramas is only a woman. Agachak, Urgat said pointedly. Polgara is also only a woman. Would you care to face her? No, dread Hierarch. I think that Urvan does not dodder as much as you think, and Zandramas is probably more dangerous than you'd like to believe. She has managed to spirit away Belgarian's son, and that was no mean trick. She also slipped past you and all of the other Hierarchs as if you weren't even here. Let's neither of us take any of this too lightly. I know where Zandramas is, Agachak said with a chill smile, and I will wrest Belgarian's son from her at the proper time. It is foretold that you and I and the babe who is to be sacrificed will come into the presence of the Tsardian at that appointed time. There, I will perform the sacrifice, and you will witness the rite, and we shall both be exalted. It is so written. Depending upon how you read it, Urgat added morosely. Girion moved to Tenedra's side, trying to look casual. As the meaning of what the Grolam Hierarch had just said came to her, the blood slowly drained from her face. "It's not going to happen," he told her, in a firm, quiet voice. "Nobody's going to do that to our baby."
"You knew?"
she accused him in a choked whisper. "Grandfather and I found it out in the Grolam prophecies in the temple library."
"Oh, Girion,"
she said, biting her lip to keep back the tears. "Don't worry about it," he said. "The same prophecy said that Torak was going to win at Thol Mishrak. That didn't happen, and this isn't going to happen either."
"But what if—"
"There are not any ifs. It's not going to happen." After the Hierarch had left, King Urgat's mood changed. He sat in his chair, brooding sourly.
"Perhaps your Majesty might prefer to be left alone," Tzadi ventured.
"No, Tzadi," Urgat sighed. "No amount of worrying at it is going to change what we have already set in motion."
He shook his head, then shrugged as if dismissing the whole matter.
"Why don't you tell me the details of this little misdemeanor that made Sal Misra so vexed with you? I adore stories of deceit and dishonesty. They always seem to hint that the world's not really such a bad place, after all."
It was not long after, as Tzadi was elaborating at some length on the involuted scheme that had caused his downfall, when the Seneschal entered the room again.
"A dispatch has arrived from the military governor at Taha, Your Majesty," he rasped.
"What does he want now?"
Urgat muttered.
"He reports that the Malloreons are mounting a major campaign in the south. Rak Urga is under siege and must inevitably fall within a week."
"In the autumn?"
Urgat exclaimed, coming up out of his chair in dismay.
"They are mounting a campaign when the summer is already over?"
"So it appears," Oscatat replied. "I think that Karzakath is hoping to take you by surprise. Once Rak Urga falls, there won't be anything between his forces and Rak Taha."
"And the garrison there is virtually non-existent, isn't it?"
"I am afraid so. Rak Taha will also fall, Urgat, and then Zakath will have all winter to consolidate his hold on the south."
Urgat began to swear and moved quickly to a map tacked up on the wall.
"How many troops do we have up here in Month?"
he demanded, tapping the map with one finger.
"A few score thousand. But by the time they had received the order to march south, the Malloreons would already be halfway to Rachthacha."
Urgat stared in consternation at the map. Then he suddenly smashed his fist against it.
"He has outsmarted me again," he raged.
He returned to his chair and collapsed into it.
"I think I had better go get Craddock," Oscatat said. "The General Staff will need to know about this."
Whatever you think best, Oscatat," Urgot replied in a defeated tone. As the Seneschal strode from the room, Geryon crossed to look at the map. Only the briefest of glances told him a solution to Urgot's problem, but he was reluctant to speak. He did not want to become involved in this. There were a dozen good reasons why he should keep his mouth shut, the most important being the fact that should he offer his solution to the Murgo king, he would, in a sense, be committed, and he firmly desired to avoid any commitment to the man, no matter how slight. An unresolved problem, however, nagged at his sense of responsibility. To turn his back on one, even one that was not his own, violated something deep within him. He muttered a curse under his breath, then turned to the stricken Urgot. "Excuse me, Your Majesty," he said, approaching the matter obliquely. "But how well fortified is Rak Urga?"
"It's like every Murgo city,"
Urgot replied abstractedly.
"The walls are 70 feet high and 30 feet thick. What difference does it make?"
"The city could withstand a siege, then, if you had enough men there?"
"That's the whole problem. I don't."
"Then you need to get reinforcements there before the Malloreons can reach the city."
"What a brilliant observation. But if I can't get relief columns there in time, how could I possibly get reinforcements there before the streets are filled with Malloreons?"
Geryon shrugged. "Send them by sea."
"By sea?"
Urgot suddenly looked stunned. "Your harbor is full of ships, and your city's bulging with troops. Load enough men on the ships to reinforce the garrison at Rak Urga and sail them around to the city. Even if Rak Urga fell tomorrow, it's still going to take the Malloreons 10 days to march overland. Your ships could be there in less than a week. Your reinforced garrison will be able to hold until the relief columns arrive."
Urgot shook his head. "Murgo armies do not move by ship. My generals would not hear of it."
"You are the king, aren't you? Make them hear it." Urgot's face grew apprehensive.
"They never listen to me."
Geryon had a sudden urge to shake him. With some effort, he got his irritation under control. "There's nothing holy about walking, particularly if marching your men to Rak Urga is going to cost you the city. Tell your generals to load the men on those ships, and also tell them that the matter is not open to discussion."
"They will refuse."
"Then dismiss them from their posts and promote a few colonels." Urgot stared at him aghast.
"I couldn't do that."
"You are the king. You can do anything you want to." Urgot wrestled with it indecisively.
"Do as he says, Urgot,"
Lady Tamazin commanded abruptly.
"It's the only way to save Rak Urga."
He looked at her, a lost expression on his face.
"Do you really think I should, Mother?"
he asked in a small voice.
"Just do it. As the young man said, you are the king, and I think it is about time that you started acting like one."
"There's something else we need to consider, Your Majesty," Thuddy said, his face grave. "If the Malloreons lay siege to Rak Urga, I won't be able to land there. I am going to have to get past that vicinity before any fighting breaks out. Slavers can move around with very little interference, unless there's an actual battle going on. But once the fighting starts, the Malloreons are sure to detain us if we don't move very quickly. Your Dagashi won't reach Rak Urga until sometime next summer."
Urgot's face grew even more disconsolate.
"I had not considered that," he admitted. "I think you and your people had better get ready to leave here immediately. I will send word to the temple and tell Agachak that the plans have changed."
The door opened, Oscatat entered, and at his side was the Murgo officer who had so rudely demanded Urgot's signature the previous day.
"Ah, General Craddock."
Urgot greeted the officer with an obviously feigned joviality.
"So good of you to join us. You have heard about what's going on in the south?" The general nodded shortly. The situation is grave. Rak Urga and Rak Urga are in great peril.
What do you advise, General?
There's nothing to advise. We will have to accept the fact that Gorut and Taka are lost and concentrate our efforts on holding Urga, Murgt, and Raga.
General, that only leaves 3 of the 9 military districts of Tol Murgos under my control. Zakat is eating my kingdom one bite at a time.
The general shrugged. We cannot reach Rak Urga before the Malloreons do. The city will fall. There is nothing we can do about it.
What if we were to reinforce the garrison? Would that change things?
Certainly, but it is impossible.
Maybe not, Urga said, with a quick look at Geryon. What do you think of moving reinforcements there by ship?
By ship?
The general blinked. Then his face hardened.
That is absurd.
Why absurd?
It has never been done in Tol Murgos before.
I imagine that there are a lot of things that have never been done in Tol Murgos before. Is there any specific reason why it won't work?
Ships sink, Your Majesty,
Craddock pointed out acidly, as if speaking to a child.
The troops know that, and they will refuse to go on board.
Oscatat stepped forward.
Not if you crucify the first 10 or so who refuse right there on the dock, he said firmly. That sort of example should lessen the reluctance of the rest.
Craddock gave the gray-haired man a look of undisguised hatred.
What would a house servant know about command?
He demanded. He looked back at Urgat with a barely concealed sneer.
Just stay on your throne, Urgat. Play with your crown and your scepter, and pretend that you are a real king, but keep your nose out of the business of running the war.
Urgat's face blanched, and he shrank back onto his chair.
Shall I send for the headsman, Your Majesty?
Oscatat inquired in an icy voice.
It appears that General Craddock has outlived his usefulness.
Craddock stared at him incredulously.
You wouldn't dare.
Your life hangs on His Majesty's pleasure just now, Craddock. One word from him, and your head will roll in the dust.
I am a general officer in the armies of Tol Murgos.
Craddock clutched at the gold chain about his neck as if for reassurance.
My appointment comes from Tar Urgas himself. You have no authority over me, Oscatat.
Urgat straightened in his chair, an angry flush moving up into his face.
Oh, really?
He said dangerously.
Maybe it is time that we get a few things clarified.
He took off his crown and held it up.
Do you recognize this, Craddock?
The general glared at him with a stony face.
Answer me.
It is the crown of Tol Murgos,
Craddock replied sullenly.
And the man who wears it has absolute authority, right?
Tar Urgas did.
Tar Urgas is dead. I sit upon the throne now, and you will obey me in the same way you obeyed him. Do you understand?
You are not Tar Urgas.
That is painfully obvious, General Craddock,
Urgat replied coldly.
I am your king, however, and I am also an Urga. When I grow agitated, I feel the madness of the Urgas creeping up on me, and it is creeping up very fast just now. If you don't do exactly as I tell you to do, you are going to be a head shorter before the sun sets. Now go give the order to load the troops onto those ships.
And if I refuse?
Urgat's expression grew hesitant. For some reason he looked appealingly to Geryon. Kill him, Geryon said, in the flat, unemotional voice he had discovered immediately got people's attention. Urgat straightened again and firmly yanked his bell-pull. The great gong outside the hallway clanged. 2 burly guards responded immediately.
Is your Majesty?
One of them asked.
Well, Craddock,
Urgat asked.
What's it to be? The ships or the block? Speak up, man, I haven't got all day.
Craddock's face went ashen.
The ships, Your Majesty?
He replied in a shaky voice.
Splendid. I am so happy we were able to settle our little differences.
without unpleasantness." Urga turned to his guards. "General Craddock is going directly to the barracks of the 3rd cohort now, and you will accompany him. He is going to order those men to board the ships in the harbor and to sail to the relief of the garrison at Rak Urga." He gave Craddock a narrow, distrustful look. "If he gives them any other order, you will cut off his head immediately and bring it to me in a basket."
"As your Majesty commands,"
the Murgos replied in unison, each banging his fist against his mail shirt. Craddock turned, trembling and suddenly broken, and went out with the grim Murgo guards flanking him closely. Urgot retained his imperious expression until the door closed. Then he threw both arms in the air and began beating his feet on the floor, whooping with delight. "Oh, gods! I loved that! I've been waiting to do that all of my life." The Lady Tamazin rose gravely from her chair, limped to where her son sat, and wordlessly embraced him. "Affection, mother?" he asked lightly, a broad grin still creasing his sharp-featured face. "Oh, terribly un-Murgoish." And then he laughed and caught her in a rough bear hug. "There may be hope, after all," she observed calmly to Oscatat. A slow smile crept across the big Murgo's lips. "It looks a bit more promising, my lady," he agreed. "Thank you for your support, Oscatat," Urgot said to his friend. "I might not have gotten through that without your help. I must say, though, that I am a little surprised that you approved of my scheme." "I don't. I think it is an absurd idea, almost certainly doomed from the start." Urgot blinked. "There was another issue at stake, however, one that is much more important." There was a peculiar pride on the big man's face. "Do you realize that this is the very first time that you have ever faced down one of your generals? They have been running through roughshod over you since the day you took the throne. The loss of a few ships and a few thousand men is a small price to pay for a real king on the throne of Kol Murgos." "Thank you for your candor, Oscatat," Urgot said gravely. "It may just be, though, that things may not turn out so disastrously as you think." "Perhaps, but Taur Urgas would not have done this." "It might just be that someday we will all rejoice in the fact that Taur Urgas is no longer with us, Oscatat." A faint ironic smile crossed the king's lips now. "As a matter of fact, I seem to feel a small surge of rejoicing coming over me already. I'm losing this war, my old friend, and a man who is losing cannot afford to be conservative. I've got to take a few gambles if I want to keep Kalzakath from parading through the streets of Rak Urga with my head on a pole." "As your Majesty commands," the seneschal said with a bow. "I am also going to have to give certain orders. Have I your permission to withdraw?" "Of course." Oscatat turned and started toward the door. Before he reached it, however, it opened and Silk came into the room. The seneschal stopped, staring hard at the Drasnian. Silk's hand moved swiftly toward the hood of his robe, but then he let it drop with a rueful grimace. Geryon groaned inwardly. He moved carefully into position not far behind Oscatat, aware that Dernick and the gigantic Toth were also coming up on either side of him, ready to move quickly to prevent any outcry. "You!" Oscatat exclaimed to Silk. "What are you doing here?" Silk's expression grew resigned. "Just passing through, Oscatat. You've been well, I trust." Urgot looked up. "What is this?" "The seneschal and I are old friends, your Majesty," Silk replied. "We met in Rak Urga some years ago." "Is your Majesty aware of this man's true identity?" Oscatat demanded. Urgot shrugged. "He is one of Sadi's servants, or so I was told." "Hardly that, Urgot. This is Prince Keldar of Drasnia, the most notorious spy in the entire world." "Oh, this seneschal is perhaps a bit lavish in his praise," Silk noted modestly. "Do you deny that you murdered the soldiers Taur Urga sent to detain you when your scheme in Rak Urga was exposed?" Oscatat said accusingly. I don't know that I would use the word murdered exactly, my lord. Silk winced. Oh, I'll admit that there was a bit of unpleasantness, but that's such an awkward way to sum it up. Your Majesty, the grim old Murgo said, this man was responsible for the death of Rak Urga, your eldest brother. There is a long-standing warrant for his immediate execution, so I will send for the headsman at once.
Chapter 15. Urgat's face had grown cold. His eyes were narrowed, and he chewed nervously on a fingernail.
All right, Tzadi. What is this all about?
Your Majesty,
The eunuch spread his hand.
Don't try to play innocent with me, Urgat snapped. Did you know about this man?
He pointed at Silk.
Well, yes, but...
And you chose not to tell me? What is your game, Tzadi?
The eunuch hesitated, and Geryon saw beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. Dornick and Toth moved casually, as if merely removing themselves from the vicinity of the confrontation. They went past Oscatat and leaned idly against the wall, one on each side of the door.
Well, Tzadi,
Urgat pressed.
I have heard about this Prince Keldar. He's not merely a spy. He's an assassin as well.
His eyes suddenly grew wide.
So that's it,
he gasped, staring at Silk.
Though Geryon sent you here to kill me, didn't he? You and these other Elorns. Don't be absurd, Urgat,
Lady Tamazin said from her chair.
You have been alone with these people for hours at a time since they arrived here. If they were here to kill you, you would already be dead.
He thought about that.
All right. You, Prince Keldar, speak up. I want to know exactly what you are doing here. Now talk.
Silk shrugged. It is as I told my Lord Oscatat, your Majesty. I am merely passing through. My business is in another part of the world.
Which part?
Oh, here and there, Silk said evasively.
I am going to get some straight answers here,
Urgat declared.
Should I send for the headsman, your Majesty?
Oscatat asked ominously.
Perhaps that might not be a bad idea,
Urgat agreed. The seneschal turned, but found Dornick and the impassive Toth barring his way from the room. Urgat, perceiving the situation at once, reached quickly for the bell-pull, which would fill the room with armed Murgos.
Urgat,
Lady Tamazin snapped.
No.
He hesitated.
Do as I say. What is this?
He asked.
Look around you,
she told him.
If you even touch that cord, one of these people will have a knife against your throat before you can tug it even once.
His expression grew suddenly frightened, and he slowly lowered his hand. Tzadi cleared his throat.
Your Majesty, I believe that the Queen Mother has seen directly to the heart of the matter here. We are both in positions to greatly inconvenience each other. Would it not be wiser for us to discuss things rationally before we resort to any unpleasantness?
What is it that you want then, Tzadi?
Urgat asked him in a slightly quavering voice.
Only what you had intended all along, your Majesty. As Keldar said, our business is in another part of the world, and does not directly concern you. Give us the ship that you were going to give us anyway, and in return we will deliver your dagashi to Rak Urga as we promised. After that, we will proceed with our own affairs. Now what could be fairer than that?
Listen to him, Urgat,
Lady Tamazin urged.
He makes a great deal of sense.
Urgat's expression was filled with doubt.
Do you really think so, Mother? What harm can they do you once they have crossed the Malloreon lines? If you are nervous about them, then get them out of Rak Urga as quickly as possible.
I'll accept this one.
Oscatat pointed at Silk.
We really need him, my lord,
Tzadi said politely.
He killed Rak Urga, the seneschal said stubbornly.
We can give him a medal for that later, Oscatat, Urga said. Oscatat stared at him. Oh, come now, my friend. You despised Rak as much as I did.
He was a Murgo prince, your majesty. His murder cannot go unpunished.
You seem to forget that I murdered a dozen of my other brothers, also Murgo princes, on my way to the throne. Were you planning to punish me as well? Urget looked back. I think, however, Tzadi, that it might not hurt for me to keep Keldar here in Trojim, sort of as a performance bond. As soon as you deliver Kabak to Rak Urga, I will release him. He can catch up with you later.
Tzadi's expression grew pained.
You are overlooking something important here, Urget,
Lady Tamazin said, leaning forward intently.
Oh? And what is that, Mother? Prince Keldar of Drasnia is reputed to be one of King Belgarian's closest friends. You have there the perfect envoy to convey a message to the Riven King.
He looked sharply at Silk.
Is that true? Do you really know Belgarian?
Oh, quite well, actually, Silk replied. I've known him since he was a little boy.
That old man over there said that Belgarian isn't at Riva just now. Do you have any idea where you might be able to find him?
Your Majesty, Silk answered, with a perfectly straight face. I can honestly tell you that I know exactly where Belgarian is at this very moment. Urget scratched at one cheek, his eyes suspicious.
I don't like this. Let's say that I give you a message to deliver to Belgarian. What's to prevent you from just throwing it away, then circling around to rejoin your friends?
Ethics, Silk shrugged. I always do the things I am paid to do. You were planning to pay me, weren't you? Urget stared at Silk for a moment, and then he threw back his head and laughed.
You are absolutely outrageous, Keldar. Here you are about 2 steps from the headsman's block, and you have the nerve to try to extort money from me?
Silk sighed and looked around tragically. Why is it that the word pay always brings that same look of consternation into the eyes of kings the world over? Surely your Majesty would not expect me to perform this truly unique service for you without some small recompense, would you?
Wouldn't you say that keeping your head is more than adequate payment?
Oh, I'm fairly safe, I think, since I'm the only one in the world who can guarantee delivery of your message. I'm far too valuable to kill, wouldn't you say? Lady Tamazin suddenly laughed, a whimsical expression on her face as she looked at the two of them.
Something amusing, Mother? Nothing, Urget. Nothing at all.
The king's eyes were still indecisive. He looked hopefully at his seneschal.
What do you think, Oscatat? Can I trust this little knave?
It is your Majesty's decision, the big Murgo replied stiffly.
I'm not asking you as your king. I'm asking as a friend.
Oscatat winced.
That is cruel, Urget. You are forcing me to decide between duty and friendship.
All right, then. Let's put it on that basis. What should I do?
As king, you should obey the law, even if it means flying in the face of your own best interests. As a man, however, you should seize every opportunity that presents itself to avert a disaster.
Well, what should I do? Should I be a king or a man? Which do you advise?
It hung there in the air between them. The seneschal refused to meet Urget's eyes. Instead he cast one quick appealing look at Lady Tamazin.
"Hey, Torak, forgive me," he muttered finally.
He straightened and looked his king full in the face.
"Save yourself, Urget. If this Drasnian can arrange an alliance with Belgarian, then pay him whatever he demands, and send him on his way. Belgarian may deceive you at some later date, but Kalzakath seeks your head now. You need that alliance, no matter what the cost."
"Thank you, Oscatat,"
the king said with genuine gratitude. He turned back to Silk.
How quickly do you think you could reach Bulgarian with my message? Your Majesty, I can have your message in Bulgarian's hands more quickly than you could possibly imagine. Now, shall we talk about money? His long, pointed nose began to twitch in a manner Geryon recognized at once. How much do you want? Oh, Silk pretended to think about it. I suppose 100 Tonedran gold marks ought to cover it. Urgot gasped at him. 100 marks? You're insane. Silk casually examined the fingernails of one hand. The figure is open to negotiation, Your Majesty. I just wanted to establish a general price range, sort of to get things off to a smooth start. Urgot's eyes took on a strange light. He leaned forward, tugging absently at his nose. I might be able to see my way clear to pay you 10, or so. I don't really have all that much Tonedran coin in my vaults. Oh, that's all right, Your Majesty, Silk said magnanimously. I'd be willing to accept Angrak coin, at a slight discount, of course. Discount? Angrak gold is obviously adulterated, King Urgot. That's why it's red instead of yellow. Urgot eyed him narrowly. Why don't you draw up a chair, old boy? This might take a while. Strangely enough, his nose had also begun to twitch. What followed was a display of astonishing virtuosity on the part of both negotiators. Geryon had seen Silk in this sort of a situation many times before, and had always believed that his sharp-nosed friend was without peer when it came to getting the best of every bargain he struck. Urgot, however, quickly demonstrated that he too was an expert at this game. When Silk pointed out in suitably exaggerated terms the dangers he would have to face on his way to deliver the message, Urgot countered by offering an escort of Murgos soldiers rather than increasing compensation. Silk dropped that line of attack and concentrated for a time on the unusual expenses he would incur, fresh horses, food, lodging, bribes, and the like. In each case, the Murgo king proposed assistance rather than money, horses, food, lodging at Murgo embassies or trade missions, and the good offices of Murgo officials to step around the necessity for bribes. Silk made some pretense at considering that, his watchful eyes never leaving his adversary's face. Then he fell back to his previously prepared position, re-emphasizing his friendship with the Raven King, and the fact that he, perhaps better than any man in the world, could present the proposed alliance to Bulgarian in the most favorable light. After all, he concluded, what it finally comes down to is how much the alliance is worth to you, doesn't it? It is worth a very great deal, Urgot admitted, with deceptive candor. But although I would be first to admit that you are probably the perfect messenger, there's no guarantee that Bulgarian will agree to an alliance now, is there? He paused, his expression announcing that a notion had just struck him. I will tell you what, he said then, with an artfully feigned enthusiasm. Why don't we set a relatively modest figure for the actual delivery of the message, let's say, the 10 marks I suggested previously? Silk's face grew flinty, but Urgot lifted one hand. Hear me out, Your Highness. As I suggested, we agree on that figure as a payment for carrying the message. Then if Bulgarian agrees to an alliance, I would be more than happy to pay you the rest of the money you asked for. Oh, that's hardly fair, Your Majesty, Silk protested. You're putting the entire question into the hands of a third party. I can guarantee delivery, but not acceptance. Bulgarian is a sovereign king. I can't tell him what to do, and I have no way of knowing how he would react to your proposal. Didn't you say that you were his oldest friend? Surely you know him well enough to have at least some idea of how he would view the matter. You're shifting the entire basis of the negotiations, Your Majesty. Yes, I know, Urgot smirked. The payment for actually cementing an alliance between you and Bulgarian would have to be much, much higher. What you propose is extremely hazardous, after all. Hazardous? I don't follow you, old boy. Bulgarian is not entirely a free agent. Even though he's the overlord of the West, He's still answerable to the other kings, particularly the Aelons, and let's be honest about it, Aelons despise Murgos. If I persuade him to accept an alliance with you, those other Aelon kings might very well believe that I'm a traitor. I could find myself dodging their assassins for the rest of my life.
I find that very hard to believe, Keldar.
You don't know them. The Aelons are a fearfully unforgiving race. Even my aunt, who would give orders to have me hunted down if she thought that I had betrayed a basic Aelon concept of the world. What you propose is absolutely out of the question, unless we start talking about really significant amounts of money, of course.
Just how significant?
Oh, well, now let's see. Silk pretended to consider the matter. Naturally, I'd have to abandon all of my enterprises in the kingdoms of the West. If the Aelon kings declare me an outlaw, all of my assets would be expropriated anyway. My commercial ventures are far-flung, and it's going to take some time to establish their fair value. And then, of course, I'll have the expense of setting up operations in a part of the world where the Aelons can't track me down.
That is simplicity in itself, Keldar. Come to Tol Murgos, I would protect you.
Oh, no offense, Your Majesty, but Tol Murgos doesn't suit me. I was thinking perhaps of Melzeth, or maybe Melcene. I could probably do quite well in Melcene.
Silk, Belgarath said abruptly. What is the point of all of this? I know what you are doing. You can amuse yourself some other time. Right now we have got a ship to catch.
But, Silk caught himself abruptly, with a quick sidelong glance at Urga.
You are not in a position to be giving orders, old man, the Murgo king said.
Then he looked around suspiciously.
There is something going on here that I don't like. I don't think anybody's going anyplace today. I'm not going to turn any of you loose until I get to the bottom of all of this.
Don't be absurd, Urga,
his mother interrupted him.
These people must leave at once.
Don't interfere, mother.
Then stop acting like a child. Tadi must get past Rak Urga before the fighting starts there. And Keldar must be on his way to Belgarian within the hour. Don't throw away this opportunity out of sheer pique.
Their eyes locked. Urgat's face was suddenly angry and his mother's unrelenting. After a long moment, his eyes dropped.
This isn't like you, mother. Why are you deliberately trying to humiliate me in public?
I'm not, Urga. I'm just trying to bring you to your senses. A king must always bow to reality, even if it injures his pride.
He gave her a long, penetrating look.
The time isn't really all that pressing, mother. Toddy has time to spare, and Keldar really doesn't have to leave for a day or so. If I don't know better, I would say that you have some personal reason for not wanting me to talk to them anymore.
Nonsense.
But her face had grown quite pale.
You are upset, mother. Why is that?
She can't tell you, Arion said suddenly. The young man was seated on a bench in front of a nearby window, with the autumn sun streaming golden on his pale hair.
What?
Your mother can't tell you, Arion repeated. There's a secret she's had locked in her heart since before you were born.
No,
Lady Thomasin gasped involuntarily.
You mustn't.
What is this secret?
Urga demanded, his eyes flickering suspiciously from face to face. A slow flush crept up Arion's cheeks. I'd really rather not say, he replied, in a slightly embarrassed tone. Velvet had been watching the exchange with wholly absorbed fascination. Even as a startling suspicion dawned in Gerion's mind, she suddenly began to laugh.
What's so funny, young lady?
Urga asked irritably.
A peculiar thought just occurred to me, Your Majesty,
she replied. She turned to Lady Tamizin.
Didn't you say that you knew Prince Keldar's father, my lady?
Tamizin's chin lifted suddenly. Her face was still deadly pale, and she did not answer.
How long ago would you say that was?
Velvet asked. Tamazin's lips remained tightly closed. Velvet sighed, then looked at Silk.
"Keldar," she said, "quite a long time back your father visited Rak Urga, didn't he? I think it had something to do with some trade negotiations on behalf of King Rodar. Do you happen to recall just how many years ago that was?"
He looked puzzled. "I don't know. Oh, it must have been—" He thought about it. "I remember that my mother and I stayed at the palace in Boktor while he was gone. I think I was 8 or so at the time. That would make it about 40 years, I guess. What is this all about, Lyselle?"
"Interesting," she murmured, ignoring his question. "My Lady Tamizin," she said, "you keep telling your son that he is not going to go mad. But doesn't every male in the Urga line fall prey to that hereditary affliction? What is it that makes you so positive that he's somehow going to escape the family curse?"
Tamazin's face grew even paler, and her lips were resolutely sealed.
"My Lord High Seneschal,"
Velvet said to Oscatat,
"just out of curiosity, how old is His Majesty?"
Oscatat's face had also gone deadly pale. He looked at Lady Tamizin with a stricken expression, and then his lips also clamped shut.
"I am 39, Urga snapped. "What difference does it—"
Then he suddenly stopped, his eyes going very wide. He turned with a look of stunned incredulity.
"Mother!"
he gasped. Tzadi began to laugh.
"I just adore happy endings, don't you?"
Velvet said brightly to Tenedra. She looked impishly at Silk.
"Well, don't just sit there, Keldar. Go, embrace your brother."
The Lady Tamizin rose slowly from her chair, her face proud.
"Summon the executioner, Oscatat. I am ready."
"No, my lady. I won't do that."
"It is the law, Oscatat. A Murgo woman who dishonors her husband is to be put to death immediately."
"Oh, sit down, mother,"
Urgat said, abstractedly gnawing at one of his knuckles.
"This is no time for histrionics."
Silk's eyes were a bit wild.
"You're very quick, Lyselle,"
he said with a strained voice.
"Not really. I should have guessed quite some time ago. You and His Majesty could almost use each other for shaving mirrors, and he negotiates almost as shrewdly as you do."
She looked at the stunned Murgo king, her cheeks dimpling.
"If your Majesty ever grows weary of the throne, I am certain that my uncle could find work for you."
"This alters things quite a bit, Urgat," Belgarath said. "The prejudices of your subjects are well known. If they find out that you are not a real Murgo, it might agitate them just a bit, wouldn't you say?"
Urgat had been staring at Silk.
"Oh, just shut up, old man," he said absently. "Let me think my way through this."
"I am sure that your Majesty realizes that you can rely totally on our discretion," Tzadi said smoothly.
"Of course," Urgat replied dryly. "Just as long as I do exactly what you tell me to do."
"Well, there's that, naturally."
Urgat looked at his seneschal.
"Well, Oscatat, will you now dash to the highest window of the Drojum to proclaim this to the entire city?"
"Why should I?"
Oscatat shrugged.
"I have known since you were a little boy that you were not the son of Tar Urgas."
Lady Tamizin gasped, her hand going suddenly to her lips.
"You have known, Oscatat? And you have kept my shame a secret?"
"My lady," he said with a stiff bow, "I would not have betrayed you, even on the rack."
She gave him a peculiar look.
"And why is that, Oscatat?"
she asked him gently.
"You are of the house of Haga, as am I. Loyalty to blood is very strong in Tol Murgos."
"And is that all, Oscatat? Is that the only reason you befriended me and protected my son?"
He looked her full in the face.
"No, my lady." "It is not,"
he said almost proudly. She lowered her eyelashes.
There were other reasons for my keeping your secret, however. Less personal, perhaps, but just as compelling. The Urga dynasty has brought Murgos to the brink of disaster. I saw in young Urga the best hope for the kingdom. I might have wished him to be stronger, but his agility of mind showed much promise. In the long run, a clever king is often preferable to a strong one without any brains.
Belgarath rose from his chair. I hate to break up these festivities, but it is time for us to leave. Too many secrets are starting to come out into the open. He looked at Urget. Did you send that messenger to the temple? If Agachak's Dagashi wants to go along with us, he's going to have to get down to the harbor at once. Urget started to rise from his chair, his face angry. Then he stopped, his eyes narrowing. Just who are you, old man? You look like a vagabond, but you have been throwing commands around here like an emperor. Lady Tamazin, however, had been looking at Belgarath with eyes suddenly gone wide. Then she turned to stare in awe at Aunt Paul. Urget, she said in a half-strangled whisper. What is it, mother? Look at him. Look very closely. Then look at his daughter here. His daughter? I didn't know they were related. Neither did I, until just now. The Queen Mother looked directly at Polgara. He is your father, isn't he, Lady Polgara? Polgara straightened, and the white lock at her brow caught the candlelight. I think this has gone far enough, father, she said to the old man, with a wry expression. There's not much point in trying to hide things any more, is there? Old friend, Silk said lightly. You really ought to do something about your appearance, you know. Your description has been noised about the world for all of these centuries, so people are bound to recognize you every so often. Have you ever considered shaving off your beard? Urget was staring at the old man with an expression of near terror. Oh, don't do that, Belgarath said in disgust. Urget flinched. And don't do that either. No matter what you've been told, I don't make a practice of biting off the heads of Murgo babies just for amusement. He tugged thoughtfully at one ear, looking first at Urget, then at Lady Tamazin, and finally at Oskatat and Prala. I think there's going to have to be a small change of plans. I believe that you people are all going to develop an irresistible craving for sea travel, just as a precaution. You have some secrets you want to keep, and so do we. This way we can sort of keep an eye on one another. You're not serious, Urget burst out. Yes, as a matter of fact I am. I don't like leaving loose ends behind me. The door opened, and Geryon spun quickly, but stopped, his hand halfway to his sword hilt. The Murgo officer who had just entered looked curiously at the people in the room, sensing the tension.
Excuse me, Your Majesty, he said a bit warily.
Urget looked at him, a swift flash of hope fleeting across his face. Then he cast a quick, fearful glance at Belgarath. Yes, Colonel, he replied in a carefully neutral voice.
A message has just arrived from the Hierarch, Your Majesty. I am directed to advise you that the Dagashi Kabak will be at the harbor within the hour.
Durnik and Toth, moving in unison, had carefully sidled up until one of them stood on each side of Oskatat, and Polgara had crossed to Lady Tamazin's chair. Urget's face was faintly sick with fright. Very good, Colonel. Thank you for your trouble. The officer bowed, then turned toward the door. Colonel? Prala's clear voice stopped him. He turned back, his face respectful. Yes, Princess? Velvet was moving toward the Murgo girl with a deceptive casualness. Geryon inwardly flinched at the potential for sudden, awful violence that hung heavily in the air, even as he measured the distance to the unsuspecting colonel.
Have you had any reports about the weather conditions along the coast to the south?
Prala asked calmly. There's some wind, Your Highness, the colonel replied.
And there are almost always rain squalls around the tip of the peninsula.
Thank you, Colonel.
He bowed and quietly left the room. Geryon let his breath out explosively.
Lord Belgarath,
Prola's voice was crisp now.
you cannot expose the Lady Tamizin to that kind of weather. I will not permit it.
Belgarath blinked. Will not permit? He asked incredulously.
Absolutely not. If you persist, I will scream the roof down.
She turned coolly to Velvet.
Don't come one step closer, Lyselle. I can scream at least twice before you can kill me, and that will bring every guard in the Drojum to this room on the run.
She's right, you know, Father, Polgara said very calmly. Tamizin could not possibly endure the rigors of the voyage. Couldn't we? No, Father. It is absolutely out of the question. He muttered a sour curse and jerked his head toward Sadi. The two of them moved down to the far end of the room for a brief murmured conversation. "You've got a knife under your doublet, haven't you, Keldar?" Urgot asked. "Two, actually. And one in my boot, and another on a string at the back of my neck. I like to be prepared for little emergencies when they arise. But why dwell on unpleasantness that never happened?" "You are a dreadful man, Keldar." "Why, no." Belgarath came back from his low-voiced conference with Sadi. "Lady Tamizin." The Queen Mother's chin lifted. "Yes?" "Under the circumstances, I believe we can rely on your discretion. You've already proved that you know how to keep a secret. You do realize that your life, and your son's, depends on your not revealing what you have learned here, don't you?" "Yes, I suppose I do." "We are going to need to leave someone ostensibly in charge here anyway, so things will work out, I suppose." "What you propose is quite impossible, Lord Belgarath." "I do wish people would stop using that word. What's the problem now?" "Murgos will not take orders from a woman." Belgarath grunted sourly. "Oh, yes. I had forgotten about that peculiar Murgo prejudice." "My lord Oscatat," Sadi said. The seneschal's face was stony as he glanced briefly at Dernick and Toth, standing one on each side of him. "Wouldn't you be the logical one to attend to the affairs of state during His Majesty's absence?" "It is possible." "Just how far does your loyalty to your kinswoman, the Lady Tamizin, go?" Oscatat scowled at him.
"Eriand?"
Tinedra said.
"Yes." "Can the seneschal be trusted not to send a fleet after us as soon as we leave?"
Geryon looked up sharply. He had forgotten his young friend's peculiar ability to see directly into the minds and hearts of others.
"He won't say anything,"
Eriand replied confidently.
"Are you sure?"
Tinedra asked him.
"Absolutely. He would rather die than betray Tamizin."
A dull flush crept up into the big Murgo's scarred cheeks. He turned his face so that he could avoid the Queen Mother's eyes. "All right, then." Belgarath's tone was decisive. "Urgot will go with us." He looked at the seneschal. "We will drop him off not far from Rak Urga. You have my word on that. You stay here with Tamizin. It's up to you, but I'd recommend that you follow through on the plan to send reinforcements to the city by sea. Otherwise, your king may have to hold off the Malloreons all by himself."
"What about Prala?"
Tinedra asked. Belgarath scratched at his ear. "There's no real point in taking her along. I'm sure that if she stays here, Tamizin and Oscatat can keep her from blurting out any secrets."
"No, my lord Belgarath,"
the slender Ktan princess said firmly.
"I will not stay behind. If His Majesty is going to Rak Urga, then so am I. I will not give you my word to remain silent. You have no choice but to take me along, or to kill me."
"What's this?" Urgot asked, puzzled. Silk, however, had already guessed. "If you want to start running right now, Urgot, I'll try to hold her until you get a good head start.
What are you talking about, Keldar?
If you're very, very lucky, my brother, Kal-Zakath won't get you. But I'm afraid that your chances of escaping this young lady are far more slender. Take my advice and start running right now. Chapter 16. A heavy bank of grey cloud had moved in off of the great western sea, and a stiff offshore breeze tugged at their garments as they mounted their horses in the courtyard of the drogem.
You know what to do, Oscotat?
Urgot asked his seneschal. The big Murgo nodded.
The ships carrying the reinforcements will depart within 2 days, Your Majesty. You have my word on that.
Good. I'd rather not fight this battle all by myself. Try not to use any more of those warrants than you absolutely have to.
Trust me.
Oscotat's face creased into a bleak smile. Urgot's quick answering grin was wolfish.
And look after my mother.
I have done that for many years without her even being aware of it.
Gravely, the Murgo king leaned down from his saddle and shook hands with his friend. Then he straightened resolutely.
All right,
he said to the officer in charge of the guard detachment.
Let's go.
They clattered out of the courtyard, and Silk drew in beside his brother.
What was that business about warrants?
Urgot laughed.
The generals might want to refuse to obey Oscotat's orders. So I signed warrants for the execution of every one of them, and left them with him to use as he sees fit.
How clever.
I should have thought of it years ago.
Urgot looked up at the racing clouds overhead, with his robe flapping in the rising wind.
I'm not a very good sailor, Keldar. I tend to throw up a lot in rough weather.
Silk laughed. Then just remember always to stand at the leeward rail. The murky sky seemed somehow to Geryon to be suited to the bleakness of Rak Urga. A city so devoid of any kind of beauty seemed unnatural when the sky was clear and the sun shining. Now, however, it squatted under the roiling clouds like some torpid stone toad. The black-robed Murgos in the narrow streets stood aside for their king. Some of them bowed, others stood stony-faced and unbending as the party passed. They rode through a square, and then on down the stone-paved street that led to the temple.
"Captain,"
Urgot called to the officer in the lead,
"have one of your men stop by and tell the hierarch that we are leaving. He has someone in the temple that he wants to send along with us."
"As your Majesty commands,"
the officer replied. The cobbled street they were following rounded a corner, and they were able to see into the harbor. It lay in a sheltered bay behind the headland, standing at the narrow mouth of the Gulf of Urga, and was dotted with black-painted Murgo ships. The familiar smell of the meeting of sea and land, a mixture of brine, seaweed, and dead fish, rose to meet Geryon's nostrils, and his blood began to race at the prospect of once again going to sea. The black ship moored at the side of the stone quay onto which they rode was larger than most of the other vessels in the harbor. It was a squat, broad-beamed scow with slanting masts and tarred planking. Silk eyed it distrustfully. "Do you really call that thing a ship?"
"I warned you about Murgo boats,"
his brother replied. There was a brief disagreement about the horses when they reached the ship.
"Totally out of the question, Your Majesty,"
the ship captain, a huge, evil-looking man, declared adamantly.
"I don't carry livestock on board my ship."
He stood towering over his king with a self-important expression, slightly tinged with contempt. Urgot's expression became one of distress. "I'd say that it's time for another exercise of the royal assertiveness," Silk murmured to him. Urgot gave him a quick look, then squared his shoulders. He turned back to the hulking ship's master.
"Load those horses on your ship, Captain,"
he repeated his command in a firmer tone.
"I just told you that I don't—" "Did I say it too fast for you? Listen carefully this time. Put the horses on the boat. If you don't do exactly what I tell you to do,
I will have you nailed to the prow of your ship in place of the figurehead. Do we understand each other?" The captain stepped back, his look of arrogance becoming one of doubt and apprehension.
"Your Majesty."
"Do it, Captain," Urgot barked. "Now!" The captain drew himself up sharply, saluted, and then turned to his crew.
"You heard the king,"
he said harshly.
"Load those horses."
He stalked away, muttering to himself. "You see," Silk said, "it gets easier every time you do it, doesn't it? All you have to remember is that your commands are not subjects for debate."
"You know,"
Urgot said with a tight grin,
"I could actually get to like that."
The sailors began to push the skittish horses up the narrow gangplanks, and then down a steeply slanting ramp into the hold of the vessel. They had loaded perhaps half of the animals, when Geryon heard the sound of a sullen drum coming from the narrow cobbled street leading down to the quay. A double file of black-robed Grolums in polished steel masks marched down the hill toward the water, moving with that peculiar swaying gait Geryon had seen in the temple. Polgarath took Urgot by the sleeve and drew him out of earshot of his guards and the busy sailors.
"We don't need any surprises here, Urgot. So let's get through the formalities with Agachak as quickly as possible. Tell him that you are going to Raktaha to take personal command of the defense of the city. Let's get your Dagashi on board ship and get out of here."
"I don't really have any choice about this, do I?"
"No, not very much at all."
The cadaverous Agachak rode in a litter carried by a dozen Grolums. At his side, her head erect, came the scarred priestess, Kabat. Her eyes were ravaged from weeping, and her face was dreadfully pale. The look she directed at Sadi, however, was filled with implacable hatred. Behind Agachak's litter there came a hooded figure that did not walk with the stiff-legged, swaying gait of the Grolums in the hierarch's entourage, and Geryon surmised that this man was the mysterious Kabach. He looked at the man curiously, but could not see the face concealed beneath the hood. As the litter reached the gangway, Agachak signaled his bearers to halt.
"Your Majesty,"
he greeted Urgot hollowly, as his litter was lowered to the stones.
"Dread Hierarch,
I received your message. Is the situation in the south as grave as I was led to believe?"
"I'm afraid so, Agachek. I am going to take advantage of the ship to go to Raktaha and take personal command."
"You, your Majesty?"
Agachak looked startled.
"Is that altogether wise?"
"Perhaps not, but I am sure I can't do much worse than my generals have done. I have left orders that reinforcements are to be sent to the city by ship."
"By ship? A daring innovation, your Majesty. I am surprised that your generals agreed to it."
"I did not ask them to agree. I finally realized that their duty to advise me does not give them the authority to order me around." Agachak looked at him, his eyes thoughtful.
"This is a new side of you, your Majesty,"
he noted as he stepped out of the litter to stand on the stones of the quay. "I thought it was time for a change." It was at that point that Geryon felt a warning tingle, and an oppressive kind of weight that seemed centered just above his ears. He glanced quickly at Polgara, and she nodded. It did not appear to be emanating from the hierarch, who seemed wholly engrossed in his conversation with Urgot. Kabat stood to one side, with her burning eyes fixed balefully on Sadi, but there was no hint of any mounting of her will. The quiet probing was coming from somewhere else. "We should be able to reach Raktaha in 5 or 6 days, Urgot was saying to the red-robed hierarch. "As soon as we arrive, I will get Usa and his people started toward Rakhaga with our Dagashi. They might have to swing south a bit to avoid the Malloreon advance, but they won't lose too much time."
"You must be very careful at Raktaha, your Majesty. It is not only the fate of Thor Murgos that you carry on your shoulders. It is the fate of the entire world." I don't concern myself too much with fate, Agachek. A man whose main concern has always been staying alive for the next hour does not have much time to worry about next year. Where is Kabach?"
The man in the hooded robe stepped out from behind the litter.
"I am here, your majesty,"
he said in a deep, resonant voice. There was something familiar about the voice, and a warning prickle ran up between Gerion's shoulder blades.
"Good," Urga said. "Have you any final instructions for him, Agachek?"
"I have said to him all that needs to be said, your majesty."
"Well, that covers everything, then. All right, let's get aboard ship," Urga said as he looked around.
"Perhaps not just yet, your majesty,"
the black-robed Dagashi said to him, stepping forward and pushing back his hood. Gerion suppressed a start of surprise. Although his black beard had been shaved off, there was no question about the man's identity. It was Harakan.
"There is one last thing your majesty should know before we board,"
Harakan declared in a voice clearly intended to be heard by everyone on the quay.
"Were you aware of the fact that the man with the sword over there is Belgarian of Riva?"
Urgat's eyes went very wide as a ripple of amazement went through the priests and the soldiers standing on the slippery stones of the quay. The Murgo king, however, was quick to recover.
"That's a very interesting thing to suggest, Kabak. I would be interested to know what makes you so sure."
"It's absolute nonsense," Tzadi spluttered. Agachak's sunken eyes were boring into Gerion's face.
"I have seen Belgarian myself,"
he intoned hollowly.
"He was much younger then, but there is a resemblance."
"A resemblance, certainly, dread hierarch," Tzadi agreed quickly. "But that is all. The young man has been in my service since he was a young boy. I admit that there are some superficial similarities of features, but I can assure you that this most definitely is not Belgarian." Silk was standing just behind Urgat, and his lips were moving very fast as he whispered to his new-found brother. The Murgo king was a skilled enough politician to control his expression, but his eyes darted nervously this way and that, as he began to realize that he stood at the very center of an incipient explosion. Finally, he cleared his throat.
"You still have not told us what makes you believe that this is Belgarian, Kabach."
"I was in Tulhunnath some years ago,"
Harakan shrugged.
"Belgarian was there at the same time, for a funeral, I think. Someone pointed him out to me."
"I think the noble Dagashi is mistaken," Tzadi said. "His identification is based entirely on a fleeting glance from a distance. That hardly qualifies as definitive proof. I tell you this is not Belgarian."
"He lies," Harakan said flatly. "I am of the Dagashi. We are trained observers."
"That raises an interesting point, Agachak,"
Urgat said, his eyes narrowing, as he looked at Harakan.
"In spite of everything, the Dagashi are still Murgos, and every Murgo alive slashes his face as a blood offering to Torak."
He turned and pointed at two faint, thin white lines on his cheek. The king's scarcely visible scars gave mute evidence that his self-mutilation had been none too fervent.
"Look at our Dagashi there. I don't see a single mark on his face, do you?"
"I was instructed by my elder not to make the customary blood offering,"
Harakan said quickly.
"He wanted me unmarked, so that I could move around freely in the kingdoms of the West."
"I am sorry, Kabak,"
Urgat said with heavy skepticism.
"But that story does not hold water at all. The blood offering to Torak is part of the rite of passage into manhood. Were you so precocious as a child that your elder decided to make you a spy before you were 10 years old? And even if he had, you would still have been required to go through the rite before you could marry or even enter the temple. The scars may not be on your face, but if you are a Murgo, you have got scars on you someplace. Show us your scars, noble Dagashi. Let us see the proof of your fidelity to Torak and your uncontaminated Murgo blood.
Tread high, Rak, Tzadi said with a thoughtful expression on his face. This is not the first accusation leveled at one of my servants. He looked meaningfully at Kabat. Is it possible that there is a faction among your Grolums that does not want this mission to succeed? Some group hiding behind false beards?
Beard, Silk exclaimed, snapping his fingers. That's why I couldn't face him. He has shaved off his beard. Urga turned to look inquiringly at him.
What are you talking about?
Oh, excuse me, Your Majesty, Silk said with exaggerated humility. I just realized something, and it surprised me. I think I can clarify things here.
Well, I certainly hope someone can. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. Silk looked around with a beautifully feigned expression of nervousness. I'm an Elon, Your Majesty, he said as he held up one hand. Please hear me out, he begged, half of the king and half of the surrounding Murgos. I am an Elon, but I'm not a fanatic about it. The way I look at it, there's plenty of room in the world for Elons and Murgos. Live and let live, I always say. Anyway, last year I hired myself out as a soldier in King Belgarian's army, the one that he raised to lay siege to the bear cult at Rechon in northeastern Trasnia. Well, to make it short, I was present when Belgarian and his friend from Sundaria, Dernik, I think his name is, captured the cult leader, Ulfgar. He had a beard then, but I swear to you that this Kabak is the self-same man. I ought to know. I helped to carry him into a house after Dernik knocked him senseless.
What would a Dagashi be doing in Trasnia?
Urga asked with an artfully puzzled expression on his face.
Oh, he's not a Dagashi, Your Majesty.
When King Belgarian and his friends questioned him, it came out that he's a Malloreon Grolum. Hurricane, I think his name is.
Hurricane?
Agachak said, turning quickly to fix the counterfeit Dagashi with his suddenly smoldering eyes.
Ridiculous, Hurricane scoffed. This little weasel is one of Belgarian's servants. He is lying to protect his master.
Is the name Hurricane in any way significant, Agachak? The hierarch straightened, his eyes intent.
Hurricane is Irvan's underling, he replied. And I have heard that he has been seen here in the west. I think we've got a problem on our hands then, Agachak. These charges, both of them, are too serious to be ignored. We have got to get the truth here.
The priestess Kabat's eyes were narrowed, and her expression cunning.
Finding that truth is a simple matter, Your Majesty. My master Agachak is the most powerful sorcerer in all of Murgos. He will have no difficulty in probing the minds of all who are here to find out who is speaking truth and who is lying.
Can you really do that, Agachak?
Agachak shrugged.
It is a simple matter. Then by all means do it. I am not going on board that scow over there until I find out exactly who my shipmates are going to be.
Agachak took a deep breath and began to draw in his will.
Master,
a Grolum said with a purple satin lining on the hood of his robe, leaping forward with one hand outstretched.
Beware! How dare you!
Kabat shrieked at him, her eyes blazing. The Grolum ignored her.
Master,
he said to Agachak,
there is great danger in what the priestess proposes. Should either of these men be telling the truth, you will be probing the mind of a powerful sorcerer, and your own mind will be totally vulnerable. A single thought could erase your entire consciousness.
Agachak slowly relaxed his will.
"Ah, yes," he murmured. "I had not considered that danger."
He turned to Kavat, catching the brief flicker of disappointment that crossed her face.
"How curious that my holy priestess did not think of that before she suggested the probing. Or did you, Kabat? Have you given up the notion of raising a demon to destroy me then? Will you now fall back on so commonplace a thing as simple deceit? I am terribly disappointed in you, my beloved."
She shrank back, her scar-laced face frightened.
"This matter has to be settled, Agachak. I am not going to go near that ship until I find out the truth here. I have not succeeded in staying alive for all of these years by being foolhardy."
"The question is largely academic now anyway," Agachak replied. "None of these people will be leaving."
"Agachak, I have to get to Rak Urga immediately."
"Then go. I will find another party of slavers and hire another Dagashi."
"That could take months. Personally, I am inclined to believe these slavers. Osa has been very honest with me, and the young man over there has none of the bearing of a king. This one who calls himself Kabach, however, is highly suspect. If you were to look along the trail between here and Mount Kasha, I think you might find the real Kabach in a shallow grave someplace. This man, whoever he is, has come very close to forestalling the mission to Rak Urga with his accusation. Would that not be exactly what Urvan would want?"
"There is a logic in what you say, Your Majesty. But I don't think I want any of them going on board that ship until I find out the truth."
"Why not let them settle it for us, then?"
"I don't follow you."
"One of them, possibly both, is a sorcerer. Let them fight each other, and we will see which one tries to destroy the other by sorcery."
"Trial by combat?"
"Why not? It is a bit antique, but the circumstances here seem to be appropriate."
There is merit in your plan, Your Majesty."
Urget suddenly grinned.
"Why don't we clear a space? We would not want to get singed when these two start hurling thunderbolts at each other."
He came over and took Gerion's arm.
"Just stay calm," he whispered. "And don't do anything conspicuous. Try to force him to use sorcery."
Then he pushed Gerion forward into the circle that had quickly been formed on the stone quay.
"Here is the supposed King of Riva," he said to Agachak. "Now, if the ostensible Malloreon Grolem will be so good as to step forth, we will find out who has been telling the truth."
"I have no sword,"
Hurricane said sullenly.
"Simplicity in itself. Somebody give him a sword."
Several were offered at once.
"I think you are in deep trouble, Hurricane,"
Urget smirked.
"If you so much as twitch one finger, you will reveal yourself as a Malloreon Grolem, and my soldiers will shoot you full of arrows. On the other hand, if this is really Belgarian, and you do not use sorcery to defend yourself, he will burn you right down into a little pile of cinders. All in all, I think you are in for a very bad afternoon."
Gerion ground his teeth together and began talking fervently to the orb, telling the stone over and over again not to do anything out of the ordinary. Then he steeled himself and reached back over his shoulder. The great blade made a steely hiss as it came out of the scabbard. Hurricane handled his borrowed sword nervously, but the way he held it and his stance clearly indicated that he was a competent swordsman. A sudden anger filled Gerion. This was the man who had been responsible for the attempt on Senedra's life and for the murder of Brand. He dropped into a half-crouch with iron-gripped sword extended in front of him. Hurricane desperately tried to slap that great blade away with his own sword, and there was a steely ring as the two swords came together. Implacably, Gerion stalked his enemy. His anger was so great that he had even forgotten the reason for the duel.
He was no longer interested in an unmasking of Hyrcan. All he wanted to do was to kill him. There was a rapid exchange of thrusts and parries, and the entire harbor rang with the steel song of the swords. Step by step Hyrcan retreated. His eyes began to fill with fear. But finally Geryon lost all patience with fencing. With his eyes ablaze, he seized the hilt of his huge sword in both hands and swung it back over his shoulder. Had he delivered that blow, nothing could have stopped it. Hyrcan's cheeks blanched as he looked directly into the face of death.
"Curse you!"
he shouted at Geryon, then flickered and vanished, to reappear briefly at the far end of the quay. He shimmered and swooped away in the form of a swift sea-hawk.
"That sort of answers the question, doesn't it, Agachak?"
Urgot said quite calmly. Agachak, however, his eyes ablaze with hate, also flashed into the form of a hawk. With 2 powerful strokes of his pinions, he drove himself into the air, shrieking for blood as he raced after the fleeing Hyrcan. Geryon's hands were shaking. He turned and stalked toward Urgot, with a scorching fury rising in his throat. With a great effort he restrained his sudden desire to take hold of the front of the smaller man's doublet and hurl him far out into the harbor.
"Now, don't be hasty,"
Urgot said, backing fearfully away. Geryon spoke from between clenched teeth in a dreadfully quiet voice.
"Don't ever do that again."
"Naturally not,"
Urgot agreed hastily. He stopped, a curious expression suddenly crossing his rat-like face.
"Are you really Belgarian?"
he asked in a hoarse whisper.
"Would you like some proof?"
No, that's quite all right."
Urgot's words came tumbling out. He stepped quickly around the still infuriated Geryon and crossed the quay to where Kabat stood.
"Let us pray that your hierarch succeeds in capturing that impostor.
Give him my regards upon his return.
I would wait, but I must board ship and depart at once."
"Of course, your majesty,"
she replied in a voice that was nearly a purr.
"I will take charge of these slavers until the hierarch's return."
He stared at her.
"Since the entire purpose of this mission was to convey the Dagashi assassin to Rak Urga, there's no point in their going now, is there? They will have to remain here while we send to Kasha for another Dagashi."
She looked at Sadi with an unconcealed smirk.
"I will place them under my personal protection."
Urgot looked at her narrowly.
"Holy Priestess, to be quite candid about it, I don't think you can be trusted. Your personal enmity toward this Naisin is painfully obvious, and he's far too important to risk. I don't think that you would be able to restrain yourself once both Agachak and I are gone from Rak Urga. I think I will just take Ussa and his people with me, just to be on the safe side. When the Dagashi arrives from Mount Kasha, send him along."
Kabat's eyes hardened, and her face grew angry.
"The purpose of this mission to Rak Urga is to fulfill a prophecy, and the fulfillment of prophecy is clearly in the domain of the Church."
Urgot drew in a deep breath. Then he straightened from his usual slouching posture.
"The mission is also a state matter, Holy Priestess. Agachak and I have been cooperating in this affair, and in his absence I assert the authority of the crown. Osa and his people will go with me, and you will take your Grolums back to the temple to await the return of your hierarch."
Kabat seemed taken aback by his sudden show of strength. She had obviously expected to brush aside any feeble objections he might raise, but this seemed to be a new Urgot. Her face hardened, and the flame-like scars writhed on her pale cheeks.
"So, it appears that our king is finally maturing. I think, however, that you will come to regret your passage into manhood at this particular time. Watch closely, High King of Tol Murgos."
She bent, holding something in her hand, and began to mark symbols on the stones of the quay, symbols that glowed with an unholy light.
"Geryon!"
Silk cried in alarm. "Stop her!" But Geryon had also seen the glowing circle Kabat had drawn on the wet stones, and the burning 5-pointed star she was inscribing in its center.
He recognized the meaning of those symbols immediately. He took a half-step toward Kabat, even as she stepped into the protection of the circle and began muttering words in some unknown language. As fast as he was, however, Polgara was even faster. "Kabat," she said sharply, "stop. This is forbidden."
"Nothing is forbidden to one who has the power,"
the priestess replied, her scarred and beautiful face filled with an overwhelming pride.
"And who here can prevent me?"
Polgara's face grew grim. "I can." She raised her hand in a curious lifting gesture, and Geryon felt the surge of her will. The sullen swells washing against the stones of the quay slowly rose until they broke across the top to swirl about the ankles of those who stood there. The burning symbols Kabat had marked on the stones vanished as the water washed over them. The Grolem priestess drew in her breath sharply and stared at Aunt Paul, realization slowly dawning in her eyes.
"Who are you?"
"One who would save your life, Kabat. The punishment for raising demons has always been the same. You might succeed once or twice, or even a few more times. But in the end, the demon will turn on you and tear you to pieces. Not even Torak, in all of his twisted madness, would have dared to step across that line."
"But I do dare. Torak is dead, and Agachak is not here to prevent me. No one can stop me."
"I can, Kabat. I will not permit you to do this."
"And how will you stop me? I have the power."
"But mine is greater." Polgara let her cloak fall to the stones at her feet, bent, and removed her shoes. "You may have been able to control your demon the first time you raised him, but your control is only temporary. You are no more than the doorway through which he enters this world. As soon as he feels his full strength, he will destroy you, and be loosed upon this world to raven as he chooses. I beg of you, my sister, do not do this. Your life, your very soul, are in deadly peril."
"I have no fear, not of my demon and not of you."
"Then you are a fool, on both counts."
"You challenge me?"
"If I must. Will you meet me on my own ground, Kabat?" Polgara's blue eyes were suddenly like ice, and the white lock at her brow flamed incandescently as she gathered in her will. Once again she raised her hand, and the lead-gray swells again raised obediently to the edge of the quay. With that same dreadful calm, she stepped out onto the surface of the water and stood there, as if what lay under her feet was firm earth. A sudden moan rose from the Grolems as she turned to look at that awe-stricken priestess. "Well, Kabat, will you join me here? Can you join me?" Kabat's scarred face grew ashen, but her eyes clearly showed that she could not refuse Aunt Paul's challenge.
"I will,"
she rasped through her clenched teeth. Then she, too, stepped off of the quay, but floundered awkwardly as she sank to the knees in the dirty waters of the harbor. "Is it so very difficult for you, then?" Polgara asked her. "If this little thing takes all of your will, how do you imagine that you will have enough power to control a demon? Abandon this desperate plan, Kabat. There is still time to save your own life."
"Never!"
Kabat shrieked, with flecks of froth coming to her lips. With an enormous effort she lifted herself until she stood on the surface, and laboriously strode out several yards. Then, with her face once again twisted into that overwhelming triumph, she drew the symbols on the face of the water, inscribing them with sooty orange flame. Her voice rose again in the evil incantation of the summoning, rising and falling in its hideous cadences. The red scars on her cheeks seemed to grow pale, then suddenly glowed with a burning white light as she continued to recite the spell.
"Keldar, what is happening?"
Urgat's voice was shrill as he stared at the impossibility that was occurring before his eyes. "Something very unpleasant," Silk told him. Kabat's voice had risen to a shriek, and the surface of the harbor suddenly erupted before her in a seething cauldron of steam and fire. Out of the midst of those flames there arose something so hideous that it was beyond comprehension. It was vast and clawed and fanged, but the worst of all were its red, glowing eyes.
"Kill her!"
Kabat cried, pointing at Polgara with a trembling hand.
"I command thee to kill this witch!"
The demon looked at the priestess standing safely within the flaming circle of her protective symbols. Then, with the still boiling water surging around his vast trunk, he turned and started toward Polgara. But, with her face still calm, she raised one hand. "Stop!" she commanded, and Geryon felt the enormous jolting force of her will. The demon suddenly howled, his fanged muzzle lifted toward the gray clouds in a sudden agony of frustration.
"I said to kill her!"
Kabat shrieked again. The monster slowly sank into the water, extending his two huge arms just beneath the surface. He began to turn, rotating slowly in that seething water. Faster and faster he spun, while the water sizzled around him. A vortex began to appear around him as he whirled, a sudden maelstrom very nearly as dreadful as the Kerak boar. Kabat howled her triumph, dancing on the surface of the water in an obscene caper, unaware that the flames with which she had drawn her symbols had been suddenly whirled away by the surging vortex. As the spinning waters reached the spot where Polgara stood, she began to be drawn toward the deadly whirlpool and the slithering demon, still whirling in the center. "Pol!" Dernick shouted. "Look out!" But it was too late. Caught in that inexorable maelstrom, she was carried around and around, slowly at first, but then faster and faster, as she was pulled in long spirals toward the center. As she neared it, however, she once again raised her hand, and very suddenly she disappeared beneath the surging surface. "Pol!" Dernick shouted again, his face suddenly gone deathly white. Struggling to pull off his tunic, he ran toward the edge of the quay. Belgarath, however, his face grimly set, caught the smith's arm. "Stay out of it, Dernick," he snapped, his voice cracking like a whip. Dernick struggled with him, trying to pull himself free. "Let me go," he yelled. "I said not to interfere." Beyond the edge of the demon-created vortex, a single rose bobbed to the surface. It was a curiously familiar flower, its petals white on the outside, and a deep, blushing crimson in the center. Geryon stared at it, a sudden wild hope springing up in him. At the center of the swirling vortex, the monstrous demon suddenly stopped, his burning eyes filled with bafflement. Without any warning, he rose, arched forward, and plunged head-first into the seething water. "Find her!" the flame-marked Kabat screamed after her enslaved fiend. "Find her and kill her!" The leaden waters of the harbor boiled and steamed as the huge demon surged this way and that beneath the surface. Quite suddenly, the movement stopped, and the air and the water grew deadly calm. Kabat, still standing on the water, with the glowing light still illuminating the cruel scars on her cheeks, lifted both arms above her head in a gesture of exultation. "Die, witch!" she shouted. "Feel the fangs of my servant rending your flesh!" Suddenly, a monstrous, scaly claw came up out of the water directly in front of her. "No!" she shrieked. "You cannot!" Then she looked in horror at the water upon which she stood, realizing at last that her protective symbols had been swept away. She took a faltering step backward, but the huge hand closed on her, its needle-sharp claws biting deep into her body. Her blood spurted, and she screamed with agony, writhing in that awful grasp. Then, with a huge bellow, the demon rose from the depths with his great fanged muzzle agape. He lifted the struggling priestess aloft with a howl of hellish triumph. The Grolams and the Murgos soldiers on the quay broke and fled in terror as the monster started toward them. The single rose that had floated to the surface of the harbor, however, had begun to glow with a strange blue light. It seemed to grow larger as the glow intensified. Then, her face calm, Polgara appeared in the very center of that coruscating incandescence. A few feet to her left there also appeared a nimbus of flickering light. Before the stunned eyes of those on the quay, the nimbus suddenly coalesced, and there, standing beside Polgara, Geryon saw the glowing form of the god Aldur. "Must it be so, master?" Polgara asked in a voice that clearly revealed her reluctance.
"It must, my daughter,"
Aldur replied sadly. Polgara sighed. "Then, so be it, master." She extended her left hand, and the god enclosed it in his. The gathering of her will roared in Gerion's mind like a tornado, and the force of it pushed against him with an awful power. Enclosed in the blue light and linked by their touching hands, Polgara and Aldur stood side by side on the surface of the water, facing the hideous demon who still held the weakly struggling Kabat high in the air. "I abjure thee, creature of darkness," Polgara said in a great voice. "Return to the hell that spawned thee, and never more corrupt this world by thy foul presence. Begone, and take with thee the one who summoned thee." She raised her hand, and the force of her will combined with the will of the god Aldur blazed forth from her palm. There was a vast thunderclap as the demon suddenly exploded in a huge ball of fire, and the waters of the harbor geysered up around it. Then he was gone. With him disappeared the priestess, Kabat. When Gerion looked back, Aldur no longer stood at Polgara's side. She turned and slowly walked back across the waves toward the quay. As she approached, Gerion clearly saw that her eyes were filled with anguish.